Hmm, what should I read today? Oh, a new story.
Today was the day of the freshman meeting. Song Qingwan, the most beautiful girl in the university, stood and looked at the sky. All because a few days ago someone on the confession wall asked whether it was possible to arrive at the university by helicopter. Standing next to Song Qingwan was Shinmingqi. She immediately remembered that post and began talking about it with curiosity, wondering which freshman could have written something like that and whether there was even a person capable of actually flying to the university by helicopter. Song Qingwan calmly replied that the rumor had apparently already been refuted and that it was said to be just a joke by someone from the second year. Shinmingqi was surprised because she had not seen that herself, and Song Qingwan only remarked that she probably just had not paid attention. But they were not allowed to talk peacefully. Very quickly, boys began to approach Song Qingwan. They started giving her gifts. She politely refused. Everyone circled around her, trying in any way to attract the attention of the university beauty. For Song Qingwan this had long become something familiar, but that did not make it easier. She only felt irritation and fatigue. Shinmingqi, who stood next to her, watched all of this with envy. From the very first day at the university, Song Qingwan became a local legend. One successful photo of her profile spread across the internet and brought her a huge number of admirers. Crowds followed her in the university, but she never gave anyone a chance. She always remained polite but cold, and never once accepted any gifts from anyone. While Song Qingwan was trying to refuse, Shinmingqi suddenly took all the bags from everyone herself and said that she was her roommate and that Qingwan was simply too shy, so she would accept everything for her. After that she even started driving the boys away, as if she were really helping her friend. And at that moment, a Ferrari stopped at the university gate with a roar. The crowd immediately shifted its attention. Everyone began discussing the car, its price, the wealth of its owner, and that someone who came to study in such a car was clearly not an ordinary student. Shinmingqi also immediately became lively. She quickly adjusted her makeup, fixed her appearance, and immediately tried to look as impressive as possible. A young man in expensive clothes from head to toe stepped out of the car. It was obvious at once, a rich heir, used to attention. He looked over the crowd and almost immediately noticed Song Qingwan. That was not surprising, such a girl was impossible not to notice. He confidently walked straight toward her. Shinmingqi immediately understood that she had no hope. As long as Song Qingwan stood nearby, she herself would remain only a background. After approaching, the young man asked Song Qingwan to guide him and help with the registration documents. His gaze was too direct and too intense, and she immediately did not like it. She stepped back, keeping her distance, and first asked which faculty he was from. He answered that he was from the sports faculty. Then Song Qingwan pointed out where the volunteers of the sports faculty were standing, but the young man only smiled and directly said that he entered this university for her. A new noise immediately rose around them. Students began whispering, some admired, some envied, some simply enjoyed the spectacle. Song Qingwan remained cold. She politely replied that she herself was from the philology faculty and had nothing to do with sports. Shinmingqi immediately tried to take the initiative and offered to guide him to registration herself. But the young man politely refused. He wanted Song Qingwan to handle it personally. Then he went even further and asked whether there was any student in the whole university who would suit her better than him. To this, Song Qingwan directly stated that during all 4 years of study she did not plan to start a relationship. And exactly at that moment someone in the crowd remembered the old joke again and shouted that there was still that person with the helicopter. Everyone immediately began laughing, waving it off, saying that nowadays no one would really fly to the university by helicopter. Song Qingwan already felt that all of this was turning into a circus. And then the sound of an engine was heard in the sky. At first no one understood what was happening. Then the rumble became louder. People began raising their heads. One by one, their gazes turned upward. It really was a helicopter. It was heading straight toward the university. After a few seconds it became clear that it was not an accident and not some aircraft flying by. The helicopter was heading directly to the campus territory and eventually landed on the stadium. The crowd literally exploded. Some people shouted in shock, some filmed with their phones. I, Lin Chen, sat in the cockpit and looked at all this with a very strange feeling. To be honest, at that moment I had no time for showing off. I just wanted to complete the task. A system notification immediately sounded in my head. Congratulations, host has completed the task for the first time. System activated. Reward, Rolls-Royce Phantom. I finally exhaled. So it worked. The system did not lie. I instinctively put my hand into my pocket, and there really was a key inside. It all started yesterday. The system appeared without any warning and immediately gave me a task: arrive at the university by helicopter. Only after completing this task did it promise to fully activate. It sounded like nonsense. But I had no choice. Fortunately, my parents had just left to travel. Otherwise, if they had seen that a real machine with rotors suddenly appeared near the house, they would definitely have had a heart attack. I even tried not to attract attention. I hardly took any things, just to complete the task quickly and leave. But in the end everything turned out exactly the opposite. Now it seemed that the whole university was looking at me. I mentally cursed. What kind of activation method is this? The system clearly decided to arrange the loudest possible appearance for me. But since I was already here, the only thing left was to pretend that everything was under control. I got out of the helicopter, looked around, and began searching for the sign of the philology faculty. After a short search my eyes caught the right place. And there I also noticed her. Song Qingwan. Even from afar it was clear why there was so much noise around her. She really caught the eye at first glance. I walked straight there. When I came closer, Song Qingwan was already truly stunned. She had not yet recovered from the appearance of the helicopter, and now it turned out that the person who arrived in it was also from her faculty. The rich guy in the Ferrari also froze. For him it was an obvious blow. Just now he had tried to make a spectacular appearance in front of Song Qingwan, and now someone had appeared beside him who simply crushed the entire scene with his own entrance. Lin Chen walked to the desk, saw the volunteer badge on Song Qingwan's chest, and calmly asked, "Senior, I am a freshman from the philology faculty. Do I register here?" It had to be said, this senior was really beautiful. She wore a white dress. Her long straight black hair was braided into a side braid, and her bangs were slightly curled, giving her the feeling of a forest-style girl. Her big deer-like eyes were pure and innocent, instantly making people feel a strong urge to protect her. She was definitely a goddess at the level of a campus beauty. Huh? Ah? Yes, it's here. Song Qingwan was a little confused. After realizing she had lost her composure a bit, Song Qingwan also felt embarrassed. "May I ask which major you are in, Junior?" "Chinese language and literature." What a coincidence, he was her direct junior. Song Qingwan smiled. "I'm also in Chinese language and literature. I'll take you to handle the procedures, okay?" Compared with the one just now, this junior felt much better. He dressed simply and did not act arrogantly. If not for the helicopter, no one would even know he was a rich second generation. "Then thank you, senior," Lin Chen said calmly. Chen Yao was stunned. Someone actually came to register by helicopter? Not only had someone cut him off, but he had also made a fool of himself in front of the goddess Song Qingwan? Looking at the meaningful gazes from the crowd, he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "Hey, bro, I came first. Haven't you heard of the rule of first come, first served?" Chen Yao asked while suppressing his anger. Lin Chen was about to speak, but Song Qingwan directly stepped in front of him. "Junior from the Physical Education Department, I already said just now that the welcome volunteers for your department are over there." As she spoke, Song Qingwan pointed to the opposite side. Seeing his goddess speaking for another man, Chen Yao became furious. He suddenly felt as if a vast green grassland had grown on his head. Although Song Qingwan had not yet become his girlfriend, Chen Yao had already regarded her as his personal possession. At this moment, Chen Yao's face was so gloomy it seemed like water would drip from it. He looked Lin Chen up and down, and when he saw his simple clothes, a trace of disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "This helicopter, you didn't rent it with all your savings, did you? But even if it's rented, it must cost tens of thousands per hour. For this trip, you must have spent quite a lot, right?" In his understanding, rich second generations either pursue good quality and attention, so everything they wear is a famous brand. Or they keep a low profile and wear privately designed brands that ordinary people cannot recognize. But Lin Chen, looking at his slightly faded shirt, it was obvious he belonged to neither category. So Chen Yao naturally believed that Lin Chen's helicopter was definitely rented. His words made everyone look at each other. Rented? Only then did someone carefully look at Lin Chen. Because of the helicopter, everyone had first assumed Lin Chen was definitely a rich second generation. Just now they thought the helicopter boss was low-key, but after Chen Yao said that, something felt wrong. Lin Chen smiled lightly. "If you think so, then it is." "What?" Everyone became confused. The big boss's helicopter was really rented? TCH? So it's rented. Ah, I was wondering. If someone really had a helicopter at home, why would he dress even more simply than me? I seriously suspect he rented the helicopter just for Song Qingwan. I hope the campus beauty song doesn't fall for it. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding students, Chen Yao knew his goal had been achieved, and he smiled with satisfaction. He slightly raised his chin and proudly looked at Song Qingwan. Well? Shouldn't you thank me for pulling you back from the wrong path? Song Qingwan frowned tightly and said coldly. This is his business. What does it have to do with you? I advise you to take care of yourself first. This rich second generation was becoming more and more annoying the more she looked at him. On the other hand, her junior? He dressed low-key and handled things well. He was much better than this flashy peacock who showed off everywhere. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit squeezed in. When he saw Lin Chen, he immediately became overjoyed. Mr. Lin, I finally found you. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled somewhat childishly. Everyone looked at each other. What was going on? Who was this person? Was this Mr. Lin referring to this big liar? Even Lin Chen was confused. Excuse me, who are you? The middle-aged man said with a smile. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the management officer of your private helipad at Nanwan in Donghai City. You can call me Zhou Hai. I came to help you fly your private aircraft back to the helipad, but it's the start of the school season, and the traffic was a bit heavy on the road, so I arrived a little late. I kept you waiting. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin. As he spoke, he slightly bent his waist, looking extremely respectful. What? There's even a private helipad? What is going on? Just now they said it was rented. Could this person also be an actor he hired? That's impressive. If he's acting, he even arranged the full set. Lin Chen was a little confused. What was going on? Suddenly, that mechanical voice appeared in Lin Chen's mind again. Friendly reminder, the private helipad and the administrator are services included with the helicopter reward. Only then did Lin Chen suddenly understand. But this was also good. He had been worrying about how to deal with the helicopter. He did not expect the system to be so considerate and directly arrange someone for him. Then thank you, but if there's anything to say, please stand up first. The other party looked at least 50 or 60 years old. Having an elder bend over to him made Lin Chen feel uncomfortable no matter how he thought about it. Mr. Lin, you have already seen my information, right? Zhou Hai asked. Huh? What information? Lin Chen looked confused. How did he not know? I am a retired captain with nearly 20 years of flying experience. If you leave your helicopter to me, there will absolutely be no problem. Amazing. Damn, is this real? A retired captain working as his management officer. Everyone wait, I'll check if this is true. Damn? It's actually true. Zhou Hai, there are even photos. The scene fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces, and even Chen Yao's face turned pale and green. As long as someone was not stupid, they all understood that Lin Chen's earlier sentence, if you think so, then it is, was mocking Chen Yao. Say whatever you want. I don't care about you. Well? Are you angry? Of course angry. Damn, a helicopter is one thing, but he even has a retired captain working as his management officer? This is truly a life winner. They always say don't lose at the starting line, but some people are already at the finish line when they are born. Like the helicopter boss. I'm jealous. It's so damn sour. Where are those people who just said the boss rented the helicopter and hired actors? Why are they all silent now? Shoo, stop talking. Look at the Ferrari rich second generation's expression. Hearing this sentence, Chen Yao's face became even darker. Song Qingwan stared at Lin Chen blankly. The sunlight fell on his firm side profile, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Why did she feel this junior was very handsome? Rich yet low-key, mature and restrained, completely overturning her understanding of rich second generations. Chen Yao's face looked ugly, but after he realized that the other party's identity was not simple, he still chose to lower his head and apologize. I misjudged just now and caused you trouble. I'm really sorry. He was not stupid. The other party obviously did not look like an ordinary person, so he naturally would not rashly offend him again. Just now he had been blinded by anger. After calming down, he also felt he had acted impulsively. As a rich second generation, he still had this level of awareness. But as soon as he apologized, the surrounding onlookers exploded again. Two rich guys facing off, helicopter boss wins. Amazing. See? I said my judgment was correct. How could the helicopter boss be lying? Yeah, even a retired captain works as the manager of his private helipad. Facing Chen Yao lowering his head, Lin Chen casually spread his hands and smiled calmly. No problem. I don't mind. For some reason, after hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Yao felt so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He always felt that in the other party's eyes, he was nothing. After saying goodbye, Chen Yao fled in embarrassment. Lin Chen's way of handling things surprised Song Qingwan once again. He was mature and steady, broad-minded. In short, compared with the guy named Chen Yao just now, Lin Chen was simply completely different. But Lin Chen did not know what Song Qingwan was thinking. After handing the helicopter ignition key to Zhou Hai, Lin Chen followed Song Qingwan to register. The two walked along a small path on campus. Osmanthus trees were planted on both sides of the road. September was exactly the season when osmanthus flowers bloomed, and the air was filled with fragrance. At this moment, Song Qingwan suddenly stopped and looked up at Lin Chen. "Junior, thank you for what happened just now." After all, Lin Chen had helped her out of an awkward situation. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "I didn't really do anything. You're too polite, senior." It had to be said, this senior seemed quite cute. From a boyfriend's perspective, the senior looked even more beautiful. Her skin was white like jade, delicate and flawless, without the slightest imperfection. From Lin Chen's angle, he could also see a different view. Ahem. Unexpectedly, although the senior looked slim, what she should have, she lacked nothing. This was truly an angelic face with a devilish figure. As expected of a goddess-level beauty. Song Qingwan was probably the dream lover of many innocent boys, right? Lin Chen could not help sighing in his heart. But at this moment, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind. "Please treat the senior to a meal. Reward, Shuian Yaju Private Estate, Yun Shuijian." Treat the senior to a meal and receive a private estate as a reward? Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? He had gotten up early today. After going through the entire freshman registration process, he was already starving. "Senior, it's time to eat. You helped me a lot, so how about we eat together? My treat." After all, this campus beauty senior had been running around under the hot sun helping him. Treating her to a meal was only reasonable. Song Qingwan pursed her lips and smiled, slightly raising her brows. "You want to treat me to a meal?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes. All right." Song Qingwan agreed happily. She actually did not like going out alone with the opposite sex, but the other party gave her a good impression. It could be seen that Lin Chen was different from those persistent admirers. He simply wanted to thank her, so she did not refuse. "Let's add each other on WeChat? It will be convenient to contact later." Song Qingwan took out her phone and asked. "I'll send you the electronic map of the school first. It will be much more convenient for you later, since our school isn't small." After thinking about it, she added another sentence. "We made this ourselves. It's much more detailed than the ones you find online." Lin Chen nodded. "All right, thank you senior. Should I scan you?" After adding Song Qingwan on WeChat, Lin Chen sent his name. "Lin Chen? My name is Song Qingwan. There is a beauty, graceful and gentle. It fits senior Song's temperament very well." Lin Chen gave a sincere evaluation. Although he had already learned from the onlookers that this senior's name was Song Qingwan. Not only was she beautiful, but her name was also beautiful. Song Qingwan raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Chen with new appreciation. It was said that most people who came to the Chinese department were bad at mathematics, and few truly loved literature. But this junior named Lin Chen immediately recognized the illusion in her name. That was quite rare. Moreover, compared with ordinary rich second generations, he was mature and restrained. Thinking of this, she smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly moved closer to Song Qingwan. "Senior, don't move." Looking at the face so close to her, Song Qingwan was a little confused. What was he going to do? Lin Chen used 2 fingers to pick a fallen osmanthus flower from her hair. "Senior, a flower fell onto your hair." Ah? Oh, haha, thank you." Song Qingwan bit her lower lip. Her cheeks became slightly warm from embarrassment. What had she been thinking just now? How could she misunderstand him like that? It was simply too embarrassing. Seeing the tips of Song Qingwan's ears turning red, Lin Chen secretly smiled. This senior was really cute. Perhaps because Song Qingwan's overthinking made her feel guilty, she spoke noticeably less afterward. After completing all the freshman registration procedures, it was already past lunchtime, and the two prepared to go eat together. Kuyukshuan, a famous Chinese restaurant near Donghai University. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen was amazed by the environment here. As expected of a Chinese restaurant, all the decorations inside were in an antique style. The air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood, making people feel relaxed both physically and mentally. On one side of the dining area, there was a small stage separated by bead curtains. On it, several beautiful women wearing qixiong and qiyaoru skirts were playing musical instruments. Kuyukshuan was also one of the distinctive places in Donghai City. The two casually found a place to sit, just facing the stage, making it convenient to watch the performance. As soon as they sat down, a beauty in a cheongsam immediately brought over a pot of tea. Lin Chen subconsciously said thank you. Song Qingwan slightly raised her eyebrows and smiled, but did not say anything. Unexpectedly, he had quite a gentlemanly manner. At this moment, Lin Chen had already handed a menu to Song Qingwan. "Senior, you can order." "I don't know if you have any food restrictions," Lin Chen said with a smile. Song Qingwan smiled brightly. "I didn't expect you to be quite considerate." After she finished ordering, Lin Chen casually ordered a few more dishes and called the beautiful waitress. Soon, one dish after another arrived, full of color, aroma, and flavor. Just smelling them was enough to make people drool. Song Qingwan seemed to remember something and looked at Lin Chen. "Oh right, Lin Chen, tomorrow all the freshmen will have a class meeting in the classroom. Don't forget." Lin Chen nodded when he heard this. "Okay." Song Qingwan smiled slightly, and her gaze unconsciously fell on Lin Chen. It made Lin Chen feel a bit uneasy. "Senior, what's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "Huh? Ah?" Song Qingwan quickly withdrew her gaze, and her cheeks became slightly warm. "No, no." To ease the embarrassment, she picked up the drink beside her. Only after finishing it did she realize it was fruit wine, and the after-effect was quite strong. Her inexplicable action made Lin Chen both amused and helpless. Immediately afterward, 2 red blushes quickly appeared on Song Qingwan's face. Lin Chen did not expect that Song Qingwan's alcohol tolerance was so poor. After just a few cups of low-alcohol fruit wine, she became like this. Looking at Song Qingwan's flushed cheeks, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. "Senior, are you still okay? I'll take you back." Okay." As soon as Song Qingwan stood up, she staggered. Fortunately, Lin Chen reacted quickly and held her, so she did not fall to the ground. Song Qingwan quickly stood straight, her cheeks slightly warm, feeling extremely embarrassed. Thank you," Song Qingwan murmured, her voice as soft as a mosquito. She suddenly regretted why she had drunk so much at once. Fortunately, she was with Lin Chen, and Lin Chen was also a gentleman. If it had been someone else, she did not know what might have happened. Thinking of this, Song Qingwan felt even more grateful to Lin Chen. But Lin Chen did not think that much. Seeing Song Qingwan's red face, he only wanted to send her back quickly and then go to see his Yunshuijian private estate. "Senior, I think you can't walk much like this. Let me support you." Song Qingwan nodded very embarrassedly. "Okay, thank you for the trouble." "It's no trouble." As he spoke, Lin Chen held Song Qingwan's arm and led her outside. After paying the bill, Lin Chen called a taxi and took Song Qingwan back to the university. Song Qingwan was the campus beauty of Donghai University. Countless people wanted to pursue her, but not a single one had succeeded. So when Lin Chen supported Song Qingwan while walking through the campus, it naturally attracted many people's attention. "Huh? Isn't that the campus beauty Song Qingwan? Who is the person next to her? Could it be her boyfriend? Didn't the campus beauty song say that she wouldn't get a boyfriend while in university? Alas. I didn't expect that without noticing, my goddess has already been taken by someone." Hearing these words, Song Qingwan's cheeks became slightly warm. Because of the alcohol, they were already covered with a red glow. There was no need to think much. They had clearly misunderstood the relationship between her and Lin Chen. Thinking of this, she subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen secretly. She saw that there was not the slightest strange expression on his face, as if he had not heard what was just said at all. Seeing this, Song Qingwan felt slightly relieved. It was good that he did not hear it. Since he did not hear it, she would not explain. Otherwise, it would only make her look unnecessary and self-indulgent. Seeing the conflicted expression on her face, Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Actually, he could roughly guess what Song Qingwan was thinking. Those people spoke so loudly that he naturally heard it. In fact, he did not care. It mainly depended on Song Qingwan. But Song Qingwan did not seem to have any intention of explaining, which meant she did not take it to heart at all. Or perhaps this was actually what she expected. Thinking of this, Lin Chen did not bother to say anything. Finally, they arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory. All around them were couples reluctant to part. A few meters away from Lin Chen and Song Qingwan, there was also a couple being intimate as if no one else was around. Lin Chen silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Amazing. University life now was really good. They could actually do such things in front of so many people. Anyway, he could not do it. As for Song Qingwan, she had actually seen scenes like this before, since she basically encountered them every time she came back. Before, she felt it was fine, but now that Lin Chen was beside her, she only felt extremely embarrassed, unprecedentedly embarrassed, and did not even dare glance in that direction. "We're already downstairs at your dormitory. Then I'll go back first?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, Song Qingwan quickly nodded. The kissing sounds from the couple beside them reached her ears. She really did not want to stay here even for another moment. Seeing this, Lin Chen also nodded. After the two said goodbye, Song Qingwan ran into the dormitory building as if escaping. After Song Qingwan went back, Lin Chen did not stay either and left directly. But he did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he went directly to Shuian Yaju Yunshuijian. Shuian Yaju truly deserved to be the most luxurious private estate area in all of Donghai City. With mountains behind and water nearby, the scenery was picturesque, and even the property management was the top team in Donghai City. Living here would definitely provide an excellent living experience. It had to be said that the environment of Shuian Yaju was truly excellent. It was indeed full of birdsong and fragrance, with a very artistic atmosphere. Soon, Lin Chen saw his Yunshuijian. Lin Chen opened the door and went inside. What he did not know was that in a private estate opposite Yunshuijian, in the living room on the second floor, Jiang Li was wearing lazy home clothes, holding a glass of red wine, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Her long wavy hair reaching her waist was casually tied behind her head. Her gaze passed through the floor-to-ceiling window and landed on the Yunshuijian private estate opposite. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, filled with confusion. Someone is living in Yunshuijian? When did this happen? Didn't they say it wasn't for sale to the public? Yunshuijian had an excellent location. In fact, she had liked Yunshuijian at the beginning. However, at that time, the property management said that Shuian Yaju Yunshuijian was not for sale to the public, so she settled for the next best thing and bought the private estate opposite Yunshuijian. Now, how had someone moved in? Or was this, not for sale to the public, simply not for sale to her? Or perhaps this Yunshuijian had been reserved specifically for this person. Jiang Li slightly raised her red lips. It seemed her neighbor was not simple. She should pay a visit. Since they were neighbors, there would inevitably be interactions. She finished the wine in her glass in one gulp, casually placed the glass on the table, and turned around to enter the room. 3 floors, nearly 700 square meters. Lin Chen toured his private estate and was extremely satisfied. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Could it be the property management? Thinking of this, he got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a graceful figure appeared before his eyes. A black off-shoulder short dress, fiery red lips, upward eyeliner, and extremely charming peach blossom eyes that were captivating. Her chestnut-brown wavy hair casually draped in front of her chest. Those waves were very white. Jiang Li was also stunned. She never expected that this new neighbor was actually so young. He looked as if he was not even 20 yet. Most likely a university student. Although Yunshuijian was not sold to the public, buying this private estate must have cost a lot of money. Living here at such a young age? Could he be the son of a powerful family? Coming back to her senses, Jiang Li extended her hand toward him and smiled charmingly. "Hello neighbor, my name is Jiang Li. I live opposite you." As she spoke, she pointed to her own estate. Seeing this, Lin Chen reached out and symbolically shook her hand. "My name is Lin Chen." Her hand was not only fair but also soft and smooth. Most importantly, her proud figure was extremely eye-catching. Realizing he was being somewhat impolite, Lin Chen quickly withdrew his gaze. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Sorry, I just learned that you moved in. The time was a bit rushed, so I didn't prepare much. Just a small gift as a token of goodwill." As she spoke, Jiang Li presented the gift box in her hands with both hands. Lin Chen felt slightly surprised. Inside were 2 bottles of red wine, which looked quite expensive. "How can I accept this?" Jiang Li was straightforward and directly stuffed the wine into Lin Chen's hands. "There's nothing to feel embarrassed about. It's just a small gesture. You can't refuse." Seeing that he could not refuse, Lin Chen accepted it. "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Lin Chen asked. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows. "Then I will accept your invitation." Lin Chen slightly stepped aside and made a gesture of please. Jiang Li did not act shyly and walked in generously. Her posture swayed gracefully, and every movement showed charm. Lin Chen could not help thinking of an idiom, naturally seductive. After looking around, Jiang Li sighed. "The layout of Shuiyun room is quite good. No wonder it was the place I liked. But I couldn't get it. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin, at such a young age, could buy such a good house. Truly young and promising." Lin Chen smiled faintly and placed the wine on the table. "Miss Jiang, you flatter me. Please sit." Jiang Li's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and her gaze fell on Lin Chen. "If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin, you should be at most just a little over 20, right?" As she spoke, she sat down on the sofa generously, naturally crossing her legs. Lin Chen also sat down opposite her. Miss Jiang guessed correctly. 20. Jiang Li pursed her lips and smiled. You guessed right. Such a little brother. Miss Jiang, that sounds too distant. After all, we are neighbors. I'm older than you. Calling me sisterly won't be a loss for you. What do you think? Looking at Jiang Li's teasing gaze, Lin Chen felt a little confused. Why did he feel like he was being teased? But what she said also made sense. After thinking about it, Lin Chen obediently called her sisterly. Jiang Li immediately laughed so hard that she trembled like a flower branch. Ah, good boy. Now Lin Chen was even more confused. Why was she laughing? What was funny? Was it really that funny? Seeing Lin Chen's innocent and confused expression, Jiang Li found it even more interesting, but she also knew when to stop. Soon after, her phone rang. Jiang Li answered the call immediately, said a few words like and okay, and then hung up. Right after that, she looked at Lin Chen with some apology. Little brother, my company suddenly has a meeting. I have to leave. I'll come play with you next time? Okay. Lin Chen nodded and walked Jiang Li to the door. After sending Jiang Li away, Lin Chen washed up and lay on the soft and comfortable Simmons bed, gradually falling asleep. The next day, as soon as Lin Chen woke up, he received several messages from Song Qingwan. Song Qingwan, yesterday really troubled you. Thank you for sending me back. Song Qingwan, staring blankly.jpg. Song Qingwan, secretly observing.jpg. These cute stickers made Lin Chen laugh. After chatting casually for a few sentences, Lin Chen put down his phone. In the morning, Lin Chen went directly to the teaching building. Yesterday Song Qingwan had specially reminded him that there was a class meeting today. After going upstairs, following the electronic map Song Qingwan had sent him, Lin Chen quickly found his classroom. It had to be said that the Chinese department really had many girls. Along the way he hardly saw any boys. After arriving at the classroom, Lin Chen realized he had come late, and the seats were basically full. Lin Chen casually found a seat and sat down. Just after sitting down, Lin Chen smelled a faint scent of jasmine, barely noticeable, mixed with the natural fragrance of a girl, which smelled very pleasant. The moment Lin Chen sat down, the girl beside him suddenly stiffened and quietly moved her body a little to the other side. Lin Chen also noticed her small movement and greeted her. Hello, classmate. My name is Lin Chen. What about you? She glanced at Lin Chen and quickly withdrew her gaze. Su Mo. This girl looked quite pretty, with a baby face and delicate side profile. Under her straight bangs, her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Lin Chen slightly raised his eyebrows. Mo as in Jasmine? She nodded without speaking, but the tips of her ears turned pink. Lin Chen was quite surprised. He did not expect that nowadays there were still such shy girls. It was quite rare. You had to know that many girls nowadays, if you told them a dirty joke, they could tell one even dirtier than yours. As if unable to resist her curiosity, Su Mo secretly glanced at Lin Chen. How did you guess? Lin Chen said casually. The jasmine fragrance on you. Su Mo was slightly stunned. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly smiled and looked at the student card placed on the table. Your student card is still there. Your name is on it. Su Mo quickly put the student card away. She was about to say something when the acting class advisor arrived. Donghai University had a tradition of assigning each freshman class an acting class advisor for 1 month. This acting class advisor was usually a senior student from the same department. The acting class advisor for Lin Chen's class was a scholarly-looking senior wearing black-framed glasses. After the acting class advisor went on stage to speak, the next step was the election of class officers. Students freely went on stage to give speeches, and then voting was held. Now it was the stage for the Youth League Committee election. A girl was speaking on the stage. It was a bit boring. Lin Chen glanced around and noticed that most of the students in the class were looking down and playing with their phones. Su Mo occasionally looked at Lin Chen's side profile, trying to find a chance to start a conversation, but she did not know what to say. The scene just now was noticed by Zhou Kai, who was sitting in the back row. His face gradually became gloomy. Although Donghai University had many beauties, Su Mo was also one of the best among them, and she was the class beauty of their class. When he first saw Su Mo, he had already intended to win her over. But he did not expect that while he went up to compete for class monitor, someone would try to get ahead of him. He looked Lin Chen up and down in front of him. Seeing that Lin Chen was dressed normally, he felt relieved. Are you Lin Chen? Zhou Kai asked. Lin Chen slightly turned his head back. Seeing that the other person's expression was unfriendly, he only nodded lightly. Where are you from? The tone was very unfriendly. If someone did not know better, they would think he was interrogating a criminal. Lin Chen glanced at him inexplicably and turned away. But Zhou Kai refused to let it go and stepped forward to block him. Wait, I still have something to ask you. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He did not speak and simply looked at him. Only then did Zhou Kai continue to ask, "You didn't come back last night?" Lin Chen nodded. "Why didn't you come back?" Lin Chen smiled. "What does that have to do with you?" Hearing this, Zhou Kai immediately became unhappy. "How does it not have anything to do with me? I'm the dorm leader. If you don't come back at night and something happens, I have to take responsibility. Even if you want to stay outside, you have to apply to the counselor and get approval. Otherwise, you make things difficult for me." Zhou Kai kept talking. Lin Chen immediately became a little impatient. Song Qingwan had also told him that many students lived outside the campus. Applying to the counselor was just a formality. If someone did not apply, the counselor usually just turned a blind eye. And this Zhou Kai was clearly looking for trouble with him. He was also puzzled about when he had offended this person. Noticing the tense atmosphere between the two boys beside Zhou Kai spoke. "Hey, it's fine. Just apply later and it'll be done. I heard it's very easy to get approved." "Yeah, it's very easy to pass." But stubborn Zhou Kai did not notice the way his companions were giving him a way out and continued. "I'm telling you, if something happens to you outside, I can't take that responsibility." At this moment, Suemo also turned back and glanced at him. A bit of joy appeared on Zhou Kai's face. "Suemo, you agree, right?" Suemo slightly frowned. What did this have to do with her? "I don't know." After saying this, Suemo turned back and pretended to write something, but her attention was actually on Lin Chen. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door, and Lin Chen subconsciously looked up. The person who came was Song Qingwan. Behind her were several senior students. Zhou Kai's eyes lit up. He was completely amazed, and his eyes almost stuck to Song Qingwan. The classroom immediately became lively. "So this is the campus beauty senior Song Qingwan of Donghai University? She looks much better in person than in photos and videos. No wonder people said before that Song Qingwan isn't photogenic. Now I see it's true. The photos look good, but she looks even better in person. Senior Song was carefully sculpted by Manhwa, while we were just random lumps of mud thrown out. That hurts." Zhou Kai sighed. He also had self-awareness. A goddess like Song Qingwan would not lack admirers, and he was nothing among them. So he could only settle for the next best thing and change his target to Suemo. Now it was the stage for recruiting new members for clubs. As the president of the Chinese Classic Society, Song Qingwan was speaking on the stage. The Chinese Classic Society aims to promote the essence of traditional Chinese culture, traditional moral norms, and profound philosophical thought, enrich campus life, and provide every student at Donghai University with a platform to understand, communicate, and inherit Chinese classical culture. As for what she was saying, almost no one in the classroom really listened. Nearly everyone's attention was on her. After all, beautiful people were pleasing to look at. After Song Qingwan finished promoting the Chinese Classic Society on the stage, several members hurried down to record the names of freshmen interested in joining. Song Qingwan, holding a form, also walked down. Zhou Kai immediately straightened his posture. Seeing Song Qingwan smiling at him and walking toward him, Zhou Kai's heart beat wildly. What if Senior Song liked him? But if he had to choose between Song Qingwan and Suemo, he would definitely choose Song Qingwan. While he was lost in imagination, Song Qingwan stopped in front of Lin Chen. "Junior, are you interested in joining our Chinese Classic Society?" At this moment, many people's gazes were focused on Lin Chen. Zhou Kai's expression froze instantly. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at Song Qingwan, who was smiling at him. "So many people are actively joining. It doesn't matter if I'm not one of them, right?" Lin Chen said with a smile. Actually, he did not want to join any clubs because there were too many things to deal with. He preferred to spend his 4 years of university freely. Song Qingwan covered her mouth and smiled. "If you could join, it would be even better." Lin Chen slightly raised his eyebrows. "Are there any benefits to joining the Chinese Classic Society?" Song Qingwan sat in the empty seat in front of him and said, "It's like this. If you join the Chinese Classic Society, you can earn club credits. This is very important for the final comprehensive evaluation. Our society also organizes some activities. If you win awards, you will receive university-level certificates. Certificates can also add points and help when looking for a job after graduation." That does seem to make sense. Lin Chen nodded. Actually, he was not interested in credits at all, but since Song Qingwan had asked, joining a club was not a big deal. As he spoke, he picked up Song Qingwan's pen and filled in his information on the form. Everyone felt another wave of envy and jealousy. They had all received 9 years of compulsory education, so why could he be so outstanding and have senior Song Qingwan personally come to recruit him into the club? Zhou Kai's face turned pale and green. He had already regarded Lin Chen as his biggest rival. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to speak to Song Qingwan. Well, Senior Song, I also want to join the Chinese Classics Society. But Song Qingwan only looked at him once, then turned her head to look at her club members. Xiao Qing, bring a form over for this junior. After throwing out the sentence, Song Qingwan continued talking with Lin Chen. A fat senior girl with a body close to 200 Jean hopped over and handed a form to Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai was really angry inside. But anger is anger, he still picked up a signing pen and schwa 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 wrote his name. I'll go to the restroom. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. He wanted to go out to get some air. If he stayed here longer, he was afraid he would be angered to death. The two boys beside him quickly made space for him to let him go out. After chatting a few sentences, Song Qingwan took the club members and left. After all, they still had to go to the next class to recruit new members. Zhou Kai, who smoked several cigarettes in the toilet, also returned to his seat. Zhang He, who was browsing the campus network, suddenly shouted, "Wokao." Zhou Kai frowned and asked unhappily. Someone in our school came to report in a helicopter. And from our school of literature. I really don't know which big boss it is. As freshmen, their information was still very closed, so naturally they did not know the one who came in a helicopter was Lin Chen sitting in front of them. Zhou Kai sighed and said faintly, I heard about this. A helicopter costs at least several million, the fuel cost is not cheap, and you also need to buy a flight route. This is a life only rich tycoons can enjoy. I heard this big boss even has a private helipad in Donghai City. Even the staff managing the helipad are retired captains. Such a big boss is someone we can only look up to. Lin Chen had sharp ears and heard these words, and smiled helplessly. If Zhou Kai later knew that he himself was the big boss who came by helicopter, who knows what expression he would have. Just thinking about it is interesting. Soon, the second group of club members arrived at the door. Shen Mingqi quickly took out a makeup mirror at the door to check her makeup, and took out lipstick to touch up the bite lip makeup she carefully made. After confirming she was now in the best condition, she closed the makeup mirror with satisfaction. The girl beside her said with a smile. Mingqi, in the previous classes we didn't see you so attentive. Could it be that there is a junior in this class you like? Shen Mingqi slightly raised the corner of her mouth and looked at her proudly. What do you understand? Opportunities are always left for people who are prepared. As she spoke, she straightened her proud assets, slightly raised her chin, looking like a mature queen-like woman. Her gaze swept across the freshmen one by one, searching for a certain figure. The moment she saw Lin Chen, her eyes lit up. The junior who came by helicopter. Today she specially wore a tight white shirt, perfectly showing her good figure. On the lower body she matched an irregular hip-hugging skirt, and wore a pair of high thin heels. Different from Song Qingwan's slimness, she belongs to the plump type, the top-class body in the eyes of most boys. When Lin Chen saw her for the first time, he only had one thought. These few buttons are really working hard. Right after that, Shen Mingqi walked toward Lin Chen. Junior Lin Chen, hello, do you still remember me? Shen Mingqi said with a light smile. This scene made the boys present extremely envious. First the campus beauty song, and now a sexy senior sister. They did not understand, except for not being as handsome as Lin Chen, what else about them was worse than this guy. Lin Chen slightly frowned. Who are you? He only felt that this sexy senior sister looked somewhat familiar, but he forgot where he had seen her. The expression on Shen Mingqi's face stiffened for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. I am Qingwan's roommate, Shen Mingqi. On the welcome day, I was right beside Qingwan. She explained patiently. Oh? He still didn't remember. At that time, his attention seemed to be all on Song Qingwan, and he completely did not remember that there was any Shen Mingqi beside her. Hello, senior. Although he did not remember who she was, out of politeness, Lin Chen still called her senior. Shen Mingqi showed a happy expression. You remembered, right? Lin Chen nodded a little awkwardly. At this time, Shen Mingqi placed a form in front of Lin Chen, put both hands on Lin Chen's desk, and conveniently gave a wave of benefits. Junior, do you want to join our literature club? As she spoke, she even winked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly moved slightly backward. No way, he felt a little dizzy, he was afraid he was malnourished. Senior, I just joined one club. If I join another one, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. After receiving Lin Chen's refusal, Shen Mingqi was not annoyed. She sat down in front of him, which was the seat where Song Qingwan had just sat. What club did you join? Can it be as good as our literature club? Our literature club is the #1 club in the School of Literature, and there are many beauties. As she spoke, she supported her cheek with one hand, looking cute and innocent. Guoxue Club. When she heard these 3 words, Shenmingqi's expression changed, and in her heart she cursed Song Qingwan as a white lotus green tea bitch. On the surface she said she would not date during the 4 years of university, but behind the scenes she hooked up with her prey. Thinking of this, Shenmingqi leaned closer and whispered in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. "Aren't you afraid of trouble? How about this, you come to our club and just put your name on the list. You don't need to do any work related to the literature club. How about it?" Lin Chen smiled. "Senior, are you using your authority to open a back door for me?" Shenmingqi leaned back and supported her cheek with both hands. "If you want to understand it that way, it's actually fine." At this moment, the system that had not appeared for several days appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a plot task. Join Shenmingqi's literature club, reward 5 million. This time it was directly cash? However, these 5 million came a bit too easily, right? Compared with coming to report by helicopter, this task was much simpler. It was just joining a club, and he could get 5 million. Why not do it? Moreover, Shenmingqi also said that he only needed to put his name on the list. But if he could complete the task and get the reward, no matter how busy he was willing. While Lin Chen was in a daze, Shenmingqi asked, "Junior, have you thought about it?" Lin Chen came back to his senses and smiled slightly. "I've thought about it. I'll join." Seeing this, Shenmingqi showed a happy expression and immediately handed the signing pen to Lin Chen. Almost at the moment Lin Chen finished filling out the form, the mechanical voice of the system appeared in his mind again. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving 5 million yuan. Note, 5 million has been transferred into the host's card." "Junior, what's wrong with you?" Shenmingqi asked. Lin Chen smiled. "Nothing. Senior, you really are my lucky star." Shenmingqi was slightly stunned. Was she being flirted with by Lin Chen? After reacting, Shenmingqi's pretty face turned red, and she said in a coquettish tone, "I didn't see it before, but you're really good at flirting with girls." Although she did not know how she became Lin Chen's lucky star, Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. At this time, Shenmingqi's club promotion activity also ended. Before leaving, she also added Lin Chen on WeChat. Right after that, several other clubs came to promote themselves, but Lin Chen could not listen anymore. He now only wanted to properly experience his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Finally the class ended. Everyone rushed out, but Lin Chen disliked the crowd and waited until the flow of people was smaller before going downstairs. As soon as he reached the bottom of the building, he saw a crowd surrounding a car, and the car surrounded was his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Damn! Awesome plus! This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? My dreaming car. So damn handsome. If I could drive this luxury car once, I would even be willing to lose 3 years of my life. Everyone stay a bit farther away. If it accidentally gets scratched, hundreds of thousands will be wasted. Zhou Kai was also standing aside, looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of him with amazement. This is a real luxury car. His roommate Zhang He beside him asked, "Brother Kai, this car looks very expensive. How much does it cost?" Zhou Kai glanced at him and said, "This car costs more than 6 million after landing. That's only the price of the base car. If you add optional configurations, you have to add several million more. If it's the top configuration, the added price is even higher." Zhang He took a deep breath. This is too terrifying. Today I really learned something. At this moment, Zhou Kai saw Lin Chen standing nearby with his arms crossed and smiled. "What, you also like this car?" Lin Chen glanced at him and said nothing. Zhou Kai sneered and walked forward. "Even if you like it, it's useless. A luxury car like this will never have any intersection with our lives. However, although I can't drive a Rolls-Royce, I do have a BMW 5 Series. Although it can't compare with Rolls-Royce, it's still not bad." Lin Chen frowned slightly and looked at him as if looking at a fool. He did not know who gave him the courage to show superiority in front of him. Zhou Kai felt uneasy when being looked at like that, and suddenly became angry. "What kind of look is that? You look down on me." The words behind were forcibly swallowed by Zhou Kai. Because Lin Chen had already taken out the car key, walked toward the Rolls-Royce, opened the door, and sat inside. Zhou Kai's mouth formed an O, looking as if he had seen a ghost. What did he just see? Lin Chen sat in that Rolls-Royce Phantom? That means this luxury car was Lin Chen's? Damn, so this luxury car belongs to this little brother? Why do I feel he looks a bit familiar? Isn't this that helicopter big boss? He is the freshman who came to report by helicopter? Then it's not strange. He even has a helicopter, not to mention a supercar. Woo-woo, I wonder if little brother has a girlfriend. If not, do you mind having one? If you do you mind having one more? I'm very obedient, I won't fight or compete. When Zhou Kai reacted, Lin Chen had already driven the Rolls-Royce Phantom away. Listening to the voices around him, Zhou Kai seemed as if all the strength in his body had been drained, and his face looked as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly alive. Just now he also caught an important piece of information: Lin Chen was the freshman who came to report by helicopter. Now he understood why the two senior sisters both showed courtesy to Lin Chen, and he also understood where exactly he lost when compared with Lin Chen. He had money power. Zhou Kai's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground, finally fleeing in embarrassment. Sitting in the top-configured Rolls-Royce, Lin Chen felt extremely pleasantly surprised. A naturally aspirated 60-degree V12 engine, paired with a ZF 6-speed automatic transmission, accelerating from a stationary state to 100 km per hour only takes 5.9 seconds, and the maximum speed can reach 240 km per hour. One word: cool. Two words: super cool. Lin Chen drove freely on the wide road. The surrounding cars all tried to stay far away. Actually, this can be understood. A luxury car of this level, if an ordinary person accidentally scratches it, they can basically prepare to sell their car and house. When waiting at the red light, Lin Chen rolled down the car window. Immediately, a frivolous whistle came from the side, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. It was a beauty with an internet celebrity face, big eyes, and a sharp chin. Lin Chen suddenly thought of the snake spirit from Calabash Brothers. At least in his opinion, it had no sense of beauty at all. Compared with those pure senior sisters in the school, it could not compare at all. Not to mention Jiang Li, who was a domineering president. She threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. "Handsome guy, want to make a friend?" Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and silently rolled the car window up. When the light turned green, Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the roar of the Rolls-Royce V12 engine instantly burst out. And the Rolls-Royce Phantom directly disappeared from the shocked sight of the internet celebrity face beauty. When he returned to Shui and Yaju, it was already 10 o'clock at night. As soon as he entered the door, a WeChat notification sound rang. It was a friend request, with the note, "Zhou Kai." Lin Chen originally wanted to ignore it directly, but after thinking about it, he still accepted the request. As soon as he accepted it, several messages were sent one after another. "Zhou Kai, Lin Chen, I'm sorry, today I was blind and ignorant. Zhou Kai, we are classmates, can you forgive me this time? Zhou Kai, I promise I will never do this again." Lin Chen frowned and directly set his messages to Do Not Disturb. Just as he was about to go wash up, Shen Mingqi sent another message. "Shen Mingqi, Jr., are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to a meal?" Shen Mingqi, Cube.jpg. Shen Mingqi, acting Cube.jpg. Lin Chen thought about it and still refused. Shen Mingqi, that's such a pity. I just happen to have 2 movie tickets. After eating we can also go watch a movie. Immediately after, she sent a picture. On it were 2 movie tickets that were recently very popular, and below the tickets was a pair of legs wearing fishnet stockings. "Lin Chen, these movie tickets are really white." Shen Mingqi, on the other side of the phone, saw the message Lin Chen sent and smiled with pursed lips. This was her ultimate trick to attract men. Almost without hesitation, she quickly typed a line in the chat box. "Shen Mingqi, then will Junior come watch the movie with me?" For a moment, Lin Chen did not know what to say. Lin Chen's silence made Shen Mingqi a little embarrassed, and she continued. "I just want to find someone to accompany me to watch a movie. After all, going to watch a movie alone is quite pitiful." "Lin Chen, better not, I'm afraid I'll be malnourished." Shen Mingqi immediately felt a little disappointed. "All right then. Pitiful.jpg. Shen Mingqi, holding the phone, supported her cheek with one hand and rarely began to worry. She did not know why, but she always felt that Lin Chen's attitude toward her was sometimes close and sometimes distant. The more he was like this, the more itchy her heart felt. No, she must win Lin Chen. Even if God comes, it cannot be changed. Shen Mingqi secretly made up her mind in her heart. The next day there was a military training mobilization meeting. Lin Chen woke up late and directly drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom out, only then did he not arrive late. When he arrived at the large conference room, he discovered it was almost already full. At this time, Shen Mingqi in the crowd suddenly stood up and waved at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, here. I saved a seat for you." Lin Chen looked around and found that there was only one empty seat beside Shen Mingqi, so he had no choice but to walk over and sit down. "Thank you." Shen Mingqi smiled sweetly. "Why are you being polite with me?" Today Shen Mingqi wore a white slim knit top and hot pants on the lower body, perfectly showing the advantages of her figure. It attracted many male students to look sideways. Lin Chen could not help but say, "Senior sister has great charm. Many boys' attention is on senior sister." Shen Mingqi said coquettishly, "Not really. I see that your attention is not on me either." Lin Chen did not directly answer her question but asked. Senior sister, doesn't it feel tight? Shen Mingqi was slightly stunned and immediately understood Lin Chen's meaning, and at once showed a worried expression. It's tight. Figures like ours are the real trouble. Wearing loose clothes makes us look fat, wearing tight clothes. She did not continue the words behind and instead gave Lin Chen a you-know look. Then she sighed. I don't want to look fat, so I can only be like this. All right. After Lin Chen said 2 words, he turned his gaze to the instructor on the podium. Looking at his side face, a trace of a successful smile flashed in Shen Mingqi's eyes. Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of continuing to speak, Shen Mingqi continued to find topics. Actually, this mobilization meeting has no meaning. Even if you didn't come, it wouldn't matter. It's just to receive the military training uniform. I can get it for you. Lin Chen quickly said. Since I already came, I won't trouble senior sister. Lin Chen was really not used to the enthusiasm of the senior sister. Counting everything, they had only met 3 times, yet she wanted to treat him to food and watch movies, and also helped him save a seat. All right. Shen Mingqi also knew when to stop. If she continued speaking, it might make Lin Chen dislike it, so she obediently closed her mouth and listened seriously to the instructor speaking above. Not far away in the seats, Zhou Kai had focused his attention on Lin Chen from the moment Lin Chen entered the door. There were 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes, and he looked extremely haggard. Yesterday he sent an apology message to Lin Chen, but Lin Chen did not reply to him, making him unable to sleep well the whole night, his heart restless. His family was only moderately well off, and that BMW 5 Series was bought with a loan. If he offended a hidden big boss like Lin Chen, if it was not handled well, he would not be far from social death at Donghai University. There was almost no chance to turn things around. The more Zhou Kai thought about it, the more afraid he became, and a layer of sticky cold sweat appeared on his back. His university life had just begun. He did not want social death. Zhang He beside him asked. Brother Kai, what's wrong with you? Why does your face look so bad? Are you sick? Zhou Kai did not reply to him and instead looked at Lin Chen. Now it was exactly the break time. Zhou Kai thought about it and directly stood up and walked toward Lin Chen. When he reached in front of Lin Chen, Zhou Kai directly bowed 90 degrees. Student Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I apologize to you for my recklessness and rudeness yesterday. The sudden bow startled Lin Chen, and he was completely confused. The students present all looked over because of Zhou Kai's action. Perhaps thinking that Lin Chen did not hear clearly, Zhou Kai repeated it again, adding another standard 90-degree bow. The students did not understand. What's going on? Why is class monitor Zhou Kai apologizing to him? I don't know. Who can tell us what happened? Only then did Lin Chen come back to his senses. You're overthinking. I didn't take it to heart. But when Zhou Kai heard this sentence, he felt extremely frantic inside. You didn't take it to heart, then why didn't you reply to my message? Although he thought this in his heart, he did not dare to show it. Thank you. After thanking him, Zhou Kai returned to his seat and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen looked confused. When he turned his head and saw Shen Mingqi's inquisitive expression, he helplessly spread his hands. He really did not take it to heart, and he did not expect Zhou Kai to apologize to him in public. Soon, the military training mobilization meeting ended. After receiving the military training uniforms, the students left the large classroom one after another. And Shen Mingqi also left early because she had something to do. Lin Chen held the military training uniform and prepared to leave. Downstairs, Song Qingwan looked at that Rolls-Royce Phantom, and there was some confusion in her beautiful eyes. This was her favorite car, without exception. There is actually someone in the school driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. How come I never noticed before? Could it be a freshman? Just when she was confused, Lin Chen walked out. She was about to go up to greet him, but she saw Lin Chen get into that Rolls-Royce Phantom and leave freely. Song Qingwan was so shocked that the documents in her hands fell to the ground. That Rolls-Royce Phantom belonged to Lin Chen? Lin Chen did not know about this small episode. He went straight back to his Yunshuijian. As soon as he returned to the private villa, he received a message from Song Qingwan. Song Qingwan, Jr., you will start military training tomorrow. I'll give you some friendly tips. Prepare at least 1 pair of softer and thicker shoe insoles, and sunscreen is also essential. Song Qingwan, otherwise, you can only pray that the instructor will let you tan evenly. Seeing the last sentence, Lin Chen could not help laughing. Tan evenly, what kind of operation is that? As a straight man, Lin Chen naturally did not know the power of sunscreen. But it was already quite late now, it seemed he could only buy it tomorrow. The next day, because it was the first day of military training, everyone woke up very early. In the entire campus, there were almost all camouflage figures. and the instructor of Lin Chen's group had bad luck and drew a playground without any shade as the training ground. The weather in September, although it was early autumn, was still terribly hot. The playground where Lin Chen and the others were was like a huge steamer, and these students were like small steamed buns inside the steamer, steaming hot. After the first day, Lin Chen looked at his arm with a clear black and white dividing line and felt speechless. And the military training time was half a month. Now he understood what Song Qingwan meant when she said that if he didn't use sunscreen, he could only pray that the instructor would let them tan evenly. Lin Chen sighed, took out his phone, found Song Qingwan's avatar, and tapped it. "Senior, may I ask which brand of sunscreen works well?" Song Qingwan, who received the message, could not help smiling. "Song Qingwan, last time during an event I bought quite a lot of small gold bottle sunscreen. I still have several unopened bottles here, and I probably won't finish them. I'll bring one for you tomorrow?" "Lin Chen, isn't that a bit embarrassing?" "Song Qingwan, what's embarrassing about it? It's just a bottle of sunscreen." "Lin Chen, alright then. I'll treat Senior to a meal after military training." After chatting casually for a few sentences, Lin Chen threw his phone aside and went to take a shower. The next day, everyone lined up in formation. The instructor looked serious. "Yesterday, our class monitor saw a message on your campus network. A freshman complained that our military training is not strict enough and that he didn't receive training, so we decided to increase the difficulty." As soon as this sentence came out, there were complaints everywhere below. What freshman said this? At first glance it was a prank by second or third year seniors, and only the instructor would take it seriously. But the ones suffering were their group of freshmen. Seeing the complaining freshmen, the instructor immediately became unhappy. "Look at you all, each one of you looks weak. You can't even withstand one punch from me. Increasing the training is also to exercise your bodies." Lin Chen, who was standing at the back, suddenly shivered, because he received another task from the system. Ding! "Congratulations to the host for triggering a plot task, challenge the instructor, reward top-level fighting skills, lifetime effective." Lin Chen looked at the instructor's strong body, gritted his teeth, and raised his hand. "Instructor, I disagree with what you said." Swish! Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chen. Some were surprised, some confused, some were enjoying the misfortune. The instructor frowned. "Step out." Hearing this, Lin Chen walked out of the formation and calmly stared at the instructor in front of him. No matter what, in terms of momentum he absolutely could not lose. "Do you have any objection?" the instructor asked. Lin Chen slowly spoke. "Just now the instructor said we are weak and can't even withstand one punch from you. I disagree with this sentence. So, I want to compete with you." The instructor was stunned, and the other students all took a sharp breath. What did they just hear? Lin Chen wanted to compete with the instructor? Who gave him the courage, LJR? But Lin Chen was not panicked at all, because at the moment he finished saying this sentence, the system appeared. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining top-level fighting skills. Host, do you want to use it now?" Lin Chen's mind moved slightly. "Use." Boom! A large amount of fighting knowledge poured into Lin Chen's brain, as if he were a person with many years of fighting experience. At the same time, he also felt his body full of strength, as if it could explode at any time. Looking at Lin Chen's thin arms and thin legs, the instructor laughed. "Are you sure you want to compete with me? I'm afraid one punch from me will knock you down." Lin Chen stood in place and moved his joints. "Instructor should knock me down first before saying that." The instructor laughed angrily and rushed forward with his fist raised. Lin Chen dodged sideways and smoothly used an over-the-shoulder throw, throwing the instructor onto the ground. The whole place was shocked. What did they just see? Lin Chen threw the instructor onto the ground? This was too terrifying. The instructor on the ground looked confused, but he quickly reacted. "Good kid, you have some skills." As the words fell, he rushed toward Lin Chen again. But this time, he did not dare to underestimate him anymore. Just when he rushed over, Lin Chen used a sweeping leg, and the instructor fell to the ground again. "Good!" The surrounding students burst into loud cheers. "Ozzel! Lin Chen is too handsome, love it love it. This is too manly, full of sense of security. Damn, Lin Chen is awesome plus." The instructor stood up and admitted defeat. "You kid are capable. I can't beat you, I admit defeat. You let me win." After throwing down these 3 words, Lin Chen planned to return to the formation. Unexpectedly, the instructor stopped him. "Wait a moment." Lin Chen turned back with some confusion. "What's wrong?" The instructor continued. "It's like this. I see your ability is good. How about you be my assistant instructor?" Assistant instructor? Lin Chen looked confused. Being an assistant instructor means helping me train them. Then you don't need to train anymore, and you can also rest in a cooler place. Most importantly, you can also gain credits. The instructor said slowly. Lin Chen nodded. That's fine. The students were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why with the same 9 years of compulsory education, Lin Chen trains others, while they are being trained? They also wanted to stay in the shade. The instructor glanced at everyone. Envious? If you can beat me, you can also do this. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. Let them beat the instructor? What international joke is this? Next, Lin Chen became much more relaxed. He only needed to shout slogans and train them. Very satisfied. At this time, Lin Chen saw a familiar figure not far away waving at him. Lin Chen reported to the instructor and then left the formation and walked over. Senior, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Today Song Qingwan wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans. Her hair was braided into a plait hanging on one side, and even her bangs were carefully curled. She should have hurried over. The bangs in front of her forehead were slightly wet, and her cheeks were also red. Song Qingwan took out a small bottle from her crossbody bag and handed it to Lin Chen. Here, did you forget? Sunscreen. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. He indeed forgot about this. Because just now he had been too comfortable. He only needed to shout slogans and had hardly been in the sun. Although he might not need the sunscreen anymore, Song Qingwan had brought it for him, so there was no reason for him not to accept it. Lin Chen took the sunscreen and said gratefully, "Thank you, senior." Right after that, Song Qingwan searched in her bag again. "Wait, I still have something to give you." As she spoke, she stuffed another small bottle into Lin Chen's hand. This is after sun repair essence. It can also whiten the skin. When you go back, apply it to the places that got tanned. It should turn white again. Senior, you are really considerate. Looking at the bottles in his hands, Lin Chen praised sincerely. Song Qingwan smiled sweetly, and her beautiful eyes curved like crescents. Anyway, I still have a lot. Then Song Qingwan asked again. Lin Chen, why did I see that you weren't training with them just now? Lin Chen looked back at the formation and said. I'm the assistant instructor now. I specifically train them. Huh? Song Qingwan was a little stunned. What situation was this? I didn't hear wrong, right? You train them? Lin Chen nodded. Now Song Qingwan was completely confused. Why can you train them? Aren't you also a freshman? Shouldn't you be training with them? Her silly and cute appearance made Lin Chen unable to help laughing, and he became playful. I don't know. Maybe the instructor thinks I'm handsome. Song Qingwan was slightly stunned. You and your slick mouth. As she spoke, she stuffed the iced lemon grapefruit tea in her hand into his hand. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving, carrot humph. After saying that, she turned and left. She did not forget to look back. When the military training ends, don't forget to treat me to a meal. Lin Chen smiled and waved to her. When Lin Chen returned, he found that everyone was resting, forming a circle, and in the middle of the field several girls from the class were dancing hot dances. Many boys watched with great interest and occasionally discussed which girl had a better figure and which girl looked prettier. Lin Chen casually found an empty place and sat down, drinking his honey grapefruit tea. Brother, not bad. I didn't expect you to win over the campus beauty song. A boy named Zhang Cheng looked at Lin Chen and teased. After taking a sip of lemon grapefruit tea, Lin Chen grinned. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Cheng showed a, I understand everything, expression. Cut? Still pretending. That's not interesting. Just now we all saw it. The milk tea in your hand was given by Campus Beauty Song, right? Just when Lin Chen was about to speak, the instructor started speaking. He said a lot, and the general meaning was to play a game, the game of dropping the handkerchief. Lin Chen only felt a bit bored. After playing several rounds, Lin Chen was already yawning from sleepiness. This time, the one selected was Su Mo. According to the rules of the game, she had to drop the handkerchief behind someone without being noticed before the song ended. Her gaze instantly fell on Lin Chen, and she immediately had an idea. Lin Chen helplessly shook his head. He only felt she was really foolish. Her eyes had already clearly told him her thoughts. Sure enough, she threw the item in her hand behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen reacted quickly and immediately stood up and chased after her with the item. Su Mo suddenly panicked, her foot twisted, and her whole body fell toward the ground. Everyone was shocked. Lin Chen subconsciously rushed forward and helped her up. Are you okay? Lin Chen asked. Su Mo shook her head. Tears were in her eyes, and the pain made her lips turn pale. My foot, twisted. Su Mo said softly. Lin Chen quickly squatted down to check her injury and found that her ankle was swollen a lot. He immediately reported to the instructor and took her to the infirmary. On the way, Suemo looked up at Lin Chen's firm chin. Her heart beat rapidly and could not calm down. After coming out of the infirmary, Lin Chen directly sent her to the bottom of the dormitory building. Can you go up by yourself? Lin Chen asked. Suemo nodded. I can. She paused and continued. Thank you, Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. Speaking of it, it's my fault. If I didn't chase you, you wouldn't have fallen. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Suemo became a little anxious and quickly said. It's not your fault. Lin Chen was stunned. Why did she react so strongly? After coming back to her senses, Suemo also felt that she reacted too strongly and quickly explained. It's not your fault, I was just careless. I'm going back. After saying this, she limped into the dormitory building. After finally reaching the second floor, she lay on the window and looked downstairs, but found that Lin Chen's figure was gone, and a faint sense of loss spread in her heart. More than 10 days of military training passed quickly. All the boys in the class, except Lin Chen, had become several shades darker. Lin Chen, who was exercising on the treadmill in the gym of his private villa, suddenly stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a plot task. Treat Song Qingwan to a meal, reward 30% shares of Jiaqing Company. Lin Chen sat on the bench and almost forgot that he still owed Song Qingwan a meal. After all, because of her sunscreen, he avoided becoming a piece of coal. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Song Qingwan. Lin Chen, Senior, when are you free? I still owe you a meal. Song Qingwan almost replied instantly, tomorrow at noon, how about it? Lin Chen, okay. It just happened that he had no classes tomorrow. The next day, downstairs of the girls' dormitory building, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked. People passing by all exclaimed. This car is so cool. It looks very expensive. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, nearly 10 million. Awesome. Which rich young master is waiting for his girlfriend? Lin Chen, who was in the driver's seat, sent a voice message to Song Qingwan asking when she would come down. Just after sending the message, he saw Song Qingwan coming downstairs. Today Song Qingwan seemed to have specially dressed up. She wore a white off-shoulder dress, her hair tied in a bun, and 2 strands of dragon whisker bangs hung on both sides of her cheeks, making her face look even smaller. As soon as she came downstairs, Song Qingwan saw the eye-catching Rolls-Royce Phantom and walked directly toward it. The people around were all stunned. What's going on? So this car is waiting for Campus Beauty Song? Isn't Campus Beauty Song not dating? Could it be that she was taken by the rich second generation with the Rolls-Royce Phantom? Sure enough, saying not dating is all fake. Lin Chen also got out of the car and opened the door on the other side for her. Song Qingwan hesitated to speak, but in the end she obediently sat in the passenger seat. This was her favorite car. She really wanted to drive it and try the feeling. Seeing Song Qingwan looking at the driver's seat from time to time, Lin Chen asked, Senior, do you want to try driving it? Song Qingwan's eyes lit up. Can I? Lin Chen nodded, got out of the car, and switched positions with her. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Song Qingwan was extremely excited. When she stepped on the accelerator, the sound of the V12 engine burst out, and Song Qingwan's excited little face turned red. Lin Chen leaned lazily against the seat back and teased. I didn't expect Senior to be an experienced driver. Of course. Song Qingwan glanced at him proudly, turned her head, and seriously drove the car, experiencing the pleasure of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yujian Western Restaurant. The cool Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance, and everyone's attention was drawn over. No one did not want to see what kind of person was driving such a luxury car. When they saw Song Qingwan, whose appearance was almost perfect, getting down from the driver's seat, everyone was amazed. Many men present were about to go up and start a conversation, but when they saw Lin Chen getting out from the passenger seat, they immediately froze in place. The expressions on their faces became hard to describe. So she already had a pretty boy. They looked at Lin Chen and wished they could replace him. After finishing the meal, the mechanical voice of the system immediately sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 30% shares of Jiaqing Company. Lin Chen became excited. He had heard of Jiaqing Company. It was one of the leading enterprises in Donghai City. That means he was now already a major shareholder of Jiaqing Company. A winner in life, right? Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen with some confusion. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so happy? Lin Chen looked at her gratefully. Senior, you are also my lucky star. Song Qingwan. Naturally, she did not notice the word also. Chairman's office of Jiaqing Company. Jiang Li, wearing a professional outfit, sat on the office chair, rubbing her slightly aching temples with one hand. Recently, Jiaqing Company's capital chain had problems. She had not slept well for several days in a row, and the whole person looked somewhat haggard. Originally, she had found a company that could invest money, but their boss was too greedy. If she agreed to their conditions, even if Jiaqing could get through this crisis, it would definitely suffer heavy damage. Moreover, what they wanted was not only Jiaqing's shares, but also her. This was the thing Jiang Li could not tolerate the most. Chairman, Chairman. The anxious voice of Secretary Zhang Yuanyuan came from the door. Jiang Li frowned slightly. What is it? Why are you so flustered? Our company's capital chain problem has been solved. What? Jiang Li stood up from her seat in shock. Say it again? Zhang Yuanyuan was obviously also very excited. Just now, a gentleman named Lin Chen injected 500 million in cash at once. Our company's capital chain crisis can be solved. Jiang Li's tightly locked brows finally relaxed, and her whole body relaxed from the tense state. After coming back to her senses, she looked at Zhang Yuanyuan. The gentleman you just mentioned, what did you say his name was? Zhang Yuanyuan quickly said. Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Jiang Li was shocked. Could it be her neighbor? As soon as this thought appeared, it was denied. Jiang Li smiled helplessly. How could it be him? He was still so young. Even if he had money, buying Yun Shuijian would cost several hundred million. How could he still have 500 million in cash? It should be someone with the same name. Zhang Yuanyuan asked. Chairman, should I contact this Mr. Lin and ask him to come handle the handover procedures? Jiang Li nodded, her red lips slightly parted. Yes, go. Immediately after, Jiang Li took a deep breath and arranged her appearance as quickly as possible. Waiting for Lin Chen to arrive. She could not help but begin to doubt again whether the person who helped their company solve the capital chain problem was Lin Chen. At this moment, her phone rang. Seeing the note displayed on the phone, a trace of disgust flashed in Jiang Li's beautiful eyes, but she still pressed the answer button. President Jiang, have you considered it? 100 million in funds, we want 30% of the shares. If you have considered it, come to the hotel tonight. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Li directly interrupted him. Mr. Zhang, no need. After saying that, she directly hung up the phone. 100 million funds, asking for 30% of the shares, what a joke. That Mr. Lin directly invested 500 million. Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone looked at his phone with disbelief, his whole person was stunned. Jiang Li actually dared to hang up his phone? At that time he would make Jiang Li cry and beg him. On this side, Lin Chen had already arrived downstairs of the company. After the security personnel completed the registration, he walked into the company. After just a few steps, he heard a burst of scolding. Hey, what are you doing? Here for a job interview? Lin Chen turned his head back in confusion, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit looking at him bossily. Seeing that Lin Chen did not speak, he continued. Hurry up and leave, we are not recruiting today. Then he looked at the security personnel not far away. What are you people doing? Don't you know that a distinguished guest is coming today? Why are you letting this kind of idle person in? Lin Chen was completely angry now. At this moment, a female voice came. Manager Zhou, what are you arguing about? Seeing the person who came, Manager Zhou quickly said flatteringly. Director Sun, these security guards are not sensible, letting people come in casually. Lin Chen looked at the woman in professional clothes. Sun Feifei, Director Sun? Hearing this, Sun Feifei was stunned. You are? Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. Manager Zhou's face instantly turned pale. He seemed to remember that the distinguished guest was called Lin Chen. Sun Feifei was also shocked. She never expected that this Mr. Lin would actually be so young and handsome. And just now, Manager Zhou almost asked someone to drive this Mr. Lin out. Sun Feifei felt a burst of fear. After all, they had not completed the handover yet. If Lin Chen suddenly regretted it, wouldn't their company be finished? Thinking of this, she glared coldly at Manager Zhou. Do you know what stupid thing you just did? I? Manager Zhou was sweating coldly and could not say a complete sentence. Sun Feifei's tone was cold. This Mr. Lin gave Jiaqing a one-time investment of 500 million. He is the savior of Jiaqing. What are you, that you dare to be disrespectful to him? Now go to the finance department to settle your salary. Don't come tomorrow. I believe the chairman will also support my decision. After saying that, Sun Feifei turned to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, such a big mistake happened on our side. We are really sorry. It's okay. After that, Sun Feifei took Lin Chen to the chairman's office on the top floor. Manager Zhou stood there with a lifeless face, full of regret. But no matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. Chairman's office. As soon as Lin Chen entered the door, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the office chair. Jiang Li? Lin Chen was shocked. Jiang Li is the chairman of Jiaqing Company? Hearing the movement, Jiang Li also raised her head. The next second, her face was full of astonishment. Lin Chen? Is it really you? Sun Feifei was confused. She looked at Lin Chen, then looked at Jiang Li. Chairman, Mr. Lin, you know each other? Lin Chen smiled. More than just knowing each other, we are also neighbors. Jiang Li also smiled. Earlier, when I learned that a person named Lin Chen invested 500 million into our company, I thought of you at the first moment, but I did not dare to believe it. But I did not expect that it really is you. Lin Chen sat on the soft sofa and smiled. Fate. Jiang Li also sat opposite him. Zhang Yuan immediately went to make 2 cups of tea and brought them over, placing them in front of the two. By the way, did you know that something happened to my company, so you came to help me? Jiang Li said with a smiling face. Lin Chen glanced at her. If I say no, would you believe it? Jiang Li smiled, slightly narrowing her beautiful peach blossom eyes. I don't believe it. Lin Chen spread his hands. If she didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. He really knew nothing about it. These 30% of shares were also rewarded by the system. But if she insisted on thinking that way, then let her think so. Immediately after, she said again. Mr. Lin is young and promising. I like it very much. Jiang Li smiled, her eyes full of cunning. She didn't know why, but she always liked teasing Lin Chen. Lin Chen coughed twice. President Jiang flatters me. Jiang Li smiled and did not continue the previous topic. She picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said slowly. I imported a large batch of skincare products from abroad, but something went wrong. The money was invested, but the goods were stuck in the warehouse, and our company could not turn over funds. That is to say, your 500 million almost saved the entire Jiaqing, and you are also the benefactor of our Jiaqing. Jiang Li put the teacup on the table and looked at Lin Chen seriously. Lin Chen felt a little uneasy being looked at. But after a moment, Jiang Li laughed charmingly. Tell me, I owe you such a big favor. How should I thank you? How about I devote myself to you? Lin Chen, who was drinking tea, was directly choked. So direct? President Jiang should not joke. I am still just a student. Lin Chen said helplessly. Jiang Li is really a fox. He cannot play against her. Hearing this, Jiang Li raised her beautiful eyebrows. A student? From Donghai University? Lin Chen nodded. A freshman. That's a coincidence. Donghai University is also my alma mater, but I graduated several years ago. In that case, you should call me senior sister. Jiang Li said with a charming smile. Lin Chen? Another senior sister? Before Lin Chen could speak, Jiang Li said again. I'm very curious. You just paid in full to buy Shuijian, and now you invested another 500 million into me. Where did you get so much money? As she spoke, she tucked the hair hanging beside her cheek behind her ear and looked at Lin Chen. Really a fox. At this moment Lin Chen only had this one thought. Every move showed charm. After speaking, Jiang Li also realized that what she said was inappropriate, so she said with a bit of apology. Sorry, I was rude just now. We are in a cooperative relationship. Mr. Lin's assets are not something I should ask about. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. A few seconds later he reacted. It turned out that Jiang Li thought he was angry. It's okay. Lin Chen said. Because of the small episode just now, Jiang Li was a little absent-minded. The teacup in her hand shook, and the tea immediately spilled onto the collar of her clothes. Ah? Jiang Li directly took off her suit jacket and hurriedly wiped the water stains on the white shirt. Lin Chen took the tissue beside him and handed it to her. Wipe it. The shirt and the hip-hugging skirt fully showed Jiang Li's graceful figure. A monster of charm. Lin Chen could not help saying in his heart. Thank you. Jiang Li thanked him while wiping her clothes with the tissue, while feeling very annoyed in her heart. How did she make such a big embarrassment in front of Lin Chen? It was really too embarrassing. Thinking about it, the tips of Jiang Li's ears turned slightly red, and even her cheeks were stained with 2 red blushes. Looking at the messy clothes, Jiang Li gave up trying to fix it and sighed. I'll go change a set of clothes. Seeing this, Lin Chen was about to stand up. Then I will avoid it? Jiang Li shook her head. No need. Wait for me here. My office has a separate room. As she spoke, she grabbed Sumo's hands with both hands and said excitedly. Is this Lin Chen, just like the male lead in novels, extremely capable and with outstanding intelligence? Sumo gently pulled her hands away and rolled her eyes at her without showing it. You should read fewer sweet romance novels. But Su Tao was still immersed in her own imagination, the whole person extremely excited. After finishing the meal, Su Tao proposed an idea, and Su Mo was directly stunned. Switch identities. Su Tao kept shaking her arm and said coquettishly. Sister, didn't we often switch identities before? I'll just sit in your classroom for a while and see what this Lin Chen is like, okay? Besides, you finally have someone you like. I must help you check him and see whether his character is good. Otherwise, with your bun-like personality, if someone deceives you and takes everything from you, you wouldn't even know. Su Mo could not resist her coquettish behavior and had to agree. In the afternoon, when it was time for class, Su Tao put on Su Mo's clothes and sat in the classroom looking around, searching for Lin Chen's figure. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. As soon as Lin Chen arrived at the classroom, he saw Su Mo staring at him the whole time. That kind of look? It was excitement and curiosity? Thinking about it, Lin Chen directly walked to the seat beside her and sat down. You came quite early? Su Tao quickly nodded and said with an awkward smile. Usually early, usually early. Lin Chen frowned suspiciously. Why did he feel that today's Su Mo was strange, like she had changed into another person? According to her personality, shouldn't she just nod and then ignore him? Meeting Lin Chen's strange gaze, Su Tao also realized she had almost exposed herself, and quickly imitated Su Mo's usual manner, deliberately putting on a serious face. Lin Chen nodded. Now that was more like her. Then he remembered what happened at the school gate at noon and asked in confusion. At noon today, I seemed to see you at the school gate. Were you wearing Lolita? Su Tao's whole body stiffened, her eyes drifting around. Feeling a little guilty, she said. You must have seen wrong. I don't wear that kind of clothes. It's too eye-catching. I don't like it. This was something Su Mo had said before. Lin Chen nodded. I also think I saw wrong. Unless you can teleport, otherwise it's impossible for me to see you there. Su Tao smiled lightly, but inside she was extremely panicked. Lin Chen looked at Su Mo a couple more times. Why did he always feel that today's Su Mo was strange? Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? Su Tao pouted and asked. Lin Chen shook his head. Then Su Tao seemed to remember something and asked again. Do you like eating egg tarts? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and then said. They're okay. Why suddenly ask that? Su Tao squinted and smiled. Nothing. Thinking of what happened in the morning, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. What, do you also want to make egg tarts for me? Su Tao was slightly stunned, with a proud expression on her face. Carrot, of course not. Seeing Su Mo's cute and silly appearance, Lin Chen was also a little unaccustomed. But such a her was also very cute. Soon after, the teacher came, and the two stopped chatting. But Su Tao's mind was not on the class, but on Lin Chen. Spring makes people sleepy and autumn makes people tired. Soon Su Tao could not hold on and lay down on the desk. The bell rang for the end of class. Lin Chen looked at the girl who was sleeping soundly and helplessly knocked on the desk. Su Tao suddenly woke up and immediately sat upright, like a well-behaved primary school student. Lin Chen laughed. Class is over. Only then did Su Tao react. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and said in confusion. So class is over. As she spoke, she stretched lazily and yawned. Hearing this voice, Jiang Li's body stiffened slightly. She turned her head and looked coldly at the person who came. Mr. Zhang. Lin Chen also looked over. The person who came was a pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man. His slanted triangular eyes seemed glued to Jiang Li. When he saw Lin Chen, he first looked him up and down, then laughed with contempt. You came to the appointment and even brought a pretty boy? Appointment? Lin Chen was confused. Jiang Li also frowned tightly. Before, she went to ask Mr. Zhang to invest in Jiaqing. Not only did Mr. Zhang press the price very hard, he also had designs on her. If she had known earlier that the place he set was here, she Jiang Li would definitely not have brought Lin Chen here. I don't know what Mr. Zhang is talking about. Today I came to treat guests. Treat guests. Mr. Zhang's gaze fell on Lin Chen. You're not going to tell me it's this kid, right? Jiang Li's face darkened. This is my guest. Please speak with more respect, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. You want me to show respect to such a brat? Lin Chen looked completely confused. What does this have to do with him? How did this get pulled onto him? Who can tell him what happened? After laughing enough, Mr. Zhang continued. Looks like President Jiang doesn't need my investment anymore. He sneered, his words full of threat. Jiang Li glanced at Lin Chen before saying. Thank you for Mr. Zhang's kindness, but our Jiaqing doesn't need it anymore. Jiang Li deliberately emphasized the words, kindness. Mr. Zhang looked stunned. He never expected Jiang Li to say such words. In his view, without a source of funds, Jiaqing Company would definitely struggle. Could it be that Jiang Li had already found a source of funding? Jiang Li sneered and continued. This Mr. Lin has already injected 500 million into Jiaqing in one payment. So we don't need Mr. Zhang's help anymore. After speaking, she looked at Lin Chen. Let's go inside. Lin Chen nodded, glanced at the petrified Mr. Zhang, and followed Jiang Li inside. Mr. Zhang stood there blankly, unable to recover for a long time. What a joke. 500 million invested at once? That kid looked only a little over 20. At his age, where could he get so much money? Could it be that he was a young master from a powerful family, and the 500 million was not from him, but from the elders of his family? Thinking of this, Mr. Zhang quickly made a phone call. Help me check whether Jiaqing Company has found a source of funds, and also check the background of the person who invested in them. Here, Jiang Li and Lin Chen had already sat down in a private room. Thinking of what happened just now, Jiang Li smiled bitterly. I just let you see a joke. Who was that person? Lin Chen asked. He is Zhang Deguang, the general manager of Yuanyang Group. Before, because of the capital chain crisis, our company had no support, so I went to beg him. He was willing to invest, but the conditions he offered were very harsh and excessive. Jiang Li did not want to say the following words. Hearing this, Lin Chen roughly understood what happened. Nothing more than that old lecher Zhang Deguang wanting to use this to threaten Jiang Li to devote herself to him. It was really hard for her. After a moment, Jiang Li sorted out her emotions and smiled. So, I owe you a big favor. In the future, if there is anything you need Sister Li to help with, as long as I can do it, just say it. Hearing this sentence, Lin Chen suddenly showed a teasing and playful expression. Oh? As long as you can do it, anything is okay? Jiang Li looked a little surprised, her beautiful eyebrows slightly raised. What do you want to do? Lin Chen laughed twice. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll talk about it later. Jiang Li pressed her lips into a smile and said nothing more. After finishing the meal, since the two lived opposite each other, they went back to Shuian Yaju together. After arriving home, the two returned to their own villas. After taking a shower, Lin Chen wore a loose bathrobe and sat in the living room watching a movie. His eyes suddenly glanced at the 2 bottles of red wine Jiang Li sent last time, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He took out a wine glass, filled it for himself, took a photo at the same time, and posted it on Moments with the caption, "Enjoying life." In less than a few minutes, there were several comments. Li Xinjian, awesome. Looks like you're doing well, already drinking wine worth 100,000. Zhou Qian, drinking too much fake wine is not good for your health. Smile. Shen Mingqi, ing, enjoying life without taking me. The first one was his high school friend. The second was his junior high school classmate, the class beauty of their class, a superior person. It seemed that he heard she dropped out after finishing junior high school. However, Lin Chen suddenly became alert and directly sat up from the sofa. Wine worth 100,000? Lin Chen took his phone and searched online. France Lumière Winery Musigny Grand Cru Dry Red Wine. The name was quite long. International average price, 92,594 yuan. Casually giving away wine worth 200,000, really generous. At this moment, Jiang Li sent a message. Jiang Li, I just saw your Moments. This is my favorite wine. How does it taste? Is it good? Lin Chen, good. Jiang Li, as long as it tastes good. Immediately after, Shen Mingqi also sent a message. Shen Mingqi, Jr., you really know how to enjoy life. I've recently been learning to cook too. Junior, take a look and see how it is. After that, she sent several photos of food she made in the dormitory. Lin Chen, won't illegal electrical appliances be confiscated? Shen Mingqi, they don't dare confiscate mine. Lin Chen, the weather is dry, be careful of fire. After saying this sentence, Lin Chen put down his phone. The next day, Lin Chen deliberately got up early and drove to eat breakfast. The morning business was quite busy. Lin Chen finally found a parking space with difficulty. Just after sitting down and ordering egg dumplings and crystal buns, a burst of noise came from the side. Oh my god! There is a Rolls-Royce Phantom outside. Amazing! I wonder which big boss's car it is. There aren't many luxury cars in Donghai City. I didn't expect to see one here. How much wealth must someone have to be willing to spend so much money to buy this car? It was several young people who had just found seats and started discussing. A girl sitting at the table next to them immediately pricked up her ears. Lin Chen also glanced at them lightly, said nothing, and quietly ate his breakfast. The girl looked around the shop several times, and finally fixed her gaze on an uncle. The uncle looked about 40 years old, wearing a suit that looked expensive. Even his leather shoes were polished brightly. His hair was all combed back and tied into a small ponytail. He quite had the feeling of a successful person. Those young people seemed to notice him too and began to lower their heads and discuss quietly. It should be that uncle, right? That suit of his looks very expensive. I think it's definitely him. I didn't expect someone who drives a luxury car to be so down to earth, coming to a place like this to eat breakfast. So envious. If only I could drive that kind of luxury car. The girl seemed to make up her mind. She took out a makeup mirror to touch up her makeup, showed what she thought was her most beautiful smile, and carried her breakfast toward that uncle. Sir, hello, can I share a table with you? The uncle was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She was delighted in her heart, sat opposite the uncle, pretended to brush her hair back, and threw a few flirtatious looks. Your car is so beautiful. Can I sit in your passenger seat? Lin Chen beside them could not help it and almost laughed out loud. The girl looked at Lin Chen unhappily. When she turned to the uncle again, she changed back to a smile. The uncle nodded with a confused face. His Nissan was very beautiful? After finishing breakfast, Lin Chen took a tissue, wiped his mouth, stood up, and walked out. With one step, the roar of the V12 engine exploded, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom disappeared instantly. Several people in the shop were stunned. That Rolls-Royce Phantom belonged to that young man just now? Especially that girl, who glared at the uncle with an angry face. That Rolls-Royce Phantom isn't yours? The uncle nodded blankly. No, I drive a Nissan. Bang! The girl stood up directly and said angrily. Why didn't you say it earlier? You wasted my time. I'm not eating anymore. After saying that, she left angrily. She had approached the wrong person and regretted it very much. If she had known earlier, it would have been better to approach that young guy just now. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already arrived in the classroom. Not long after he sat down, a girl next to him leaned over and said in a low voice. Lin Chen, thank you. Lin Chen looked confused. Thank me for what? If he remembered correctly, this girl seemed to be called Chu Qianqian. Chu Qianqian smiled sweetly. Because of you, I became the class monitor. Now Lin Chen was even more confused. Wasn't the class monitor Zhou Kai? When she heard Lin Chen say this, a trace of surprise clearly flashed in Chu Qianqian's eyes. Zhou Kai changed his major. Didn't you know? They all say Zhou Kai changed his major because of you. After Zhou Kai left, I became the class monitor. Lin Chen. Zhou Kai was scared away by him? Alright, I know nothing. Chu Qianqian still wanted to say something, but at this time the foreign language teacher came in, and she immediately closed her mouth. Several times during the class she wanted to talk to Lin Chen, but seeing that he was listening to the lecture seriously, Chu Qianqian did not disturb him. As soon as the break time arrived, Lin Chen was about to lie on the desk and take a short nap when a familiar voice came. Lin Chen, come out for a moment. Hearing this, Lin Chen raised his head and looked toward the door. Shen Mingqi? Why was she looking for him? While Lin Chen was still confused, Shen Mingqi waved at him. Lin Chen had no choice but to stand up and walk out. Shen Mingqi handed 2 delicate bags to Lin Chen and said softly. I guess you didn't eat breakfast, so I brought you egg tarts and milk tea. The people nearby immediately began to make noise. Wow! A loving breakfast. I'm so jealous, I'm the lemon spirit, I am the lemon spirit. Such a considerate senior sister, why can't I meet one? Hearing the surrounding comments, Shen Mingqi's cheeks turned red. Lin Chen looked at the bags in his hands and said a little embarrassedly. Senior sister, I already ate breakfast. How about you take it back and eat it yourself? Shen Mingqi's expression stiffened for a moment, but soon returned to normal. It's okay, you can eat it as snacks. I baked these egg tarts myself. Can you bear to refuse? The cheering voices behind became even louder. Lin Chen had no choice but to accept it. Then thank you, senior sister. Shen Mingqi immediately became happy and smiled with narrowed eyes. It's okay, it's okay. I'll go back first. Lin Chen returned to his seat with the bag. As soon as he opened it, the smell of egg tarts rushed to his nose. Really fragrant, and still warm. There were 6 in total. He had already eaten breakfast in the morning, so he could not eat that many. Lin Chen looked at Chu Qianqian beside him, took one, and handed it to her. Do you want one? Chu Qianqian shook her head. You eat it. Recently I'm losing weight. Lin Chen glanced at her figure and shook his head. You with that figure still want to lose weight? If you lose more you'll become a dry stick. Come on, only when you're full will you have strength to lose weight. As he spoke, Lin Chen directly stuffed the egg tart into her hand. Chu Qianqian had no choice but to eat it. While eating she praised. It's really delicious. Meanwhile, Su Mo, who was sitting not far away, looked at Lin Chen, then looked at the egg tarts in his hand, silently picked up her phone and opened the chat with younger sister. Su Tao, can you make egg tarts? Lin Chen was stunned. He was innocent and cute? What kind of description was that? Sister A Li, you'd better not tease me. I can't handle teasing. Lin Chen said helplessly. A fox really is a fox, she even wanted to eat him completely? Speaking of it, who eats whom completely is not certain yet. After running a few laps and coming back, Jiangli invited Lin Chen to eat breakfast at her villa. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Lin Chen had to follow her over. In the kitchen, Lin Chen sat at the dining table, watching Jiangli busy in the kitchen. Sister A Li, do you need my help? Lin Chen asked. Without turning her head, Jiangli said. Better not. You're a guest. How can I let a guest work? After saying that, she turned her head and smiled cunningly. Actually, I'm afraid you'll blow up my kitchen, haha. Lin Chen was stunned. Was he that scary? Although what he cooked might not be very delicious, it was still edible, right? Immediately after, Jiangli said again. I'm joking. Just sit and wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. Another joke? However, being with Jiangli was really not boring. She was beautiful, had a good figure, liked to joke, and was quite interesting. Speaking of it, this scene really looked like a young couple. The girlfriend was busy in the kitchen, and the boyfriend was waiting to be fed. If Jiangli became his girlfriend, according to her mature older sister personality. Such a scene suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Jiangli lifted his chin with her index finger, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Little guy, you finally fell into my hands. Lin Chen was startled by this thought and quickly picked up the water glass on the table and took a big sip. Too scary. He got scared. At this time, Jiangli had already brought 2 plates of beautifully arranged steak pasta, and also brought 2 glasses of milk. Lin Chen could not help looking at Jiangli twice. He didn't expect Jiangli to cook so well. I originally wanted to drink wine with you, but I thought you probably still have to go to class, and I also have to go to the company, so I changed it to milk. Jiangli said while sitting down. Then she looked at Lin Chen and asked. Are you used to drinking milk? If you're not used to it, sister can get you some juice. Lin Chen nodded. I'm used to it. No need to trouble yourself. Jiangli looked at Lin Chen with bright eyes. Try it and see if it's tasty. Lin Chen picked up a small bite of pasta and put it into his mouth. His eyes instantly lit up. Soft, smooth, and chewy, with a rich fragrance. He couldn't help giving a thumbs up. 666. Delicious. Thumbs up for you. Jiangli narrowed her eyes and smiled. Her peach blossom eyes curved like crescent moons. As long as you like it. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. Lin Chen picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and spoke while eating noodles. Hello, who is it? A low male voice came from the other side of the phone, very respectful. Mr. Lin, hello. I am the legal director of Meisure Mike. My name is Chen Lin. Hearing this sentence, Jiangli raised her head and looked at Lin Chen with some confusion. The legal director of Meisure Mike, why was he looking for Lin Chen? Could it be? Thinking of this, Jiangli was shocked. Lin Chen responded calmly. Oh, Director Chen. Chen Lin continued. After you acquired 30% of our Meisure Mike shares last night, we urgently held a senior management meeting. We originally wanted to contact you last night, but we were afraid of disturbing your rest, so we are only calling you now. May I ask when you are free to come over and handle the handover procedures? With a clatter, the chopsticks in Jiang Li's hand fell directly onto the table. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise as she looked at Lin Chen. Also acquired 30% of Meisure Mike's shares? What kind of monster is Lin Chen? Lin Chen calmly glanced at Jiang Li, then said. At noon. I should be free at noon. The person on the other end of the phone quickly said. Okay, then everyone at Meisure Mike will be waiting for your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen continued eating the delicious pasta. It had to be said that Jiang Li's cooking was really good, and the steak was fried just right. Jiang Li hesitated several times, but finally could not help asking. You also acquired 30% of Meisure Mike's shares? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I just acquired it casually. Casually? The corners of Jiang Li's mouth twitched a few times. The pasta in front of her suddenly did not smell good anymore. How can people still live like this? Are you a monster? Jiang Li asked. Lin Chen looked innocent. Why do you say that? I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary person? First he spent a huge amount of money to buy the King Villa Yunshuijian in Shuan Yaju in full payment, then he injected 500 million cash flow into her Jiaqing at one time, and now he acquired 30% of Meisure Mike's shares? And he still says he is an ordinary person? Then Lin Chen grinned. The monster is not me, it's you. Jiang Li raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly, a little confused. Why? Lin Chen said. I think you should be called a fox. That fits you better. Jiang Li was a little stunned, but quickly reacted. Since you say I am a fox, do you want to take me in? Lin Chen finished the last bite of pasta on the plate and burped. You are a 1,000-year fox. My cultivation is not enough. Compared with you, I am still too inexperienced. Jiang Li covered her mouth and laughed. In that case, I will wait until you finish cultivating, how about it? Lin Chen was slightly stunned and laughed awkwardly twice. Sister A Li, you're joking again. Jiang Li rested her chin on one hand and slightly pouted. Because you are too cute, I like to joke with you. Lin Chen smiled and looked at the time. It's getting late. I should go back. As he spoke, he stood up. Thank you for Sister A Li's warm hospitality. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Jiang Li said with a smile. Okay, then I'll wait for your meal. Lin Chen walked to the door, suddenly turned back and smiled slyly. From now on I'll call you A Li, the Li from Fox. Jiang Li was slightly stunned. When she came back to her senses, Lin Chen had already gone out. A Li? Hee, interesting. Jiang Li murmured, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. For the first time, she felt that the description, Fox Spirit, was also quite cute. On this side, Lin Chen had just found a place to park and walked to the building of Meisher Mike Company when a well-dressed elite man came up to greet him. His hair was long and tied into a small braid behind his head. Lin Chen felt he looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the uncle who was mistaken for the owner of his Rolls-Royce Phantom at the breakfast shop that day? Behind him were several men also wearing suits. Mr. Lin. I am Chen Lin, the one who called you this morning. Lin Chen nodded. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Lin felt very flattered and quickly said. No, Mr. Lin is joking. He did not expect that the new major shareholder of their company would be so young and have such a good temper. After that, Lin Chen followed Chen Lin into the building. Mr. Lin, do you want to go to the VIP reception room to rest for a while, or start the handover ceremony directly? Chen Lin slightly bent his body and asked respectfully. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, let's start the handover ceremony directly. I still have something to do later. Later he still had to go to the Earl Hotel to attend a high school classmates gathering. Besides, he was not familiar with these people. If he went to the VIP room and stayed there, he would inevitably have to exchange pleasantries with them. He did not like such occasions. Chen Lin quickly said. Okay. The handover ceremony was completed very quickly. Lin Chen did not stay and left directly. The chairman, the general manager, and other senior executives personally escorted Lin Chen to the door. Lin Chen was just about to drive away when he saw a young beauty live streaming next to his car. Look everyone, this is my boyfriend's car. Rolls-Royce Phantom, impressive right? Dog viewers, send a few rockets and I'll show you the passenger seat view of the Rolls-Royce Phantom haha. What? My boyfriend went to buy something for me, of course he's not here. Lin Chen felt a little helpless and crossed his arms while watching her from the side. The beauty also noticed Lin Chen. Her eyes rolled, and she turned on the rear camera and aimed it at Lin Chen. Look everyone, this pervert has been staring at me lecherously just now. I'm so scared. Lin Chen? He was a pervert? Good guy, he originally planned to wait until she left before going to drive his car. The comments in the live stream room suddenly increased. Streamer be careful, there are perverts every year, but especially many this year. Streamer don't be afraid. Didn't your boyfriend who drives the Rolls-Royce Phantom go buy something for you? Tell him to come back and protect you. It's really hard to be a streamer these days. Even outdoor streaming meets perverts. Lin Chen looked at her silently. You say I'm a pervert? The female streamer widened her eyes. If you're not a pervert, then why were you staring at me lecherously just now? Lin Chen laughed angrily. That's because you were blocking me from driving. You're talking nonsense. Who is blocking? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. The words she was about to say were swallowed back. She looked at Lin Chen with shock on her face. Lin Chen silently took out the car key, walked to the Rolls-Royce Phantom, opened the door, and sat inside. The female streamer was dumbfounded, and the comments in the live stream exploded. Streamer, didn't you say this car belonged to your boyfriend? Why did it become this pervert's? Could it be this pervert is your boyfriend? If you don't need your eyes you can donate them to someone who does. It's obvious the streamer used someone else's car to show off and even slandered the owner as a pervert, and now got slapped in the face. This streamer is too unlucky, right? Showing off with the owner's car. Just asking quietly, streamer, does your face hurt? Lin Chen rolled down the car window and looked at the streamer. Could you please move aside? The female streamer looked dull and mechanically stepped aside, making way for the Rolls-Royce. Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove away with a roar, raising a cloud of dust, and the female streamer immediately became covered in dust. She quickly said, I feel a little dizzy, I'll end the stream first. After saying that, she hurriedly ended the stream, completely collapsing. Too embarrassing, too embarrassing. Earl Hotel, a VIP private room. Several men and women sat together, chatting and laughing. Li Xingjian looked at his phone. It was already 7:30, why hadn't Brother Chen come yet? A man came over with a glass of red wine and sat opposite Li Xinjian. This person was Sun Cheng. What, Lin Chen hasn't come yet? Is he afraid to come? He said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, with contempt. When he said this sentence, Xia He, who was sitting in the corner, could not help pricking up her ears. Lin Chen, was he really not coming? Li Xinjian looked at him displeasedly. Just drink your wine and shut your mouth. Brother Chen said he would come, then he will definitely come. Being snapped at by Li Xinjian, Sun Cheng was not angry and still kept a smiling expression. I heard Lin Chen is pretending a lot now. The photo he posted in Moments was recognized at a glance as fake wine. TSK, really embarrassing. Li Xinjian said angrily. How do you know his wine is fake? Besides, whether it is or not, what does it have to do with you? Do you live by the sea, minding things so widely? At this moment, Zhou Qian sat beside Sun Cheng with a charming smile, affectionately holding his arm and looking at Li Xinjian. What? You're embarrassed to be talked about after drinking fake wine and pretending? Li Xinjian frowned. He was too lazy to waste words with the two of them. He stood up and sat on the other side, just opposite Xia He. Xia He could not help asking. Li Xinjian, Lin Chen, will he really come? She originally did not want to attend this class gathering. If she had not heard that Lin Chen would also come, she would not have bothered to come. Li Xinjian looked at Xia He deeply and slowly said. He will come. Maybe something delayed him on the way. Xia He nodded, her expression somewhat absent-minded. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng held Zhou Qian's slender waist, but his eyes kept glancing toward Xia He. Actually, the one he always liked was Xia He. If Xia He's heart had not been completely focused on Lin Chen, he would not have settled for second best and been with Zhou Qian. Compared with Zhou Qian, Xia He was completely different. This time, he wanted Xia He to understand that he, Sun Cheng, was 100 times better than Lin Chen. Xia He would definitely see his shining points. While thinking this, Zhou Qian in his arms had already peeled a grape and brought it to his mouth. Sun Cheng opened his mouth and ate it, then casually pinched Zhou Qian's face twice. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just arrived at the hotel entrance, but there were no parking spaces. Lin Chen temporarily found a place to park at the entrance. Just after getting out of the car, a security guard walked over. Sir, hello, parking is not allowed here. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. He took out his wallet, took several banknotes from it, and handed them to him. Could you make an exception? If a car leaves, please notify me. I will come down immediately to move the car, okay? The security guard happily accepted the banknotes and said with a smiling face that he would notify him when a car left. Lin Chen directly entered the hotel and walked toward the private room Li Xinjian mentioned. When he pushed the door open and entered, everyone in the private room looked over. Xia He looked happy and wanted to say something but did not speak. She just looked at Lin Chen affectionately. Li Xinjian directly walked up and punched Lin Chen in the chest. Brother. You finally came. Some people were about to lose patience waiting. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Sun Cheng sitting on the sofa. When he saw Lin Chen, Sun Cheng smiled contemptuously. Zhou Qian nestled into Sun Cheng's arms like a little bird, looked Lin Chen up and down, and showed a disdainful expression. Long time no see, Lin Chen. Sun Cheng said with a smile. Lin Chen also replied. Long time no see. After that, Lin Chen went to reminisce with Li Xinjian and a few others who played well with him. Seeing that Lin Chen ignored him, Sun Cheng felt a little unwilling. He thought for a moment, took a bottle of red wine, and walked to Lin Chen. Have a drink? Lin Chen sat on the sofa and looked at him, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. All right. Sun Cheng poured a glass of red wine for Lin Chen and sat opposite him. Zhou Qian also came over. Lin Chen, it seems you've been doing pretty well recently. You're even drinking wine worth more than 100,000. The one I have here is only a little over 1,000 per bottle. I hope you won't dislike it. Sun Cheng said it on purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qian beside him gave a fake laugh and said, What wine worth more than 100,000? That must be fake. It was probably bought on some online shop for a few dozen yuan, right? Sun Cheng pretended to scold her. Qianqian, watch what you say. Lin Chen, no matter what, he is still our friend. How can you ignore his self-respect like this? Hearing this, Zhou Qian immediately nestled into Sun Cheng's arms. All right, dear, I won't say it anymore. Don't be angry. As she spoke, she also rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Before, Lin Chen had written her a love letter, but she was the class beauty after all. How could she possibly like a poor boy like Lin Chen? Although Lin Chen was quite handsome, but can handsomeness be eaten as food? These days, money is the most important thing. And Sun Cheng, his father is the boss of a listed company, and he drives a BMW. This is her prince. Lin Chen silently watched the two of them acting. One playing the bad guy, the other the good guy. What a performance. The whole world owes them an Oscar. Li Xinjian couldn't stand it anymore and was about to speak up for Lin Chen, when a shout came from the door. Damn. I'm telling you guys, I just went out to buy a pack of cigarettes and saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the door. The one who came in was Chow Han, who had just gone out. When they heard the words Rolls-Royce Phantom, everyone's eyes fell on him. Chow Han continued. I'm serious, I'm not lying to you. That car's base price alone is more than 6 million, and that one is the top configuration. It probably costs more than 10 million. I wonder what kind of rich person can afford to drive such a car. Sun Cheng also sighed. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is also my dream. I don't know when I will be able to drive such a car, but the BMW I drive now is still okay. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Chen and asked with a smile. Lin Chen, what car do you drive? Zhou Qian snorted and said, Dear, you should ask whether he has bought a car or not. But looking at him, he probably hasn't bought one, right? At this moment, a hostess came in. May I ask which one is Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen raised his hand. I am. The hostess said respectfully. Sir, a car needs to leave. Please move your Rolls-Royce. There is already a parking space inside, you can park it in the space inside. The whole private room became completely quiet. Lin Chen calmly took out his car key and handed it to the hostess. Please move it for me, thank you. Yes. The hostess took the car key with both hands and left. Zhou Qian stared blankly at Lin Chen. The R logo on the car key just now hurt her eyes, making her mind completely blank. Sun Cheng's face turned green and white. He only wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. This slap in the face really hurts. Li Xinjian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Nice, Brother Chen. You're already driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Awesome. Xia He also unconsciously looked in Lin Chen's direction, with a bit of surprise in her eyes. As far as she knew, Lin Chen's family background was ordinary. It didn't seem like he could afford to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The other classmates also started discussing one after another. I didn't expect that after going to university, Lin Chen could actually drive a Rolls-Royce. Awesome. Has he become a nouveau riche? Isn't that a slap in Sun Cheng's face? Wasn't he just showing off his BMW? Lin Chen drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom and didn't say a single word. That's the difference. Lin Chen smiled and looked at Li Xinjian. It's just a means of transportation. No need to be so excited. Li Xinjian was stunned and silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother Chen, I don't support the wall, I only admire you. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was casually described by you as just a means of transportation? Showing off without showing off. Look at Lin Chen, then look at Sun Cheng who couldn't help showing off just because he has a BMW. The contrast is obvious, right? Feeling the strange looks from the classmates, Sun Cheng felt extremely embarrassed. Today was clearly supposed to be his moment to show off, but now he had completely become Lin Chen's foil. How could he accept that? Then he looked at Xia He. Her eyes were gentle like water, almost sticking to Lin Chen, which made Sun Cheng feel angry. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Chen didn't seem like someone who could afford to drive a Rolls-Royce. Could it be? Sun Cheng suddenly laughed, and everyone's eyes focused on him. Sun Cheng, what are you laughing at? Li Xinjian said unhappily. Sun Cheng ignored Li Xinjian and stared straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I didn't expect that after going to university, you became so vain. Just to show off at the classmates' gathering, you even rented a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wow! The whole place was shocked and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's Rolls-Royce Phantom was rented? Seeing that Lin Chen did not refute it, Sun Cheng showed a successful smile. Just as he expected, Lin Chen's car was rented. Lin Chen, if you don't have a car, then you don't have one. Not everyone here has a car. We're all old classmates. There's no need to show off like this. Sun Cheng said with a smile. And Zhou Qian beside him couldn't help rolling her eyes. I thought he really drove a Rolls-Royce. So it was rented. She had said it before, how could a poor boy like Lin Chen afford a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce? Lin Chen helplessly shrugged. If you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do. Sun Cheng laughed lightly. So you admit it? Lin Chen also smiled. Think whatever you want. Talking to people who look down on others is simply a waste of time. Besides, what are they to him? Why should he care about what they think? And Xia He, who was sitting in the corner, looked at Lin Chen with a bit of disappointment in her eyes. She remembered that Lin Chen was not like this before. However, at this moment, the door of the private room was knocked, and a middle-aged man in a suit carefully looked inside. When his eyes fell on Lin Chen, his whole face lit up, and he immediately walked over. Chairman Lin. You are really here. Everyone? Chairman Lin? Everyone's eyes fell at the same time on Lin Chen and the middle-aged man. The Chairman Lin, this man mentioned, is it Lin Chen? Lin Chen was also confused. Who are you? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Chairman Lin, I am the person in charge here, Tan Guang. Oh? Lin Chen nodded. Then what do you want with me? Tan Guang quickly said. You didn't just buy 30% of the shares of the Gourmet Guest Catering Group yesterday? Our Earl Hotel is under Gourmet Guest. Today a document was issued from above. Just now I heard the hostess mention your name, and I guessed whether it might be you. I came over to take a look, and sure enough, it was you. Everyone was shocked, dumbfounded. What did they just hear? Lin Chen bought 30% of the shares of the Gourmet Guest Catering Group? Hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled twice and did not know what to say. He did not want to show off. At this moment, Tan Guang snapped his fingers toward the outside, and a waitress immediately walked over. General Manager, the presidential private room is ready. Tan Guang nodded, then immediately looked at Lin Chen and said respectfully. Chairman Lin, a private room of this level does not match your noble status. We have already prepared the presidential private room for you. Do you want to move to the presidential private room with your friends? Lin Chen did not make a decision, but looked at the people in the room. What do you think? Li Xinjian and the others had not yet come back to their senses when Zhou Qian spoke first. Go! Go! Seeing everyone's eyes fall on her, Zhou Qian could only laugh awkwardly and explain. This is also their good intention. We can't let it go to waste. Everyone's eyes became contemptuous. Who was the one who mocked Lin Chen the most just now? Zhou Qian. Really don't know how she still has the face to speak now. Sure enough, if a tree has no bark it will surely die, if a person has no shame, they are invincible in the world. Tan Guang also said. This lady is right. Chairman Lin, don't hesitate. Lin Chen nodded. Alright, since that's the case, let's go with President Tan. At this time, Sun Cheng quickly grabbed Zhou Qian's sleeve and whispered. Let's leave first. Don't stay and keep embarrassing ourselves. But Zhou Qian turned back and glared at him fiercely. Leave for what? If you want to leave, go by yourself. After saying that, Zhou Qian followed the group and left. Sun Cheng froze for a moment and also followed. Soon, everyone followed Tan Guang to a luxurious large private room, which was many times better than the one just now. Wow! I didn't expect the Earl Hotel also has a presidential private room. As expected of a presidential private room, it's luxurious enough. Awesome! If it weren't for Lin Chen, we probably would never come to a private room of this level in our lives. Hearing these voices, Sun Cheng's face became even uglier. Because that VIP private room just now was booked by him. At this moment, Zhou Qian suddenly interrupted. I always felt Lin Chen was not simple before. I didn't expect I guessed right. At only 20 years old he already became a major shareholder. And he even drives a Rolls-Royce. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions became strange. Hiss. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched a few times. He had seen shameless people, but never someone this shameless. Seeing this, Sun Cheng gave Zhou Qian a warning look. But Zhou Qian impatiently glared back at him. Sun Cheng, look at Lin Chen, then look at you. This is the difference. Sun Cheng's face instantly turned dark and he questioned. Zhou Qian, what do you mean by this? Zhou Qian sneered. Sun Cheng, I'm telling you, I want to break up with you. Don't bother me again in the future. Everyone sat aside and silently watched the two quarrel. Sun Cheng was almost exploding with anger. He pointed at Zhou Qian and said, you, for a long time, but could not say a single sentence. Zhou Qian directly walked to Lin Chen and showed a sweet smile. Lin Chen, I'm single again now. Lin Chen touched his nose. Oh, but what does this have to do with me? Zhou Qian covered her mouth and laughed, and said in a coquettish tone. How does it have nothing to do with you? This means you have another chance. Lin Chen? Everyone was stunned. What is going on? Lin Chen gave an awkward laugh. I don't know what you are talking about. After leaving the sentence, Lin Chen wanted to find Li Xinjian to save himself. Sun Cheng beside them directly exploded. Zhou Qian. You actually want to put a green hat on me in front of me? Hearing this, Zhou Qian said impatiently. What green hat? Just now I already broke up with you. Broke up? Do you understand? Can you stop blocking me from pursuing true love? It is impossible between us. Pursuing true love? Sun Cheng was so angry that his face turned green. After that, Zhou Qian ignored Sun Cheng and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let me tell you the truth. All these years, the one I liked has always been you. The words I said to attack you were also to make you cheer up and work hard. Look, now there are results, right? This proves that what I said was right. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Qian's shameless operation refreshed their worldview. It was the first time they met someone who could talk about being shameless in such a fresh and refined way. Sun Cheng also felt ashamed and had no face to stay here, so he fled in panic. Lin Chen laughed awkwardly. Don't joke. Zhou Qian struck while the iron was hot. Lin Chen, I like you, and you also like me. Why can't we be together? Lin Chen's face was full of question marks. I like you? How come I don't know it myself? My taste is not that heavy. Hearing this, Zhou Qian said shyly. Did you forget? In high school, you even gave me a love letter. Hearing this sentence, Xiaohe suddenly looked at Lin Chen. A love letter? Could it be that Lin Chen likes Zhou Qian's type? Now Lin Chen was even more confused. A love letter? How come I don't know it myself? Zhou Qian pretended to punch Lin Chen's chest. How annoying. What's there to be embarrassed about? You even refuse to admit it. Lin Chen immediately got goosebumps all over his body and quickly stepped back a few steps to distance himself from Zhou Qian. At this time, Li Xinjian weakly raised his hand. I have the right to speak about this matter. For a moment, Li Xinjian became the focus of the whole private room. It's like this. That love letter was a prank by several of us brothers. Lin Chen didn't know about it. Lin Chen, Li Xinjian, damn you. Everyone suddenly understood. So that's how it was, no wonder. Xiaohe also finally let out a sigh of relief. But Zhou Qian seemed to be struck by lightning, looking like she could not believe it. No, impossible, it's not like this. Zhou Qian's face turned pale, and she muttered in a low voice. Li Xinjian scratched his head awkwardly. This matter happened so many years ago. If Zhou Qian hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. The implied meaning was that it was only a prank, but Zhou Qian had always kept it in her heart. Zhou Qian staggered a step, her face ashen. Seeing the strange looks of her former classmates, she finally could not hold it back and ran out crying. Seeing this, Xiaohe suddenly felt a sense of great satisfaction. With the two annoying people leaving, everyone only felt that the air in the private room had become much fresher. Soon, one delicious dish after another was served. And General Manager Tan Guang also sent several bottles of good wine. Except for the small episode of Sun Cheng and Zhou Qian, this class reunion was still very successful. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Chen prepared to pay the bill, but Tan Guang directly waived the bill for him. Who would dare let a major shareholder of the parent company pay the bill? Even if he were given 100 more guts, he would not dare. Afterwards, the classmates left one after another, and Lin Chen also called a designated driver. While waiting for the driver, Xiaohe walked over. Long time no see, you are becoming more and more outstanding. Lin Chen smiled. People always have to move upward. We can't live and go backward more and more, right? Xiaohe also gave a bitter smile. Yes, people all move upward. But others are still climbing the slope, while you have already reached the top of the mountain, looking at the scenery everywhere. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of you anymore. This sentence, Xiaohe kept in her heart and did not dare to say. When she chased Lin Chen before, Lin Chen always avoided her, so she could only silently watch Lin Chen in the dark and silently like him. Soon, the person who came to pick up Xiaohe arrived. Xiaohe got into the car and looked at Lin Chen reluctantly. Then I'll go back first. Let's meet again if there's a chance. Lin Chen nodded. Okay. Xiaohe left, and Lin Chen felt some indescribable feelings in his heart. A burst of rapid phone ringing sounded. It was the designated driver. After answering the call, Lin Chen noticed that the other party was a young lady. After meeting, Lin Chen was shocked. Su Tao? This girl wearing a light blue Lolita princess dress, who else could it be but Su Tao? As for Su Mo, letting Lin Chen believe that she would dare come out this late to work as a designated driver would be harder than letting him believe the sun could rise from the west. When Su Tao saw Lin Chen, she was also shocked. Lin Chen, you called the designated driver? Lin Chen looked around and found that he was the only one waiting, so he said. Although I also can't believe it is such a coincidence, the fact is so. Looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Su Tao could not help swallowing. Why you want me to drive this Phantom? Lin Chen crossed his arms and smiled. Otherwise? Su Tao clasped her hands together and said with a tearful face. Big brother, please spare me. If I accidentally scratch it, even if you sell me I still couldn't afford the compensation. Lin Chen shook his phone. If you refuse, I will give you a bad review. Su Tao, big villain. With no choice, she carefully sat in the driver's seat and fastened the seat belt. As if remembering something, Su Tao quickly said. Big villain, let me declare first. If it accidentally gets scratched, I can't afford to pay. She was only working as a designated driver. Letting her drive such an expensive car, was it easy for her? Woo-woo. Lin Chen looked her up and down and said. Isn't it said that among 10 Lolas, 9 are rich, and the other one lives in a seaside villa? You can't afford it? Hearing this, Su Tao immediately showed a pitiful expression. If I were a rich lowly, would I still come out to work as a designated driver? As she said this, the hand she placed on the steering wheel trembled slightly. Seeing this, even Lin Chen became a little nervous. How about I drive instead? He thought Su Tao would agree immediately, but unexpectedly she refused on the spot. No. You drank alcohol, and you smell of alcohol. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something. She took out a small box of yogurt from her little bear bag and stuffed it into Lin Chen's hand. Here, yogurt for you. Protect your stomach after drinking. Big drunkard. Lin Chen was a little surprised. Oh? I didn't expect you to be quite considerate. Su Tao glanced at him proudly and then began to drive seriously. On the road, the other cars kept far away from them. At first Su Tao was a little confused, but soon she understood. Such an expensive car, if an ordinary person accidentally scratched it, they might have to prepare to sell their house, right? So driving a luxury car does not seem as scary as she imagined? Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Shuian Yaju. How about I drop you here, and you drive in yourself? Su Tao looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen smiled. As a designated driver, are you this irresponsible? Su Tao snorted angrily and drove the car inside. Believe it or not, I'll scrap your luxury car. Let's see if you still dare bully me. Su Tao showed her little tiger teeth and threatened. Lin Chen leaned leisurely against the seat back. You can try. Su Tao looked at Lin Chen with some surprise. Then Lin Chen said leisurely. As long as you can afford the compensation, or are ready to work for me as a nanny for the rest of your life to repay the money. Su Tao glared at Lin Chen angrily. I knew you big villain had bad intentions. When they arrived at Yunshuijian and saw the extremely luxurious villa exterior, Su Tao was so shocked that her small mouth formed an "Oh. Big villain, is this really your home?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Otherwise? Suddenly thinking of a question, Lin Chen asked. Then how do you plan to go back? Su Tao froze for a moment, immediately took out her phone, and found that it was already past 10 o'clock. Oh no! Our school curfew time has arrived. If I go back now, I'll be punished. Su Tao suddenly looked like she was about to cry. I have to stay in a hotel. Hotels are too expensive. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken your order. Lin Chen could not help laughing. Why are you so silly? Didn't you check the time before accepting the order? As he spoke, he reached out and rubbed her head. Su Tao immediately glared at Lin Chen angrily. You're not allowed to touch my bun hairstyle. Lin Chen only found it funny. Alright, how about you stay here? Su Tao suddenly stepped back several steps and looked at Lin Chen with a vigilant face. Why you big villain, what are you trying to do? Lin Chen's face was full of black lines, and he used his finger to poke her forehead. I really don't know what you think about all day in that little head. There are plenty of rooms in my house. Except for my master bedroom, you can sleep wherever you want. Lin Chen paused and then said. Or you can go stay in a hotel. Su Tao looked Lin Chen up and down several times. Although she kept calling him a big villain, he did not look like a bad person. Thinking about the high cost of staying in a hotel, which could buy several little dresses, Su Tao felt very distressed. Then okay. Su Tao said weakly. As soon as she went in, Su Tao was amazed by the environment inside. Wow, isn't this the kind of luxury house you only see in TV dramas? This must be very expensive, right? As she spoke, Su Tao looked at Lin Chen and asked carefully. Big villain, can I look around? Lin Chen burst out laughing. You call me big villain? Isn't that lacking sincerity? Hearing this, Su Tao's expression immediately became conflicted. Then what should I call you? She tilted her little head and thought for a while, but still could not think of what to call him. Lin Chen slowly sat down on the sofa and teased. Call me brother and let me hear it. Su Tao's face turned red. After hesitating for a while, she called out, Brother Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed happily and quickly waved his hand at her. Go ahead, go ahead. Hearing this, Su Tao glared at Lin Chen and skipped away, her two twin ponytails swinging happily. Really makes people want to commit a crime. Su Tao looked here and there, as if she had seen something new, but she did not dare to touch anything. Who knew whether she could afford to compensate if something here was broken? After quite a while, Su Tao finished looking around and then sat on the sofa, her two legs in white pantyhose swinging back and forth. Lin Chen had already changed into home clothes and came out. He took a glass from the sterilizing cabinet and poured her a cup of water. Su Tao smiled as she took the water, showing two little tiger teeth. I didn't expect you to be quite considerate, knowing I was thirsty. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head helplessly without speaking. Su Tao looked around and asked. In such a big villa, do you live here alone? For now, it's just me. Lin Chen said lightly. Su Tao slightly raised her eyebrows. For now? What does that mean? Lin Chen smiled. It just means for now. Think about it, if I have a girlfriend in the future, wouldn't she live with me? Hearing this, Su Tao rolled her eyes. So that means you don't have a girlfriend now? Lin Chen nodded. Su Tao felt happy inside. If that is the case, then her sister might have quite a big chance? No, when she goes back she must tell her sister to work harder. Seeing her eyes rolling around, Lin Chen teased. What, do you want to be my girlfriend? Su Tao froze. After quite a while she reacted and said angrily. Of course not. You big villain, who wants to be your girlfriend? She snorted heavily and picked up the water cup on the table and took a big gulp. Lin Chen froze for a moment, and his expression became a little subtle. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Tao said. Lin Chen looked at her, then pointed at the cup in her hand and said quietly. The water you just drank was from my cup. Su Tao looked at the cup in her hand and the one on the table. Both had a faint lipstick mark, traces left by her. She just drank the water Lin Chen had drunk. Does this count as an indirect kiss? The scene was quiet for a few seconds. Ah! Bang! Su Tao heavily put the cup on the table and pretended to be calm. This is nothing. It's already 2020 now. On the surface she pretended not to care, but the slightly red tips of her ears betrayed her. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I didn't say anything. Lin Chen was about to go upstairs to rest when Su Tao's pitiful voice suddenly came from behind. Big villain, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lin Chen thought for a moment. He had not gone to the supermarket these days, and there were no ingredients left at home. Then I'll take you out to eat hot pot? There's one nearby that stays open quite late. Lin Chen asked. When she heard the words hot pot, Su Tao immediately refused. No, I don't eat hot pot. This is a rule I set for myself. It's easy to gain weight. Half an hour later, Lin Chen looked at Su Tao eating heartily across the Inyang hot pot and fell into deep thought. Didn't you say you don't eat hot pot? And it was a rule you set yourself? Su Tao's hand holding the chopsticks stiffened slightly. She smiled awkwardly. Rules are dead, but people are alive. It depends on the actual situation whether to follow them. Besides, rules are made to be broken, right? Also, I just thought about it carefully. If I don't eat enough, how will I have the strength to lose weight? Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He thought Su Tao did not look fat, and he did not know why she always wanted to lose weight. It seemed that no matter whether women are fat or not, they are obsessed with losing weight. It was really hard to understand. Can't understand. Soon, after Su Tao had eaten and drunk enough, Lin Chen took her and walked toward Shuai Yaju. Su Tao said a little embarrassedly. Big villain, since you treated me, next time I will treat you to a meal. Lin Chen laughed. Then I will remember this meal. Su Tao snorted proudly. At this time, the two had already walked to the entrance of Shuai Yaju. The security guard was the one who helped Lin Chen find the way last time. When he saw the two of them, he quickly greeted Lin Chen. Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded to him and then left with Su Tao. This should be Mr. Lin's girlfriend, right? Very beautiful. A small discussion came from behind. Su Tao's whole body stiffened for a moment and she looked at Lin Chen. But Lin Chen seemed as if he heard nothing and asked. What's wrong? Su Tao absent-mindedly shook her head. When they returned to Yunshuijian, Lin Chen left a sentence. I'm going back to rest. You can choose any room here except my master bedroom. Each room has its own bathroom, and there are also disposable toiletries. After saying that, he went straight to the master bedroom on the second floor. The next day, Lin Chen forgot that Su Tao was still staying here and went downstairs directly wearing a loose bathrobe. Su Tao was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. When she heard movement behind her, she subconsciously turned around. Vu simbor stopnia de simbor stopnia vu. Lili Lin Chen. Why aren't you properly dressed? Su Tao quickly covered her eyes and turned around with her back facing Lin Chen. What did she just see? Lin Chen was wearing a loose bathrobe, tied casually, and his abdominal muscles were faintly visible. Ah! She was not clean anymore. Lin Chen looked at himself in confusion. What was wrong with this? It was already 2020 now. However, seeing Su Tao's reaction so big, Lin Chen had no choice but to go back and change into another set of clothes. Su Tao sat on the sofa. Thinking of the scene just now, her heart was beating fast. Too scary. It seemed a little handsome? As soon as this thought appeared, Su Tao was shocked. No, she couldn't think like this. At this time, Lin Chen had already changed his clothes and came out. Let's go. I'll take you to eat breakfast, and then I'll send you to school. Su Tao raised her head and looked at Lin Chen resentfully, said oh lightly, and followed behind him. After breakfast, Lin Chen first sent her to Donghai Conservatory of Music. Donghai University and Donghai Conservatory of Music are almost next to each other and not far apart. At the entrance of the conservatory, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped. People around looked over one after another, wanting to see whose luxury car it was. The car door opened, and Su Tao got out of the car. Not far away, several of Su Tao's roommates were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Su Xiaodao? Is that her? That car logo is Rolls-Royce. She didn't come back all night yesterday. Did she find a rich man? Shocking. I didn't expect Su Xiaodao, this straight-as-steel girl, to finally blossom. Su Tao had just said goodbye to Lin Chen. After walking a few steps, she was surrounded by several roommates. Su Xiaodao, was the person driving the luxury car just now your boyfriend? Hearing this, Su Tao shook her head like a rattle drum. No. Don't talk nonsense. He is not my boyfriend. We are just friends. Her roommates made a tisk sound and said with contempt. You didn't come back last night, and he sent you here this morning. You stayed at his place, right? Hearing this, the guilty Su Tao stammered and did not know what to say. Su Xiaodao, just tell us whether it's true? Her roommate continued to ask. Su Tao felt like crying but had no tears, so she had to nod. See. We found out. Exactly, you even wanted to hide it from us. Amazing, our Su Xiaodao. If you become rich, don't forget us. Don't forget us sisters in the future. Su Tao raised her head and looked at the sky speechlessly. On the other side, Lin Chen had already arrived in the classroom. Lin Chen, who was playing with his phone, suddenly heard a burst of cheering. He subconsciously looked up and saw someone wearing a cute Lolita outfit. Su Tao? No, those dodging eyes, it was Su Mo. Su Mo? Did the sun rise from the west today? The surrounding classmates whispered among themselves, but they were all praising Su Mo for being beautiful. Su Mo looked embarrassed and quickly found Lin Chen's seat and walked over. Lin Chen, can you move one seat inside? Lin Chen said, oh, and moved to the inside seat. Su Mo then sat down in the seat Lin Chen had just been in. She looked at her own dress, then looked at Lin Chen. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but in the end she pressed her lips together and said nothing. Lin Chen also noticed this small movement and felt it was a little strange, but he still sincerely praised her. You look really beautiful today. Hearing this, Su Mo's eyes lit up and she asked carefully. Really? Lin Chen nodded and glanced at the classmates around. Look, everyone's eyes are sharp. They are all praising you for being beautiful. Su Mo lowered her head and smiled with her lips pressed together. As long as you like it. What? She said this very softly, and Lin Chen did not hear it clearly. But Su Mo looked like a frightened little deer. I didn't say anything. Lin Chen looked at her suspiciously and then did not say anything. During this class, Su Mo basically did not listen at all. Her attention was all on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, however, did not notice at all that he had become an arsonist of hearts. After class, when Lin Chen had just reached the downstairs area, he bumped into a girl, and the documents in her hand scattered all over the ground. Senior Song? Lin Chen was a little surprised. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Song Qingwan slightly raised her head and looked at him. It's you. Lin Chen quickly squatted down and helped Song Qingwan pick up the documents on the ground. For some reason, Song Qingwan's face looked very bad, and she seemed absent-minded. She was completely different from the way she looked before. Are you okay? Lin Chen could not help asking. Song Qingwan was slightly stunned, then showed a bitter smile. I'm fine. Are you really fine? Lin Chen was a little doubtful. Hearing this, Song Qingwan sighed and looked at Lin Chen as if she had made some decision. Lin Chen, can you walk with me? Okay. Lin Chen nodded. He had a feeling that something must have happened to Song Qingwan. No matter what, Song Qingwan was the first person he met at Donghai University, and she usually treated him quite well. Seeing her like this now, he was also a little worried. The two walked along the small path on campus. The autumn wind was slightly cool, and a few maple leaves were blown down. Senior, if you want to say something, just say it. Seeing that Song Qingwan wanted to speak but stopped, Lin Chen said. Hearing this, Song Qingwan sighed and said, forget it. Even if I say it, it's useless. Something had happened to her family's company. What use would it be to tell Lin Chen? It would only add trouble to him. Song Qingwan did not want to say it, and Lin Chen could not continue asking. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Take campus belle Song Qingwan out to relax. Reward, Hongda Mall in Donghai City. Lin Chen was slightly shocked. Hongda Mall is in the most prosperous golden area of Donghai City, and its daily turnover is astonishing. He looked at Song Qingwan and comforted her. Look at you, your face looks so bad. Don't think about it for now. How about I take you out to relax? Song Qingwan was slightly stunned and smiled. Okay, thank you. Lin Chen said indifferently. It's fine, no need to thank me. There was originally one more class, but Lin Chen skipped it and took Song Qingwan to the seaside in the Rolls-Royce. The sky was blue, the sea was endless, and the sea and sky were the same color. Song Qingwan's white dress fluttered, and her hair flew in the wind, giving her a somewhat fairy-like feeling. How is it? Do you feel better? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Song Qingwan nodded and then said, My father's company is going to go bankrupt. Lin Chen had just wanted to ask something when Song Qingwan said, Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Hearing this, Lin Chen could only nod. Okay, then we won't talk about it. It's nothing. Believe me, it will be fine. Song Qingwan sighed quietly and did not speak. After staying for a while, the two left the seaside. Lin Chen took Song Qingwan to eat a meal and then sent her back to school. When he returned to the villa, it was already 7 in the evening. Tomorrow he would go to Hongda Mall to take a look. The next day, Hongda Mall. Today Hongda was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, drums and gongs sounded loudly, and even the road was covered with a red carpet. As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, 2 middle-aged men in suits walked over and asked somewhat uncertainly. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? Lin Chen nodded. I am. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so young, so just now I didn't dare come over to confirm. Seeing this, Lin Chen was slightly confused. Who are you? One of the middle-aged men with a bald head said. I am the general person in charge of Hongda Mall. My name is Pang Dehai. The other one was also wearing an expensive suit and seemed to be part of Hongda's management. Yesterday we heard that you would come, so we arranged everything overnight, just to give you the highest courtesy. Pang Dehai slightly bowed and said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded slightly and then followed Pang Dehai into Hongda Mall. On the other side, Chenxi Foreign Trade Company, Ltd. Song Jianming looked at the information in his hand and was slightly surprised. Hongda Mall has changed owners? The secretary beside him nodded. Yes, we just received the news. Song Jianming held the documents and fell into deep thought. Prepare. I'm going to Hongda Mall. After completing the handover procedures, Lin Chen stayed in the office, looking at Hongda's financial reports. Then there was a knock on the door. It was Pang Dehai. Boss, Mr. Song Jianming from Chenxi Foreign Trade is here. He is waiting in the VIP room. Do you want to see him? Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Let him in. As he spoke, Lin Chen put down the documents in his hand and walked out. When he stepped into the VIP reception room, he saw a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. Footsteps came from the door. Song Jianming immediately stood up subconsciously. Seeing that the person coming was so young, Song Jianming was a little puzzled, then he reacted and asked. Could this be the new owner of Hongda Mall, Mr. Lin? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. It's me. As he spoke, he walked to the sofa opposite Song Jianming and sat down. Song Jianming was so shocked that he slightly opened his mouth. After a few seconds, he finally reacted and sat down on the sofa. As soon as I heard that Hongda Mall had changed owners, I immediately came to visit. But I didn't expect that the new owner of Hongda Mall would be so young. Lin Chen said calmly. I've made President Song laugh. I wonder what President Song is looking for me for. Lin Chen asked even though he already knew. Hearing this, Song Jianming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Chen to get to the point so quickly, but he could only say. It's like this. I heard that Hongda has a new owner. This time I came, first to visit Mr. Lin, and second to talk about cooperation with Mr. Lin. Oh? I wonder what cooperation President Song wants to talk about with me. Song Jianming straightened his body and then began to speak. Half an hour later, the two finished talking. Song Jianming laughed loudly. President Lin is only in his 20s, right? Yet you already have such a big business. It really proves that saying, the waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves forward. As he spoke, Song Jianming suddenly thought of his daughter Song Qingwan, who should be about the same age as Lin Chen. And this young man Lin Chen had strong ability and a promising future. He also liked him very much. If he could become his son-in-law? That would be even better. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Chen and said, I wonder if President Lin has time tonight to have a meal together? We can also take this opportunity to properly discuss future cooperation matters. What do you think? Lin Chen hesitated for a while and originally wanted to refuse, but at this moment the system appeared. Congratulations to the host for triggering a plot task, accept Song Jianming's invitation. Reward, 1 Pagani Huayra Chiwan. Lin Chen was stunned. Pagani Huayra Chiwan? This was specially customized by Pagani for the Great Xia country. Without tens of millions, it basically couldn't be obtained. He didn't expect that this reward would actually be such a super luxury car. Seeing that Lin Chen did not answer, Song Jianming carefully asked, "Does President Lin not have time?" At this moment, Lin Chen came back to his senses and said, "I have time." "What time tonight?" 7 in the evening, Earl Hotel. "We will respectfully wait for President Lin's arrival, haha." After saying this, the two said goodbye, and Song Jianming left. And in Lin Chen's mind, a mechanical voice also appeared. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 1 Pagani Huayra Chiwon. Note, the car is parked downstairs. The key is in the host's pocket." Lin Chen touched his pocket and was immediately delighted. He immediately took out the Pagani Huayra key from inside. On the other side, as soon as Song Jianming walked to the downstairs of Hongda Mall, he immediately called his daughter Song Qingwan. "Qingwan, the matter at Dad's company has been solved." Hearing this, Song Qingwan was also overjoyed. Immediately after, Song Jianming continued, "I plan to invite this benefactor to a meal. You should also come tonight." Song Qingwan on the other end of the phone slightly frowned. "Dad, forget it. I don't like this kind of occasion." But Song Jianming quickly said, "Hey, don't refuse so quickly. You two are about the same age. Young people have more common topics. Maybe you can even become friends, and you can also learn well from him." "But, Dad." "It's settled then. 7 in the evening at Earl Hotel. Try to come earlier." Before Song Qingwan could refuse again, Song Jianming directly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Song Qingwan felt speechless. Her father was always like this. Whatever he did, he never asked about her feelings or attitude. Just like just now. She clearly did not want to go, but he simply did not listen to her. So she had no choice but to go along. On the other side, when Lin Chen went downstairs, he did not see his Pagani Huayra Chiwon, but saw many people gathered in front. He curiously walked over, and sure enough, in the very center of the crowd was his Pagani Huayra Chiwon. The black and gold body showed luxury. He directly took out a set of keys, opened the door of the Pagani Huayra Chiwon, and sat inside. Lin Chen in the driver's seat touched the steering wheel and sighed endlessly. As expected of the only car in the world, this feeling was simply incredibly good. The roar of the engine sounded, and the shadow of the Chiwon completely disappeared. Lin Chen drove the supercar around for several laps. The cars around did not dare to get close. They only dared to keep a certain distance and watch from afar. Wherever it went, the Chiwon became a beautiful sight and the focus of everyone's eyes. Lin Chen looked at the time. It was almost 7. At the intersection, he made a turn and drove toward the Earl Hotel. In the luxury private room of the hotel, Song Jianming had already arrived early with Song Qingwan and was waiting. Song Jianming kept reminding Song Qingwan, "Qingwan, when that Mr. Lin arrives later, you should talk more with him." Song Qingwan sat uneasily. She looked at her father and said somewhat embarrassed, "Dad, I'm not used to this kind of occasion. I don't understand when you talk about business. How about I leave first?" Usually when Song Jianming talked about business he would not bring her, but this time it was an exception. In addition, he said they were about the same age, so Song Qingwan could roughly guess his intention. It was nothing more than trying to match them together. Sure enough, Song Jianming said somewhat unhappily, "Why leave so early? I brought you out this time to let you gain some experience. You haven't even met the person yet." After proposing several times and being rejected by her father, Song Qingwan had no choice but to compromise. At worst she would just speak less later. At this time, a handsome face suddenly appeared in her mind. Lin Chen. She wondered what Lin Chen was doing now. She took out her phone. Several times she wanted to send a message to Lin Chen, but she held back. On this side, Lin Chen had just arrived at the Earl Hotel and walked toward the private room Song Jianming mentioned. Just as he reached the door and was about to go in, he heard a familiar voice. "Dad, I can stay, but don't try to matchmake randomly. I already have someone I like. Those childish games of yours can't be taken seriously." "Song Qingwan?" Lin Chen was slightly surprised. He did not expect Song Qingwan to come. She already had someone she liked? How come she had never told him? But from what Song Jianming meant, he seemed to have some intention of letting him become his son-in-law. This senior's father was really quite open. This was only the second time they met, yet he already had the idea of letting him become his son-in-law. Wasn't he afraid his daughter might be tricked? Thinking of this, Lin Chen shook his head with a smile and knocked on the door. The two people in the private room also subconsciously looked toward the door when they heard the movement. At this look, Song Qingwan was so shocked that she stood up directly, and her hand accidentally knocked over the teacup beside her. Lin Chen?" Lin Chen smiled and greeted. "Senior Song. But Song Qingwan clearly had not reacted yet. Lin Chen, why are you here? Suddenly, a thought came up. Song Qingwan covered her small mouth in shock. Could it be that Lin Chen was the partner her father mentioned? At this time, the shocked Song Jiaming also reacted. This is the Mr. Lin I mentioned. What, Qingwan, you know each other? Lin Chen smiled. More than just know each other. She is my senior, and she has helped me quite a lot. Song Qingwan was extremely shocked. She never expected that the person who saved her family's company was actually Lin Chen. If her father had not insisted that she come, she probably would not have known about this. Thinking about what happened yesterday, Song Qingwan was dazed for a moment. Could it be that all of this was specially done by Lin Chen to help her? Song Jiaming was stunned for a few seconds, then laughed loudly. The world is really small. I didn't expect you two to be senior and junior from the same school. This is really fate. As he spoke, Song Jiaming quickly stepped forward, put his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder, and brought him to the seat. Just after sitting down, he suddenly thought of something. I remember Qingwan is only in her second year, right? Then you are only a freshman? Song Qingwan nodded. Yes, Lin Chen is a freshman. When school started and he came to register, I even took him to complete the registration procedures. Song Jiaming never expected that his cooperation partner was actually his daughter's junior. Young people nowadays are really amazing. Song Jiaming could not help but sigh. Now when he looked at Lin Chen, it was like a father-in-law looking at a son-in-law. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Then he looked at his daughter. Qingwan, look at Lin Chen. You should learn more from him, understand? Song Qingwan gently glanced at Lin Chen and nodded a little shyly. Yes, there are still many things about junior Lin Chen that I need to learn from. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. Uncle Song and Senior are praising me too much. There are still many things I need to learn from Uncle Song. Lin Chen's words made Song Jiaming laugh loudly, and he liked Lin Chen even more in his heart. At this moment, the door of the private room was knocked. Song Jiaming said, "Come in," and the door was pushed open. The one who came in was the person in charge of Earl Hotel, Tan Guang. Seeing the person who came, Song Jiaming quickly stood up and greeted him. President Tan? I wonder what brings President Tan here. He was a regular guest of Earl Hotel, so he naturally recognized the person in charge here, Tan Guang. Seeing this, Tan Guang also greeted him and then said, I came to find our Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin? Song Jiaming and Song Qingwan were both extremely shocked. Tan Guang said he came to find their Chairman Lin. Among the people present, besides them, there was only Lin Chen. And Lin Chen's surname was Lin. The surprised gazes of the two both fell on Lin Chen. At this time, Tan Guang also walked toward Lin Chen, slightly bending his body and respectfully said, Chairman Lin, since you were coming, why didn't you say something? I could have arranged a private room for you. Song Jiaming and Song Qingwan were stunned with their mouths open. It really was Lin Chen. But Lin Chen said lightly, I just came to have a meal, so I didn't want to trouble you. Chairman Lin, what are you saying? You are a major shareholder of the head company Meisher Mike. This is what I should do. How can it be considered trouble? Tan Guang quickly said. Then he spoke again. Chairman Lin, do you want to change to another private room and order some dishes again? Lin Chen thought for a few seconds and looked at Song Jiaming. Uncle Song, Senior, what do you think? Song Jiaming felt a little embarrassed. He did not expect that the meal he invited would actually be in someone else's place. Changing it was not right, and not changing it was also not right. Song Qingwan also saw her father's embarrassment and said, Let's not change it. The dishes are already served. It would be troublesome and also a waste. Lin Chen nodded. That's true. Seeing this, Tan Guang felt a little troubled, but it could only be like this. Then, shall I bring a few bottles of good wine? That would be fine. Lin Chen also understood that if he refused this again, it would not be very good. After getting Lin Chen's permission, Tan Guang immediately waved behind him, and two waiters immediately brought several bottles of wine and placed them on the table. Tan Guang slightly bent his body. Then I will not disturb Mr. Lin's meal? Lin Chen nodded. President Tan, go ahead with your work. After Tan Guang went out, the gazes of Song Jiaming and Song Qingwan both fell on Lin Chen again. I didn't expect that you are not only the owner of Hongda Mall, but also a major shareholder of the Meisher Mike Catering Group. Song Jiaming said with some disbelief. He had been in the business world for many years and had never seen someone like Lin Chen. If Lin Chen could become his son-in-law, how good that would be. As he spoke, he glanced at Song Qingwan. He naturally had confidence in his daughter's appearance and ability, but this kind of thing could not be forced. It still depended on whether the two had fate. Song Qingwan was also extremely surprised in her heart. Originally the gap between her and Lin Chen was already not small, but now he seemed to have already stood at a height she could not reach. There was a strange feeling of helplessness. But at the same time she also felt proud that Lin Chen was so outstanding. During the meal, Song Jiaming went out several times in a row, just to create opportunities for Song Qingwan and Lin Chen to be alone. Both Lin Chen and Song Qingwan understood his intention. The meal came to an end. Originally Lin Chen wanted to waive the cost of this meal, but Song Jiaming insisted on paying, saying that since he was the one who invited, how could he let Lin Chen waive the bill? Lin Chen could not argue with him, so he let him do it. At the door, Song Qingwan looked at her father. "Dad, it's a bit late. Give me a ride, I'm going back to school." Hearing this, Song Jiaming was slightly stunned, then said, "Qingwan, I still have an urgent matter to return to the company later, so I can't take you." As he spoke, he gave several looks to his daughter. Song Qingwan looked confused for a long time but still did not understand Song Jiaming's meaning. Song Jiaming had no choice but to cough lightly before saying, "Why don't you ask Lin Chen and see if he has time? When young people are in love, they still need more opportunities to be alone." Lin Chen immediately understood Song Jiaming's meaning and looked at Song Qingwan and said, "Senior, how about I take you back? My home is also not far from the school." Song Jiaming's eyes slightly lit up, and he looked at Lin Chen and said, "Haha, then I'll trouble you." Song Qingwan had already understood her father's meaning. Her face became slightly red, and she thanked Lin Chen. "Thank you. It's nothing." Song Jiaming was just about to leave when he suddenly saw a car not far away. He was instantly shocked and stood there stunned for several seconds. This is the Pagani Huayra Chiwan. Song Qingwan did not understand and asked, "What is Huayra Chiwan?" Song Jiaming's eyes were still fixed tightly on that Chiwan, and he said with admiration, "This is Pagani specially designed for the Xia country according to the legend of the 9 sons of the dragon. There are only 3 cars in total, namely Baxi, Yazi, and this Chiwan. Each of these 3 cars is unique. Without more than 30 million, it simply cannot be obtained." Song Qingwan slightly clicked her tongue. She did not expect that this car actually had such a big background. Lin Chen smiled quite calmly and said, "Uncle Song knows quite a lot about cars." Hearing this, Song Jiaming said modestly, "I only know a little. I also did not expect that in Donghai City, I could actually see a supercar of this level." Originally he still wanted to wait a little longer to see what kind of person the owner of this car was, but after thinking about it, Song Jiaming still felt it was better to forget it. After all, no one knew when the owner would come out. So Song Jiaming could only leave first. On this side, Song Qingwan also looked at Lin Chen. "How about we go back as well?" "Okay." Lin Chen nodded. He took out the car key and walked toward that Pagani Huayra Chiwan. Song Qingwan followed behind Lin Chen and felt more and more that something was not right. "Lin Chen, do you also want to look at that car?" Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Song Qingwan's confused expression, smiled a little, shook his head, and did not speak. But this made Song Qingwan even more confused. What kind of reaction was this? But very soon, she knew. Lin Chen directly opened the car door and sat inside. Song Qingwan was so shocked that she froze on the spot. In her beautiful eyes there was shock and disbelief. The owner of this car was Lin Chen? Thinking of what her father said just now, this car was the only one in the world. What kind of background did Lin Chen have to be able to drive this car? Seeing that she was still standing there blankly, Lin Chen rolled down the window and pressed the horn. "Senior, what are you standing there for? Get in." Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Song Qingwan finally came back to her senses a little and, with an extremely uneasy mood, sat in the passenger seat of the Chiwan. "Lin Chen, this car is actually yours." Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled slightly. "It's mine, just a car. Senior doesn't need to be too surprised." "Just a car? All right." She did not know what to say anymore. Lin Chen reminded her to fasten the seat belt. With one step on the accelerator, the roar of the engine burst out. The luxurious supercar Chiwan became a beautiful sight on the road. Many people could not help but look at it a few more times. And Song Qingwan in the passenger seat looked at Lin Chen's side face while he was driving. Her gaze could not move away, and her heart beat wildly. Lin Chen driving the Chiwan with one hand was really handsome. Lin Chen also felt Song Qingwan's gaze and teased. "Senior, if you keep looking at me like that, I can't focus on driving." At this time, Song Qingwan finally came back to her senses, her face turning red with embarrassment. Sorry, I just lost focus. I'm really sorry." "Lost focus? Was it because you were looking at me and lost focus?" Lin Chen added another sentence. This time Song Qingwan's face turned red all the way to the base of her neck. What could be more embarrassing than being caught while secretly looking? What should she do? Waiting online. Then I won't look at you anymore. Even she did not notice that after saying this sentence, she unconsciously glanced at Lin Chen's side face a few more times. Song Qingwan bit her lip and said, Lin Chen, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what our family would have done. Yesterday she had just talked about her father's company, and Lin Chen immediately bought the entire Hongda Mall and helped her father solve this crisis. If it was called a coincidence, Song Qingwan herself would not believe it. She did not expect that Lin Chen would actually do this to such an extent for her. At the same time, she was also surprised by Lin Chen's ability. This was simply not something a freshman who had just enrolled could do. But Lin Chen did it. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled slightly. It's nothing, just a small effort. Song Qingwan pressed her lips together and did not speak. But she understood in her heart that this favor was very big. How should I repay you? Lin Chen looked at her thoughtfully and teased. Well, people say that such a great kindness cannot be repaid, and one can only repay it by giving oneself. How about senior giving yourself to me? Song Qingwan was slightly stunned. After reacting, her cheeks were dyed with 2 patches of red at a visible speed. Why you should stop joking. I will take it seriously. Lin Chen laughed twice and had to say. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Song Qingwan forced a slight smile, and there was a bit of disappointment in her beautiful eyes. At the same time she regretted the sentence she said just now. Then Lin Chen casually asked. Can you cook? Ah? Cook? I can. What's wrong? Song Qingwan was a little confused. Do you want me to cook for you? Lin Chen looked at her and said. Didn't senior say you didn't know how to repay me? If you have time, come to my house and cook a few meals for me. Just that simple? Song Qingwan could hardly believe it. Lin Chen said. Just that simple. All right then. After that, the two did not talk much along the way. As soon as this supercar entered the school, it caused a huge sensation. Another supercar. And it's a Pagani. Pagani Huayra Chiwen. The only car in the world. I want to see who is so awesome. This is my dream car. I fell in love with it the moment I saw it on TV news. I thought I would never have the chance to see the real one in my life, but I didn't expect someone in our school to drive it. This should be the 3rd supercar that appeared at our Donghai University, right? When Lin Chen parked the car downstairs of the girls' dormitory and got out of the car, the whole place froze. This isn't the junior who came to register by helicopter? I heard that the Rolls-Royce Phantom that caused a sensation in the school before was also his. How long has it been and he already changed to another luxury car, and it's the only one in the world. This kind of car can't be obtained just with money, right? What kind of background does this junior have? Look, isn't that the campus beauty Song Qingwan? Could it be that the two are already together? Don't you know? There were already rumors like that before. Lin Chen simply ignored the discussions around him, but Song Qingwan felt a little embarrassed. After all, everyone thought that she and Lin Chen had that kind of relationship. Thinking of this, Song Qingwan actually felt a little bit secretly happy. Then, I'll go back first. Be careful on the road. After Lin Chen said okay, Song Qingwan entered the dormitory building. After watching her go upstairs, Lin Chen also drove away. Not long after returning to the villa, Lin Chen received a WeChat message from Song Qingwan. You can decide the time. If I'm free, I'll come over, okay? Lin Chen thought for a moment and typed a line on the phone. How about tomorrow? Are you free tomorrow? Song Qingwan replied instantly. I happen to be free tomorrow. What time? Send me the location, and I will go there. Lin Chen said. About 10 in the morning. I will pick you up then. After sending this message, Lin Chen directly threw the phone aside and went to take a shower. The next day, Lin Chen slept directly until 9. After getting up and washing up, he went straight to the school to pick up Song Qingwan. The two went to a small supermarket together to buy some ingredients, and then returned to Lin Chen's villa. After getting out of the car, Song Qingwan looked at the Yunshuijian in front of her and was extremely shocked. This Yunshuijian is the #1 luxury house in Donghai City. I heard before that it was bought by someone. I didn't expect the buyer to be you. Lin Chen had brought her too many surprises. But Lin Chen just said indifferently. I just came to university and was not used to living in the dormitory, so I found a place outside to live. Song Qingwan's breathing paused. Found a place, so he bought Yunshuijian, the most expensive house in Donghai City? This was a bit too shocking, right? She could not help but become curious. What kind of person was Lin Chen? First he came to register by helicopter and shocked the whole school. Then there were luxury cars like the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the Pagani Huayra Chiwen. Later he bought the entire Hongda Mall, and now there was also Yanshuijian, the #1 luxury house in Donghai City. Why did she feel that Lin Chen's money could never be spent? Lin Chen, who was about to enter the villa, saw Song Qingwan standing there in a daze, so he had to call her a few times. Only then did Song Qingwan come back to her senses and follow Lin Chen into the villa. Compared with the exterior, the inside of the villa was even more luxurious. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen sent Song Qingwan back to the school, while he himself returned to the villa. Just when he arrived at the door, he ran into Jiang Li. "What a coincidence, little brother." Jiang Li greeted him with a smile. Lin Chen also smiled. "What a coincidence, Sister A Li." Hearing this, Jiang Li laughed softly and looked up at the sky. "Look at those two clouds in the sky." Lin Chen obediently looked up, but did not notice anything. "What about the clouds?" Jiang Li teased. "Look at those two clouds. Don't they look like the meal you owe me?" As she spoke, she slightly raised her eyebrow and looked at Lin Chen playfully. Only then did Lin Chen remember that after going to Jiang Li's house to eat breakfast last time, he had indeed promised to treat her to a meal. Several days had already passed, and he had completely forgotten about it. He said apologetically, "Sorry, I've been busy recently and forgot. How about going out tonight?" Jiang Li rested her chin on one hand, thought for a few seconds, and then said, "I was joking about the meal, but I do have something I want to ask you to help with." "What is it?" "I have to attend a charity auction tonight, and I'm missing a male companion." Jiang Li said with some trouble. "Are you free tonight? I want you to go with me." At this moment, the system suddenly appeared. "Congratulations to the host for triggering a plot task, agree to Jiang Li's request. Reward, triple charity spending cashback card ×3, no limit. Cashback card for spending, and with no limit? The kind where the more money you spend, the more money you get? Impressive." Lin Chen slightly raised his eyebrow and looked at Jiang Li. "Be your male companion?" "Yes," Jiang Li said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded. "Okay. What time?" "At the same time. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, charity spending cashback card ×3, no limit. If you're free now, I can take you to get styled together?" Still needed to do styling? Hearing this, Lin Chen only felt it was a bit troublesome. After Lin Chen drove the car out, when Jiang Li saw the Pagani Huayra, she was stunned. After several seconds she reacted and immediately stepped forward to touch it. "My goodness, isn't this the Chiwan that Pagani just released not long ago? There is only this one. How did you get it?" Jiang Li looked at Lin Chen with a shocked face. But Lin Chen only smiled lightly. "You guess?" Jiang Li was confused and looked at Lin Chen with some suspicion. "Tell the truth, are you the biological son of the richest man in Xia country? Or the young master of some hidden big family? If I say neither, do you believe it?" Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Li like this was rarely seen, and had a somewhat cute feeling. "You are really a monster. Are you letting people live or not?" Jiang Li sighed. As she spoke, she sat in the passenger seat and could not help sighing. "I didn't expect that one day I would actually sit in the passenger seat of the Pagani Huayra Chiwan." As she spoke, she looked at Lin Chen who was driving beside her, and her beautiful eyes were full of doubt. She was becoming more and more curious now. What kind of person was Lin Chen? The place they were going to now was the studio of Jiang Li's personal stylist. Along the way, Jiang Li kept giving directions, and finally they arrived. Downstairs, the Pagani Huayra Chiwan once again caused a commotion. As soon as they entered the door, a white beauty named Linda came up and gave Jiang Li a big hug. Then Linda looked at Lin Chen and, speaking standard Xia language, asked teasingly, "Jiang Li, is this your boyfriend? He looks a bit young." Hearing this, Jiang Li smiled. "He is not my boyfriend." Then she added another sentence. "Not yet." Linda had a smile on her face that said, "I understand." "Oh?" Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Jiang Li also appropriately changed the topic. "All right Linda, let's start." To avoid ruining the makeup when changing clothes, Lin Chen and Jiang Li first went to change their clothes. Lin Chen wore a standard black suit with a wine-red bow tie. Lin Chen, who rarely wore formal clothes, was really a bit uncomfortable. He still preferred comfortable casual clothes. And Jiang Li changed into a strapless starry evening dress, outlining her perfect figure. The dark-colored dress was decorated with many small diamonds, shining under the light and very dazzling and moving. There was no makeup on her face, yet she still had a special charm. As expected of a natural beauty, an angel face and a devil figure. Lin Chen coughed twice and quickly withdrew his gaze. If he kept looking, it would be bad for his health. A bit overwhelming. Jiang Li slightly raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Chen. "What, is sister's figure good? Did it make you stare blankly?" Lin Chen smiled at her and said. Isn't it normal to stare? Aren't beauties pleasing to the eye? Jiangli said coquettishly. Your mouth is really sweet. Hearing this sentence, Lin Chen suddenly felt playful. You haven't tasted it, how do you know? Jiangli was slightly stunned. Usually she teased Lin Chen, but now it suddenly reversed. Jiangli was a bit unable to adapt. Oh? Haven't seen you for a few days and your skills improved a lot? Lin Chen smiled. That's natural. Did Jiangli really treat him as a pure little brother? Alright, you have some ability now. Lin Chen looked at her deeply and then did not speak. After the styling was finished, Jiangli looked bright and charming. Her waist-length wavy hair was pinned up, and she wore a pair of pearl earrings, looking dazzling and having the demeanor of a queen. Lin Chen also strangely had a more mature temperament, but he felt that he looked several years older. Even Jiangli looked at him and nodded with satisfaction. The little brother has become an older brother. Interesting. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. As long as you think it's good. After finishing the styling, it was already not early. Linda escorted the two downstairs. Lin Chen had just wanted to go open the car, but saw two beauties wearing slip dresses constantly posing beside his car to shoot videos. Just got my first car in life. After becoming financially independent, I achieved another small goal. Someone asked me what financial independence feels like? For me, financial independence means buying what I like, seeing the scenery I want to see, and letting myself and my family live the life we want. At the moment she saw the Pagani Huayra Chiwan, Linda stopped in shock. Pagani Huayra? Jiangli, your little boyfriend is not simple. Linda exclaimed. Jiangli proudly glanced at Linda. Of course. On the other side? Sorry, miss, I'm in a hurry. Lin Chen stepped forward directly and interrupted the two beauties who were recording videos. Pfft. Linda behind could not help laughing. She leaned close to Jiangli and said, your little boyfriend really doesn't understand romance. Such a beauty is recording a video, and he still has the heart to interrupt. Jiangli looked at her helplessly. He's not my little boyfriend yet. Beside the Pagani, the two beauties whose video was interrupted looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Huh? What did you say? This car is yours? Lin Chen directly took out the key to open the car door. Otherwise? Seeing this, countless hearts instantly appeared in the eyes of the two beauties. Rich, young, and handsome. Exactly their type. Little brother, can we add each other on WeChat? The two women immediately leaned closer, squeezing their voices and speaking in a coquettish tone. Yes, little brother, I'll skin you. Let's be friends. As they spoke, they kept throwing flirtatious looks at Lin Chen. The strong smell of perfume rushed into his nose, and Lin Chen was already getting impatient. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. But the two who had finally met a high-quality rich man were still unwilling to give up. Then tell us your WeChat ID, we'll add you. Linda looked at Jiangli with interest. Your little boyfriend is being surrounded. Aren't you going to help? Aren't you afraid he can't resist? Jiangli smiled and looked at her. He's not the kind of person who would choose food when hungry. It's getting late, I'll leave first. As she spoke, she brushed her hair and walked over in high heels. Dear, why didn't you wait for me to leave together? Jiangli said coquettishly. The two beauties looked surprised and sized Jiangli up and down. A high-end custom evening dress, Gucci genuine leather women's shoes designed for the red carpet, a Patek Philippe necklace, and in the air floated the scent of Chanel No. 5. The expressions of the two beauties instantly became ugly. A strong rival. This was a real socialite. But Jiangli did not even look at the two of them. She walked straight to Lin Chen's side and naturally held his arm. Lin Chen looked at her with slight surprise. The two beauties looked at each other. Could this woman be this handsome guy's girlfriend? Jiangli gave him a look and winked. Only then did Lin Chen react and walk to the other side to open the car door for Jiangli. Jiangli smiled sweetly. Thank you, dear. This coquettish voice made Lin Chen feel a little itchy inside. The roar of the engine sounded. The two beauties subconsciously stepped aside and watched helplessly as the luxury supercar drove away. In the car, Jiangli received a message from Linda and could not help laughing. She laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. He was really a little curious about what could make Jiangli laugh like this. Jiangli looked at Lin Chen with some amusement. Do you know? Your WeChat account is worth 10,000. This sentence made Lin Chen confused. What does that mean? Jiangli replied to Linda's message while saying. The two beauties just now each gave Linda 5,000 just to get your WeChat account. Ah? Lin Chen smiled. In that case, I seem to have discovered a new business opportunity. Oh? Jiangli slightly raised her eyebrow. Tell me? I can create a secondary WeChat account and sell it specifically to people like them. That's also a considerable income. I'm really a genius. Jiang Li could not help laughing. You really are a little bad guy. Lin Chen looked at her lightly. Hee hee, thanks for the praise. Then Jiang Li asked again. Those two beauties looked pretty good. Didn't you feel even a little tempted? Hearing this, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Jiang Li with a complicated expression. In your eyes, is my taste really that bad? Am I the kind of person who chooses food when hungry? Jiang Li rested her chin on one hand and looked at Lin Chen's side face. That's not the case. That's more like it. Thinking about how Jiang Li addressed him when he was being entangled by those two socialites just now, Lin Chen could not help saying. By the way, what did you call me just now? I forgot. Jiang Li covered her mouth and laughed softly twice, then scolded with a smile. I said you are a little bad guy, and you really don't stop, do you? I called you dear just now to help you out of the situation. What's wrong? Do you want to hear it a few more times? Lin Chen nodded and said thoughtfully. That's a good idea. As if she did not expect Lin Chen to say that, Jiang Li was slightly stunned, and her cheeks felt a little hot. She suddenly felt as if she had fallen into a trap. Lin Chen looked at her with some surprise. He did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that Jiang Fox's face was red. What a rare sight. To ease the embarrassment, Jiang Li coughed lightly twice and fanned herself with her hand, saying casually, It's a bit hot in this car. Lin Chen could not help laughing. He did not expect her to be so proud and care so much about face. The latter glared at him angrily. What are you laughing at? Lin Chen suddenly had a mischievous thought. You still haven't answered my question just now. Is it okay, or not? Jiang Li was slightly stunned. She had finally changed the topic, and he brought it back again? Thinking of this, Jiang Li could not help looking at Lin Chen a few more times. Was the little lamb going to transform into a big bad wolf? Jiang Li glared at Lin Chen a few times with pride and a bit of shyness. Dear, dear. Is that enough? Barely acceptable. Lin Chen said while driving, his eyes straight ahead. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. As soon as the Chiwan appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. When Lin Chen and Jiang Li got out of the car, they immediately became the focus of everyone. A handsome man with a beautiful woman was a beautiful sight wherever they went. What's more, this handsome man also had a Pagani Huayra Chiwan. The women present all envied Jiang Li and wished they could replace her. After registering at the entrance, Jiang Li brought Lin Chen into the venue. The two had just found seats and sat down, and Jiang Li was telling Lin Chen some matters related to the charity auction. Not far away, a beauty wearing a dark blue slip evening dress looked over, with some doubt in her eyes. Jiang Li? The one beside her, could that be her boyfriend? I didn't expect that she actually likes someone so young. When attending this kind of event before, Jiang Li usually came alone. This time she actually brought a male companion, so Luo Weiwei naturally assumed that he was Jiang Li's boyfriend. The man beside Luo Weiwei, her boyfriend Li Hao, also looked over there. The moment he saw the dark starry evening dress she was wearing, he was instantly amazed. Weiwei, is that your friend? Li Hao moved close to Luo Weiwei's ear and asked. Luo Weiwei nodded. Right after that, Li Hao asked again. How about we go over and say hello? Luo Weiwei thought for a moment and said, okay. After that, Luo Weiwei fixed her makeup and walked toward Jiang Li in 10 centimeters high heels. As a woman, in terms of temperament, she could not lose. Hello, President Jiang. Luo Weiwei greeted Jiang Li with a smiling face. While speaking, she looked Jiang Li up and down at what she was wearing. She even took out a haute couture dress. What a big move. Jiang Li looked up. When she saw who came, her expression turned slightly cold. President Luo? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Luo Weiwei smiled, then glanced at Lin Chen beside her. This is my friend. Jiang Li said lightly. Luo Weiwei smiled and took the opportunity to sit beside Jiang Li. I think he's your boyfriend, right? Jiang Li frowned slightly and wanted to explain first, but Lin Chen spoke. Hello, my name is Lin Chen. Hearing this, Jiang Li looked at Lin Chen with a little surprise. If he did this, it would easily make Luo Weiwei and the others misunderstand. But since he didn't mind, she had nothing to say. Luo Weiwei smiled at Lin Chen. Hello, my name is Luo Weiwei. Then she looked at the man beside her and introduced him. This is my boyfriend, Li Hao. Li Hao looked at Lin Chen and reached out his hand. Mr. Lin. Lin Chen also reached out and shook his hand symbolically. Right after that, Li Hao asked again. I wonder where Mr. Lin works. Me? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said casually. I'm still a student. Li Hao was a little surprised, but looking at Lin Chen, he didn't seem very old. Then he looked at the cold Jiang Li. He didn't expect that this beauty actually liked this kind. And Luo Weiwei also glanced at Lin Chen, her eyes becoming disdainful. A student? So he was being kept by Jiangli? Jiangli felt a little awkward, but she didn't say anything. Was this kid pretending to be weak while actually strong? Just at this moment, Li Hao, who was scrolling on his phone, suddenly said, "Damn," and everyone's eyes fell on him. Li Hao immediately said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, that was a bit rude just now." "What happened?" Luo Weiwei asked. Li Hao quickly showed the phone to Luo Weiwei. "I saw a message in the group saying that a Pagani Huayra Chiwan is parked at the entrance. The owner seems to be here to attend the auction." As he spoke, he looked around at the people present. "I wonder which big shot it is. I've only seen this car at an auto show. It's the only limited one in the world. I didn't expect to see it here." What they didn't notice was that Lin Chen and Jiangli looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces were a little subtle. After that, Li Hao handed the phone to Lin Chen. "This world's only Chiwan, you probably haven't seen it before, right? Come, take a look." Lin Chen casually glanced at the photo on it. "Isn't this his car? But then again, there is only one in the world, how could there be the same car?" Li Hao looked at Lin Chen somewhat proudly. "How is it, handsome, right?" Lin Chen chuckled twice and said, "Quite handsome." Jiangli almost couldn't hold back her laughter and looked at Li Hao as if looking at a fool. But Li Hao didn't notice the strange behavior of the two, and in his heart he mocked Lin Chen for having never seen the world. At the same time, he was a little envious of him for being able to be with a big beauty like Jiangli. Although his girlfriend Luo Weiwei was pretty, compared with Jiangli, she was still far behind. After all, Jiangli was a typical elegant beauty, while Luo Weiwei had a bit more of a worldly charm. Soon after, the auction began. After the host on stage spoke, he announced the official start. Doing charity does not mean that once the money is thrown in, it disappears. For companies, doing charity is very necessary. It can increase public recognition and also help future development to a certain extent. So most of the people who came here were bosses of major companies. The first auction item was a work by a somewhat famous local calligrapher from Donghai. Because it was a charity auction, the starting price of all auction items was 0. Very quickly, someone below began to bid, offering 10,000. Seeing this, Li Hao slowly raised the sign in his hand. 100,000. Whoosh! Everyone's gaze focused on Li Hao. The price increased 10 times at once. What generosity! Li Hao smiled and enjoyed everyone's attention. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Chen. Just a student, he probably didn't have money to bid, right? Number 41 bids 100,000. Any higher bids? At this time, someone else bid 120,000. The smile on Li Hao's face slightly faded, and he raised the sign in his hand again. 200,000. He was determined to get this calligraphy. Whoosh! People around were slightly shocked. And the gentleman who had just bid had no choice but to give up. Seeing that no one else was bidding, the auctioneer on stage asked, 200,000, first time. Anyone else want to bid? 200,000, second time. He raised the small hammer high in his hand. However, at this moment, Lin Chen raised the sign in his hand. 1 million. Boom! The whole audience was shocked. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Chen. Which family's young master is this? How can he spend 1 million on a piece of calligraphy without even blinking? No idea. He's probably not a local, otherwise how could we have never seen him? Directly bidding 1 million, he's not giving others a chance to bid. Li Hao looked at Lin Chen angrily. Don't mess around. This is not a joke. It was not that he couldn't take out 1 million. He just felt that spending 1 million to buy a piece of calligraphy, and not even from a famous master, was really not worth it. Luo Weiwei also rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and mocked him. You called such a high price. Do you even have that much money? Lin Chen glanced at them lightly and said nothing. His gaze turned back to the stage. During this period, several industries had been making profits for him. Now he had tens of millions in his hands. If he were not afraid of scaring them, he would have wanted to directly call 10 million. Anyway, it would return 3 times later. This 1 million was only a small appetizer. Jiangli was also very surprised. She moved closer to Lin Chen and asked, Do you really like this calligraphy work very much? Lin Chen shrugged. To be honest, I don't like it. Hearing this, Jiangli suddenly felt a bit speechless. You don't like it, and you still bid such a high price to buy it? Lin Chen grinned. For charity. All right, you have money with nowhere to spend. Pretend I said nothing. Zhao Yuanhang in the crowd was slightly surprised when he saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen? He couldn't help but smile. This junior really is interesting. The host on stage immediately became excited. Mr. Number 62 bids 1 million. Does anyone want to bid higher? 1 million once. 1 million twice. Next, the result was obvious. After Lin Chen's bid, no one raised their sign again. 1,000,000 3 times. Bang! The hammer fell. This calligraphy was undoubtedly won by Lin Chen. Please welcome Mr. Number 62 to come on stage to receive the calligraphy and complete the handover ceremony. Lin Chen leaned closer to Jiang Li. I still have to give a speech, right? How about you go up and receive it for me? I'm really not used to this kind of occasion. Jiang Li looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. After taking the bank card Lin Chen handed to her, she stood up and walked toward the stage under everyone's gaze. At the moment the card payment succeeded, a mechanical voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for using Charity Consumption Card X1, obtaining triple cashback. Lin Chen took out his phone to check. Sure enough, there were 3 million more in his account. Soon, she came back holding a calligraphy work and handed it to Lin Chen. Here, your trophy. Lin Chen only glanced at it lightly and said, I'm giving it to you. I specially bid for it for you. Hearing this, Jiang Li was slightly surprised. For me? Something bought for 1 million, and you just give it to me? Lin Chen loosened the tie around his neck and looked at her with a smile. It can do charity and help people who need help, and it can also make a beauty happy. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Jiang Li paused for a moment, and her heartbeat uncontrollably sped up. I didn't expect that you're quite good at flirting. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at her. There are many things you haven't seen. Jiang Li's face turned slightly red, and she stopped talking. Luo Weiwei, who was sitting beside Jiang Li, saw the interaction between the two and said sourly. Mr. Lin is really generous. 1 million, and you just give it away like that. Hearing this, Lin Chen and Jiang Li glanced at her lightly. With tacit understanding, neither of them spoke. Li Hao beside her quickly comforted Luo Weiwei. Weiwei, later I'll also bid one for you. Thank you, darling. Li Hao looked at Lin Chen with dissatisfaction. He had already spent 1 million just now, so he probably had no money left now, right? Just a student. Even if he was a rich second generation, he couldn't spend money like water like this, right? Soon, the second round of bidding began. This time it was a pair of jade bracelets contributed by an antique collector, said to have a history of 100 years. The quality was not very good. The value was mainly in its long history. The first person who bid directly called 10,000. Then gradually many people bid. Luo Weiwei leaned softly against Li Hao and said in a coquettish voice, Darling, I really like this pair of jade bracelets. As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Li without leaving a trace. Li Hao's body almost melted from her sweet voice, and he quickly said, Okay, I'll bid it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly raised the sign in his hand. 500,000. Compared with the previous bid of 300,000, it was 20,000 more. Wow! Those who had just planned to continue bidding for the bracelets immediately stopped. Li Hao looked at Lin Chen with slight pride. He didn't believe that this kid could still compete with him this time. The host on stage started calling. Just as the hammer was about to fall, Lin Chen raised the sign in his hand again. 10 million. The whole hall fell silent. Jiang Li was extremely shocked and quickly pulled Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen, what are you doing? But Lin Chen only looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Jiang Li moved close to his ear and whispered. At the charity auction, the donations raised last year were only a little more than 8 million. You suddenly bid 10 million at once, which is more than what was raised last year in total. Although I know you are not short of money, money shouldn't be spent like this. But Lin Chen still only said calmly. It's fine. It's all for charity. Now Jiang Li was completely speechless. Having money really makes people willful. On the other side, Li Hao exploded. What do you mean by this? Are you here to cause trouble? Lin Chen glanced at him lightly. I am bidding according to the process. Is there any problem? Li Hao opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but didn't know what to say. He only angrily threw out one sentence. If you have the ability, don't run away when it's time to pay later. This time, Jiang Li again went up to receive the item for him. At the same time, a text message was sent to Lin Chen's phone. He spent 10 million and received 30 million. Comfortable. At this time, Li Hao was obviously hit by the blow. He said he was going to the restroom and stood up to leave. Just then, Luo Weiwei glanced at Jiang Li on the stage, then looked at Lin Chen. She took out her phone, opened the scan function, and leaned closer. Mr. Lin, how about we add contact information? I'll scan you. Let's be friends. Lin Chen frowned slightly and looked at her. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. Hearing this, Luo Weiwei felt a little embarrassed, then smiled. Mr. Lin really likes to joke. I just saw you take out your phone. Lin Chen smiled and didn't explain. Instead he directly asked. You like making friends so much? Does your boyfriend know? The smile on Luo Weiwei's face froze instantly. Seeing that Jiang Li was about to return from the stage, she stepped back and secretly cursed Lin Chen in her heart for not understanding charm. At the same time, she began to doubt her own charm. Could it be that her charm had sharply decreased recently? At this time, Jiang Li also returned to her seat. She glanced lightly at Luo Weiwei and said nothing. Lin Chen smiled and said to Jiang Li, "The bracelet is for you." Jiang Li raised her eyebrows. This bracelet was also bought for me? As a man, he couldn't use it. Other than giving it away or collecting it, the bracelet seemed to have no other use. Sure enough, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Yes." This scene made Luo Weiwei extremely envious, and her heart was full of jealousy. Lin Chen still had one cashback card left, and he planned to use this card at the very end. For the next few auction items, Lin Chen did not make any bids. At this time, Li Hao also returned to his seat. Now the item being auctioned on stage was already the last auction item. It was a crystal necklace, said to be designed by a famous designer from the United States. When Luo Weiwei saw the image projected on the big screen, her eyes lit up. She immediately looked at Li Hao beside her. "Darling, you just promised to bid it for me." Li Hao quickly agreed and immediately raised the sign in his hand. 5 million. The starting price was already 5 million, which made many interested people hesitate. But Lin Chen didn't even frown and directly called out the words, 10 million. The whole audience was shocked. Li Hao was also stunned. In the previous 2 rounds, hadn't he already spent 11 million? How could he call out another 10 million now? The previous 2 times had already been taken from him. This time he was unwilling to give up no matter what. Besides, Luo Weiwei would not let it go so easily. Li Hao gritted his teeth and raised the sign in his hand. 11 million. Before everyone could react, Lin Chen said, 20 million. Boom. The whole audience was stirred up. What happened to this year's charity auction? How did so many rich people suddenly appear? Li Hao was extremely angry, but he did not dare to bid again. Seeing Li Hao's face red with anger, Luo Weiwei quickly gave him a way out. "Darling, forget it. I don't actually like that necklace that much." On the other side, Jiang Li received the necklace. Before she could speak, Lin Chen said, "It's for you." Jiang Li laughed so much that her body trembled. "It seems you are determined to win me over?" Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. Another 60 million had entered his account. Something in Jiang Li's heart moved, and she looked at Lin Chen with some gratitude. "Thank you. The necklace is very beautiful. I like it very much." Then she added another sentence. "I like every gift you gave me." Lin Chen nodded. "As long as you like it." Luo Weiwei beside them felt extremely jealous. She always liked to compete with Jiang Li openly and secretly, but this time she lost terribly. If Lin Chen were her boyfriend, it would be great. She originally wanted to try again, but thinking of Lin Chen's attitude just now, she retreated. The auction came to an end, and some reporters rushed in, surrounding Lin Chen and Jiang Li. "Sir, you spent more than 30 million at this charity auction. What was the reason? Sir, do you have anything you want to say?" Facing the questions from the reporters, Lin Chen only smiled and said one sentence. "For charity." After saying this, he left with Jiang Li, leaving the reporters looking at each other. After the auction ended, the charity dinner began, and the venue was in another banquet hall. As soon as he arrived at the banquet hall, Lin Chen heard a familiar voice behind him. "Mr. Lin." Lin Chen and Jiang Li both turned around. Jiang Li was slightly stunned. Wasn't this Xiao Yuanhang, the son of the owner of Hongda Mall? No, the former owner. A few days ago, she heard that Hongda Mall had a new owner. She was planning to find time to visit him, but had not found the chance. Lin Chen was a little confused. The person in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Seeing this, Xiao Yuanhang quickly introduced himself. "I'm Xiao Yuanhang, Hongda Mall." Hearing the words Hongda Mall, Lin Chen finally remembered. So it's Senior Zhao. Lin Chen felt slightly embarrassed. If he hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have remembered. Mr. Lin really forgets things easily. Lin Chen chuckled twice. Then Xiao Yuanhang looked at Jiang Li. "This is Chairman Jiang from Jiaqing?" Jiang Li politely smiled at him. "Young Master Zhao has a good memory." Then she looked at the two of them. "You know each other?" Before Lin Chen could speak, Xiao Yuanhang said. "More than just knowing each other. Mr. Lin spent 800 million and directly bought our Hongda Mall." "What? Lin Chen bought Hongda Mall?" Hearing this, Jiang Li stood there stunned, too shocked to know what to say. She never expected that the new owner of Hongda Mall she planned to visit would actually be Lin Chen. Jiang Li thought more and more about it and felt frightened. What kind of person was Lin Chen exactly? She became more and more interested in Lin Chen. Senior Zhao is joking. Lin Chen said lightly. He had no idea what Jiang Li was thinking. Right after that, Zhao Yuanhang remembered the Pagani Huayra Chiwen he had seen parked at the entrance. He looked at Lin Chen and asked, "The Pagani Huayra Chiwen parked outside?" He did not finish the sentence, but the meaning was obvious. Lin Chen also heard the probing in his words and smiled. "It's mine." Hiss. Although he had guessed this answer, hearing Lin Chen admit it personally still surprised him. "I remember Mr. Lin already had a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It hasn't been long, and now you also have a Chiwen. Speaking of which, there is only one Chiwen in the world. Mr. Lin can actually get it. Honestly, I admire you very much." Inside and outside Zhao Yuanhang's words was strong envy. He also loved cars. This Chiwen he had only seen at an auto show. Lin Chen laughed awkwardly and said, "It's just a car. TSK TSK TSK. What is boldness? This is it." After sighing in his heart, Zhao Yuanhang suddenly said, "By the way, Mr. Lin, we have a supercar club here. I wonder if you are interested in joining." "Supercar club?" Hearing these words, Lin Chen became a little interested. Zhao Yuanhang explained, "I am the founder of our Donghai City Supercar Club. It's just a group of supercar enthusiasts playing together. Sometimes we also race. By the way, someone in our club also drives a Pagani, but it really can't compare with yours. As long as you join, just with this Chiwen, you can crush all the supercars. It would even make people jealous." Listening to this, Lin Chen was indeed a little interested. "So how do you join this club?" Hearing this, Zhao Yuanhang took out his phone. "Let's add contact information. I'll pull you into the club's group chat." "Okay." Lin Chen answered and immediately took out his phone and added Zhao Yuanhang as a friend. After that, the two chatted for a few sentences, and then the dinner began. Afterward, Luo Weiwei and Li Hao seemed to deliberately avoid Lin Chen and Jiang Li. The latter did not see them during the entire dinner. Lin Chen even thought that the two had left early. But when the dinner ended and everyone was leaving, Lin Chen was about to go start his car when he saw the two again. "This Pagani Huayra is really flashy. Yes. If I could drive this car once, I would be willing not to touch a car for a year. This car is simply a man's dream. I wonder what kind of big shot owns it." Li Hao was sighing with emotion when Luo Weiwei suddenly pulled his sleeve and gave him a look toward where Lin Chen was. When Li Hao saw Lin Chen, he felt a little embarrassed and a little annoyed. "You're also looking at this car?" Li Hao asked. Lin Chen smiled. "It's just a car. What's there to look at?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Hao's mouth twitched twice. He looked at Lin Chen as if looking at a fool. "There is only one Chiwen in the world, and you say it's just a car?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and asked back. "What, isn't it a car?" Li Hao was choked by the words and became somewhat speechless. What Lin Chen said seemed to have nothing wrong with it. Yes, it is a car, but it is not just a car. It is the dream of all men, and also a symbol of identity, status, and nobility. Li Hao said righteously, as if Lin Chen had insulted his belief. Jiang Li beside him was holding back her laughter so hard that her shoulders were shaking. She wondered what their reaction would be when they found out that the owner of this car was Lin Chen. Jiang Li said she was very much looking forward to it. Lin Chen glanced at her lightly and felt she was also quite embarrassed. People around them also began to defend the Chiwen. "Yes, what do you mean just a car? I think he's just sour grapes." "Yes, what decent person would say that? Often there are some people who can't get it but insist on slandering it. Such people are shameless. If the owner comes and hears his words, who knows what reaction there will be." Li Hao crossed his arms and stared proudly at Lin Chen. "Did you hear what everyone said? What else do you have to say?" At this time, Jiang Li wrapped her arm around Lin Chen's and said coquettishly, "Dear, let's go back first." "Okay." Lin Chen replied lightly, took out the car key, and walked toward the Chiwen. Boom! Everyone was petrified. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Lin Chen opened the car door for Jiang Li and then sat in the driver's seat himself. Only after the Chiwen completely disappeared from sight did Li Hao come back to his senses. At the same time, he felt extremely embarrassed. That super luxury car was Lin Chen's. Thinking about what he had said in front of Lin Chen just now, Li Hao wished he could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. The way the people around looked at him also became strange. So that young guy just now was the owner of this Chiwen. This guy tried to show off in front of the owner. That's too embarrassing. Seriously, he even misled all of us. Serves him right. Luo Weiwei also felt too embarrassed to stay. She directly shook off Li Hao's hand and left alone. Li Hao froze for 2 seconds and quickly chased after her. On the other side, in the car, Jiang Li looked at Lin Chen meaningfully. "I didn't expect that you could spend more than 20 million at this charity auction." Lin Chen laughed twice. "It was all for charity." Hearing this, Jiangli rolled her eyes. You always say the same sentence. Can't you change to something new? Suddenly remembering something she saw on the stage, Jiangli couldn't help asking. Today, Luo Dabier made a move on you? Lin Chen couldn't help coughing twice. What do you mean Luo Dabier made a move on me? Jiangli said quietly. I saw it on the stage. Only then did Lin Chen remember. It turned out to be that matter. She wanted my contact information. I didn't give it. However, Lin Chen glanced at Jiangli. Calling her Luo Dabier? And you dare to say that? Yours are clearly even bigger than hers, okay? Hearing this, Jiangli was somewhat surprised. That Luo Dabier is a famous social butterfly in the circle and has seen countless men. You actually weren't taken down by her? She doesn't look bad either. Lin Chen said lightly. Beautiful skins are all the same, but interesting souls are 1 in 10,000. Jiangli laughed twice. Interesting. Quite a lot of people asked for your contact information today. It seems your luck with women is pretty good. Lin Chen smiled bitterly twice. This kind of luck with women, I don't want it. The two chatted casually, and soon they arrived at Shuian Yaju. Lin Chen deliberately drove the car to the gate of Jiangli's villa to send her home first, although it was only a few steps away. After saying goodbye to each other, Jiangli went into her villa, and Lin Chen also drove the car back. Just after returning home and opening his phone, Lin Chen found several unread messages, all from Su Mo. Lin Chen, why haven't you come to class these days? Fortunately the teacher didn't check strictly, otherwise you would have been recorded for a demerit. Will you come to class tomorrow? Lin Chen replied with a message. Yeah, I've been a bit busy recently. I'll go tomorrow. After sending this sentence, Lin Chen put down his phone and went to take a shower. The next day, Lin Chen got up early and went to class according to the schedule. As soon as Lin Chen entered the classroom, he saw Su Mo waving to him. Lin Chen, I saved a seat for you. Lin Chen walked directly to Su Mo and sat down beside her. Thanks. It's nothing. Su Mo said. Then she looked at Lin Chen again. Have you been very busy recently? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, quite busy. At this time, the class monitor Chu Chanqian in front suddenly turned around and asked pitifully. Lin Chen, do you know how to play basketball? What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Hearing this, Chu Chanqian sighed. It's like this. Recently the school will hold a basketball competition, but our literature college has far more girls than boys, you know that too. We can't even gather enough people for basketball. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel sorry for Chu Chanqian for a few seconds. Indeed, in most schools the literature college usually has the most girls and the fewest boys, not to mention that in their school there were more than twice as many girls as boys. However, Lin Chen's mouth twitched twice and he looked at Chu Chanqian with a complicated expression. You're not planning to let me play, are you? Hearing this, Chu Chanqian nodded quickly. But Lin Chen shook his head like a rattle drum and hurriedly refused. I'm telling you, I don't know how to play basketball. I've hardly even. Lin Chen was about to say he had hardly even touched a basketball, but the system suddenly appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a story task. Participate in the basketball match and obtain top-level basketball skills. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. Huh? Lin Chen, what's wrong with you? Chu Chanqian's voice pulled Lin Chen back to his thoughts. Nothing. I'll participate. Lin Chen said helplessly. Hearing this, Chu Chanqian's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Lin Chen, you really helped me a lot. Su Mo beside them also quickly said. When the time comes, I'll go cheer for you. Lin Chen smiled. Okay, thank you. He sighed in his heart. He would probably gain another large group of female fans this time. In college, the two most attractive skills to girls are playing basketball and playing guitar. As for the basketball skills rewarded by the system, they definitely wouldn't be bad. Anyway, crushing the people in this school wouldn't be a problem. Soon, the day of the basketball match arrived. Because Lin Chen was already famous, and people learned that he would also participate, many girls gathered around this court. The entire court was surrounded tightly. Even the cheerleaders who were going to perform the opening dance squeezed in with difficulty. Since he had not yet gone on the court, Lin Chen had not obtained the top basketball skills yet, so his performance during the training in the previous days was not good. Therefore, Lin Chen was arranged as a substitute player. Many girls who learned about this arrangement still had complaints. The order of appearance in this match was decided by drawing lots by representatives of each college, and the luck of the literature college was extremely bad. They directly drew the sports college. It should be known that the players of the sports college were all strong and muscular. In the previous several basketball competitions, the sports college had basically won the championship. That meant the Literature College encountered the strongest opponent at the very beginning and might not even pass the first round. Even more unfortunately, Chen Yao, who had had a conflict with Lin Chen during the school registration day, was also on this team. He also recognized Lin Chen at a glance. When he learned that Lin Chen was a substitute player, he felt somewhat regretful. Since the beginning of school, Lin Chen had taken all the spotlight, which made him very unhappy. He planned to take this basketball game as a chance to teach Lin Chen a lesson. But Lin Chen didn't even remember who he was, let alone recognize him. After a hot dance performance, the basketball match began. When Lin Chen changed into the team uniform, a lot of basketball knowledge flooded into his mind. Lin Chen even felt as if he had played basketball for decades. Awesome, Lin Chen said silently. Just as Lin Chen expected, from the beginning the Literature College was suppressed by the Sports College. The Sports College had already scored 12 baskets, while the Literature College had scored only 1. 12:1. Who is number 11 from the Sports College? He's so good. That seems to be the captain Chen Kai, a real basketball expert. Ah, Chen Kai is so handsome, he's my type. Because they were crushed from the beginning, the players of the Literature College on the court became more and more anxious, and their tactics became more and more chaotic, resulting in not scoring another basket afterward. Several players were also injured. Below the stage, the 3 substitute players besides Lin Chen were sighing repeatedly. Is there even a need to compete? Isn't the Sports College bullying people? Why don't we just admit defeat? Those people on the court are already like this, not to mention substitutes like us. Lin Chen glanced at them lightly. The game isn't over yet. One of them said. Is there even a need to watch? We will definitely lose. The score is 28-1. Isn't that miserable enough? Lin Chen turned his head and said nothing more. They were simply boosting the opponent's confidence and destroying their own morale. When the first half ended, the score had already reached 30-2. During the 10-minute break, the cheerleaders came on stage again and performed a hot dance to liven up the atmosphere. But none of the basketball team members had the mood to watch. They were discussing the tactics for the second half. The guys from the Sports College are too damn strong. Exactly. I was bumped several times, and the referee didn't even blow the whistle. If this continues, we will definitely lose. Sigh, I can't do it anymore. I can't play. My knee hurts badly. Several players kept complaining. Lin Chen asked. Who wants to go off the court? I'll substitute. You? Several people looked at Lin Chen strangely, and then thought of Lin Chen's performance during training. Everyone had a complicated expression. Lin Chen, it's not that I want to say this, but with your skills. Ahem, Lin Chen, everyone knows your basketball skills. You were originally just here to make up the numbers, so don't go up. Let them go. Yeah. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at the substitute players. Who wants to go? They looked at each other and all shook their heads. You all. The captain was extremely angry. You don't want to play, so why are you substitute players? The few people immediately looked like they wanted to cry. We were dragged here just to make up the numbers. One of the players had been injured and could not continue playing. But among the substitute players, only Lin Chen was willing to go on the court. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. Then I'll go. The captain sighed. All right, that's the only way. Soon, the 10-minute halftime break ended. When Chen Kai saw Lin Chen go on the court, a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. He quietly said to the players behind him. See that kid wearing number 14? Take good care of him later. If they couldn't offend him openly, they could do it secretly, right? The second half of the game began. Chen Kai grabbed the ball first. After 2 or 3 steps forward, he made another dunk. Cheers immediately erupted around the court. This Chen Kai is amazing. How many times has he dunked already? It looks like the Sports College will definitely win again. Chen Kai's strength is too strong, and on the Literature College side, there isn't anyone outstanding. Wait, look. Lin Chen ran directly to the middle of the court, received the passed ball, and jumped fiercely. An extremely beautiful arc crossed the air, and the ball entered the basket accurately. 3-point shot. The Literature College side exploded with excitement. This was the first 3-point shot for their college team since the beginning of the game. Awesome. Who the hell told me Lin Chen couldn't play basketball? Come out and I promise I won't beat you to death. But don't be happy too early. The score gap is so big. Even if Lin Chen can play, he can't catch up. I think so too. On the court, the opponent's number 3 made a passing mistake and Lin Chen intercepted it. Then he made a 3-step layup and dunked the ball into the basket. Another wave of cheers rose. Chen Kai began to panic. Watch that kid. Don't let him score again. Finally the ball reached Chen Kai's hands. Before he could react, Lin Chen suddenly snatched it away and made a long-distance shot. Another three-pointer. Chen Kai's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had just said not to let him score again, and in the blink of an eye he scored another three-pointer. A player from the sports college said while gasping for breath. "Brother Kai, we can't stop him. This kid is too damn fierce. Even if you can't stop him, you still have to stop him," Chen Kai said through gritted teeth. The match became more and more intense, and the people below the court watched nervously. The score gap became smaller and smaller. The literature college side even led the sports college by 3 points. The literature college students who had been depressed suddenly became extremely excited. There were many girls in the literature college. Their sharp voices were very penetrating, and the whole court was filled with their cheers. "Lin Chen, go! Lin Chen is the most handsome. Ah! Lin Chen is my male god. Who asked my male god to be a substitute player before? Lin Chen, go! Long live the literature college!" Among the crowd, Su Mo, who had finally squeezed to the front, was shouting so hard that her face and neck turned red. It seemed to be the first time she had been so crazy. The match was approaching the end, with only 1 minute left. At this time, the ball was passed to Chen Kai. He was about to shoot and had already jumped up, but suddenly a figure also jumped up and fiercely slapped the ball backward. "Damn! Stop him!" A violent block. It was Lin Chen again. A teammate grabbed the ball and passed it to Lin Chen. Several people immediately surrounded him. Lin Chen held the ball and crouched, making a fake pass. When the opponent was deceived by his fake move and crouched down to intercept, he suddenly jumped, twisted in the air, and directly threw the ball into the opponent's basket. The referee's whistle sounded, and the game ended. Waves of cheers erupted. The people from the literature college finally relaxed. Hot. So hot. Lin Chen directly took off his jersey and casually threw it aside. This scene caused continuous screams at the scene. "Ah! That body is incredible. Damn! That's too fierce, right? Fierce in playing, even fiercer body. Oh my god! I'm going crazy." The girls from the literature college and other colleges were all excited. Suemo also widened her eyes in shock. "These abs, these biceps?" Suemo stared blankly. And during the few seconds she was stunned, a group of girls rushed toward Lin Chen and handed him bottles of mineral water. Lin Chen, I specially went to the supermarket to buy this water for you. Choose mine. Mine is soda water, it's better for the body." Lin Chen was frightened by the situation and didn't know whose to take. Suemo looked at the bottle of mineral water in her hand, then at Lin Chen surrounded by people, and felt a little at a loss. At this moment, Lin Chen, who had an absolute height advantage, saw Suemo standing there foolishly at a glance. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that she had said in class before that she would bring him water. She really came? Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly said, "Sorry, make way, make way." After finally walking to Suemo, he stretched out his hand to her. "Where's my water?" "Ah?" Suemo froze for 2 seconds before handing over the mineral water in her hand. The girls all felt jealous. Lin Chen directly took it, roughly twisted the cap open, and drank. His throat was almost smoking. Because of intense exercise, Lin Chen had sweated a lot. Even more, attractive. As soon as this thought appeared in Sumo's mind, she was shocked. How could she have such a perverted thought? At this moment, someone from the basketball team called Lin Chen again. Lin Chen quickly stuffed the half-finished bottle of water back into Sumo's hand. "Please help me throw it away. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." After saying this, Lin Chen left, leaving Suemo alone in confusion. She panicked and immediately took out her phone to search online. What should I wear when going out to eat alone with a boy? Meanwhile, Chen Kai stared at Lin Chen fiercely, extremely angry. A match that should have been a certain victory had completely turned around because of Lin Chen alone. Simply hateful. What was even more embarrassing was that their sports college had won the championship for several consecutive years, but it ended in their generation. They were eliminated the first time they played. Was there anything more embarrassing than that? After finishing the follow-up matters, Lin Chen changed back into his clothes and found that Suemo was waiting for him. Lin Chen smelled himself. He was full of sweat and felt a little embarrassed. "I still need to go back and take a shower. How about you go to my house and wait for me?" Suemo quickly waved her hands. "No, I also need to go back to the dormitory. I'll come find you later, okay?" Lin Chen thought about it and felt it was fine, so he drove home first. Suemo also immediately returned to the dormitory and began rummaging through everything. 2 hours later, Lin Chen finished showering and sent a message to Suemo. He found that she was still in the dormitory, so he went to pick her up. Suemo hesitated in front of the mirror for a long time and finally chose a French-style white princess dress. Meanwhile, when Lin Chen just arrived downstairs at Sumo's dormitory and was sighing that women were really troublesome, the system task appeared again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a story task. Take Sumo to eat at Yuzelin, reward Pagani Huayra Yazi. Hiss. Lin Chen was surprised. Another unique supercar? Among these 3 Dragon Sun supercars, he already had 2. He couldn't help becoming curious. Who would get the 3rd one? While he was wondering, Sumo had already come downstairs. Lin Chen was in a good mood today. He immediately got out of the car, walked to the other side, and very gentlemanly opened the car door for Sumo. Thank you. Sumo sat in the passenger seat and thanked Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand casually. It's fine, just a small effort. It's what I should do. Seeing Lin Chen looking very happy, Sumo felt a little puzzled. You seem very happy today. Did something good happen? Something good? Another unique supercar was added. Of course it was a good thing. But thinking this in his heart, Lin Chen said. Being able to eat with a beautiful girl, of course I'm happy. Sumo was slightly shocked. This sentence directly caused waves in her heart. Lin Chen knew nothing about it. Sumo tried to calm her mood and asked. Then where are we going to eat? Yuzelin. Soon, a Pagani Huayra Chiwan stopped at the entrance of Yuzelin. It still caused quite a sensation. Lin Chen was already used to it, but Sumo was still a little nervous. Yuzelin was located in a relatively remote place. If there had been no navigation, Lin Chen would really have had to spend some effort finding it. As soon as he stepped into the gate of Yuzelin, the system reward arrived. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, reward, 1 Pagani Huayra Yazi. Note, the car is parked in the parking lot of Yunshuijian Villa. The key is in the drawer of the bedside table in the master bedroom. Lin Chen smiled. Not bad. However, the environment of Yuzelin was quite good, fresh and elegant. A faint smell of food floated in the air, and the craving in Lin Chen's stomach was immediately stirred. Sumo gently pulled Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered. Lin Chen, it seems this place costs 2,000 or 3,000 per person. It's quite expensive. Hearing this, Lin Chen directly said. It's fine. I can still afford 1 meal. Seeing this, Sumo said nothing more. She didn't expect Lin Chen to invite her to such a high-end place to eat. Originally she planned to treat him next time, but now she felt a little troubled. After ordering the dishes, Lin Chen took Sumo and found a seat to sit down. Soon, delicious dishes were served one after another. Where is Su Tao? I haven't seen her recently. Lin Chen asked casually while eating. Ah? She has classes. Oh. Lin Chen answered lightly. Not to mention, the dishes at Yuzelin were quite good. The caviar frozen shrimp paste, when placed on the tongue, the shrimp paste melted in the mouth and the shrimp flavor burst out instantly, extremely refreshing, followed by the fragrance of the crushed biscuit base. The stewed matsutake with fish maw had a rich salty taste, and the fish maw was soft and sticky. Especially a small noodle dish. The noodles were delicate and fragrant, but when it was served, Lin Chen didn't hear the name clearly. He looked at the waiter beside him and asked, "What is this noodle called?" The waiter smiled and replied, "Hello sir, this is called cordyceps golden silk noodles." "How much is one serving?" Lin Chen asked again. "This noodle is 198 yuan per serving in the set meal, but if ordered separately, it is 398 yuan per serving." Sumo looked at the teacup-sized portion of noodles in front of her and clicked her tongue slightly. These noodles are so expensive. But they were really delicious. Lin Chen nodded. "Okay, bring me 2 more basins." A teacup-sized portion of cordyceps golden silk noodles already cost nearly 400 yuan, and he wanted 2 big basins. Wouldn't that cost more than 10,000? The customers at the nearby tables all turned their eyes toward Lin Chen. Sumo was also stunned. But thinking that Lin Chen drove a supercar, although she didn't understand cars, more than 10,000 yuan should be a small matter for him. But spending 10,000 yuan just to eat noodles was really extravagant. Sir, are you sure you want 2 basins?" The waiter confirmed again, afraid she had heard wrong. Lin Chen nodded. "Yes." Seeing this, the waiter quickly left and contacted the kitchen with a walkie-talkie. It was the first time she had encountered someone ordering cordyceps golden silk noodles by the basin. Sumo also lowered her voice and said to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, 2 basins, can we finish them?" Lin Chen frowned slightly. "It should be fine, right? Didn't you like eating it? Such a small cup is gone in 2 bites. That's not satisfying." But hearing Lin Chen's words, Sumo froze slightly. Could it be that Lin Chen ordered these noodles for her? Thinking of this, Sumo felt very moved. But at the same time she felt sorry for Lin Chen's wallet, because the noodles were really expensive. Soon, the cordyceps golden silk noodles were served. Lin Chen first filled a big bowl for Sumo, then started eating himself. Sumo across from him ate noodles while occasionally glancing at Lin Chen. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen sent Sumo back and then hurried back to the villa, wanting to experience the feel of the new car Yazzie. Among the 3 cars specially designed by Pagani Huayra for this model, both Chiwon and Yazzie were already with him. Chiwon was luxurious black and gold, while Yazzie was noble and mysterious dark purple. The driving feeling of the 2 cars was similar, but the expensive part was that they were unique. The next day, Lin Chen directly drove the Yazzie to have morning tea. This was a shop Lin Chen often visited. As soon as he arrived, he ordered his usual crystal buns, tofu pudding, and steamed dumplings, found a seat, and began eating happily. At the entrance, a short-haired beauty impatiently sent a voice message. "Hello? Ji Yiming, have you arrived yet?" The other side immediately replied. I'm here. Sigh. The beauty sighed deeply and walked in. Her name was Yi Qinxue. Today she came here under her mother's strong request to meet a blind date. He was said to have returned from studying overseas. He thought very highly of himself and spoke half Chinese and half foreign language, which was very annoying to hear. She originally didn't want to come, but in order to make him give up, Yi Qinxue had to come. For this reason, she deliberately made herself look ugly, drawing many freckles on her face with eyeliner, just to scare that Ji Yiming away. But when she walked into the shop and looked around, her gaze finally landed on Lin Chen. Everyone else was in pairs, only he was alone. Could this sunny and handsome young guy be Ji Yiming? But she hadn't even arrived yet, so why had he already started eating? She had seen Ji Yiming's photo before, and he didn't seem to look like this. Could it be that he deliberately edited his photo to look ugly to test her? Thinking of this, Yi Qinxue quickly stepped outside the door, used a makeup remover wipe to wipe off the freckles on her face, and quickly put on a man-killer makeup look. The final stroke of lipstick, done. She closed the makeup mirror with satisfaction and walked into the shop. Beautiful women attract attention wherever they are. And Yi Qinxue was 1.7 meters tall, with a pair of straight and slender long legs, and a perfect head-to-shoulder ratio. Her figure was simply perfect. The moment she walked in, everyone's eyes fell on her. This beauty has such a good temperament. That figure is amazing. She might be a model, right? She looks a little familiar, a lot like that celebrity. What's her name again? I wonder if this beauty is alone. Of course she's a person. What else could she be, a demon? That's not what I meant. I wonder if she's eating alone. Lin Chen, who was eating breakfast, also looked up at her. She really was a beauty. But he had already seen many beauties. The campus belle Song Qingwan, the class belle Sumo, and Jiang Fox all had their own beauty. Beautiful skins are all the same, but interesting souls are 1 in 10,000. Thinking this, Lin Chen lowered his head and continued eating his breakfast. But Yi Qinxue, under everyone's gaze, directly sat down opposite Lin Chen. Hi, you came quite early. Lin Chen was slightly stunned and awkwardly greeted her. Hi. You're early too. What situation was this? Did they know each other? Lin Chen was about to ask the question in his mind when Yi Qinxue suddenly exclaimed softly. Crystal buns. And this tofu pudding. Lin Chen was stunned again. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yi Qinxue said happily. These are also my favorite foods. This shop has been open for more than 10 years. When I was studying before, the happiest thing was coming here to eat a basket of hot crystal buns and drink a bowl of hot tofu pudding. But something is missing. As she spoke, she looked around. What's missing? Lin Chen asked. Wait for me. After saying this, Yi Qinxue stood up, walked to the rack where sauces and pickles were placed, and mixed a small bowl of sauce. This is? Yi Qinxue looked at him proudly. You don't understand this, do you? Crystal buns dipped in this sauce are simply amazing. Don't believe me? Try it. Lin Chen looked at her doubtfully, picked up a crystal bun, dipped it in the sauce, and took a bite. His eyes immediately lit up. It really is different. The fragrance lingered in his mouth. And it was very fresh. Seeing this, Yi Qinxue smiled. How is it? Amazing, right? Lin Chen also looked at her with appreciation. Not bad. Then Yi Qinxue skillfully pulled the half plate of steamed dumplings that Lin Chen hadn't finished toward herself, picked one up with chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it. This sauce tastes good with anything, she said while eating. Lin Chen's mouth twitched twice. He really wanted to ask, they had just met for the first time, was it really okay to be so familiar? How old are you? Yi Qinxue asked while eating. She was already 24. Ji Yiming had studied abroad for several years, so he should be a few years older than her, right? But why did he look like a college student? Lin Chen replied. 20. Cough cough. Yi Qingxue choked and coughed twice. Are you okay? Lin Chen poured her a cup of plain water. Yi Qingxue felt warm inside. She didn't expect Ji Yiming to be so considerate. But this 20 years old. Yi Qingxue suddenly remembered that her mother once said Ji Yiming was a prodigy. Could it be that he kept skipping grades and returned from studying abroad at only 20? Amazing. Yi Qingxue silently took out her phone and edited a message to her mother. Mom. I'm very satisfied with this blind date. Thank you, Mom. Mother Yi replied immediately. As long as you're satisfied. Seeing this, Yi Qingxue put away her phone and smiled at Lin Chen. Do you like someone a few years older than you? Lin Chen was confused again. Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Yi Qingxue complained playfully. Annoying. I'm asking if you mind an older woman-younger man relationship. Lin Chen? At this moment, a man wearing a suit with hair full of hair gel rushed into the shop. When he saw Yi Qingxue, his eyes immediately lit up. He immediately took out his phone and found her photo. That's right. This was his blind date, Yi Qingxue. He didn't expect that Yi Qingxue looked even more beautiful in person than in the photo. Thinking this, he quickly walked over. Qingxue, sorry, I'm late. I'm Ji Yiming. Yi Qingxue froze instantly, looked at Lin Chen, then at Ji Yiming, and the whole person was stunned. You are Ji Yiming? Yi Qingxue stood up in shock. Ji Yiming nodded excitedly. Yes, I am Ji Yiming, your blind date. Then Ji Yiming looked at Lin Chen and frowned unhappily. Qingxue, is this your friend? Who brings an opposite-sex friend to a blind date? Only then did Yi Qingxue realize that she had mistaken the person. Lin Chen also realized afterward that this was a big misunderstanding. Ji Yiming continued. Qingxue, this is your wrong. You came to a blind date with me, why bring an opposite-sex friend? I speak directly, don't blame me. Since we are going to date, all these opposite-sex friends must be thrown away. After all, you already have a boyfriend, you can't keep in contact with them anymore. Stop. Yi Qingxue quickly made a stopping gesture, but then realized that she herself had been influenced by Ji Yiming's way of speaking and felt speechless. She quickly looked at Lin Chen, clasped her hands together, and said pitifully. Sorry, little brother. I mistook you for someone just now and disturbed you. I'm really sorry. Lin Chen smiled lightly. It's fine. Little brother looks very handsome when he smiles. Then looking at Ji Yiming again, it was really hard to describe. Ji Yiming directly pulled Yi Qingxue to the side. Since you don't know him, don't talk so much. Yi Qingxue shook off his hand and followed him to another table and sat down. Ji Yiming wiped the table with his finger and showed disgust. Domestic places are just dirty. Not hygienic at all. Look at this restaurant, compared with abroad it's just too low. Yi Qingxue rolled her eyes impatiently. Are you sitting or not? If not, I'm leaving. Others can sit here, why can't you? Just because you breathe foreign air for a few years, you think you're superior? Pretentious. Then Ji Yiming continued. Qingxue, let me tell you, ladies abroad are all independent, and I hope you are that kind of girl. So later we split the bill, okay? Okay. Yi Qingxue was almost desperate. This Ji Yiming was really annoying. His hair was covered with hair wax and shining. He looked exactly like a greasy middle-aged man. Then she looked at the little brother again, so sunny and handsome. Thinking this, she couldn't help looking in Lin Chen's direction, but she happened to see that Lin Chen had already finished eating and was about to leave. Seeing his blind date still looking at another man, Ji Yiming felt as if his head had turned green and immediately said dissatisfiedly. Qingxue, how can you? Before he finished speaking, Yi Qingxue interrupted him. Ji Yiming, sorry. I think we are not suitable. I hope you find happiness soon. I'm going to find my own happiness too. After saying this quickly, Yi Qingxue immediately chased out. Little brother, wait. Lin Chen, who had just stepped out of the shop, heard the voice behind him and stopped. What's wrong? Do you need something? Yi Qingxue said a little embarrassedly. Little brother, my name is Yi Qingxue. Can we be friends? Lin Chen nodded. My name is Lin Chen. At this moment, Ji Yiming also ran out and saw the scene. What are you doing? He shouted angrily. The customers eating breakfast in the shop immediately looked over. Yi Qingxue, I'm a talented student who studied abroad, yet I can't compare with this kid? Then Ji Yiming glared fiercely at Lin Chen as if he had committed some unforgivable crime. Lin Chen? What did he do? At this moment, the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a story task, slap the strange blind date man Ji Yiming in the face and rescue Yi Qingxue. Reward, run a law firm. Ah! Lin Chen hesitated slightly. Did slap mean the kind of slap he understood? Ji Yiming looked at Yi Qingxue and shouted angrily. How shameless can you be? You are already on a blind date with me and still. Smack. Ji Yiming looked blankly at Lin Chen, who had slapped him. If his face were not still burning with pain, he would almost think he was dreaming. Even Yi Qinxue covered her mouth in shock. At this moment? Congratulations to the host for completing the story task and obtaining Runha law firm. Good. One slap to the strange blind date man, and another industry gained. You hit me? Ji Yiming pointed at Lin Chen, so angry that he could hardly speak. Lin Chen smiled. It's just a blind date. Do you really think she's already your wife? Insulting women, if I don't hit you, who should I hit? Hearing this, Yi Qinshue's eyes almost turned into hearts. Ah. So handsome. His values are also right. He's exactly her type. While Ji Yiming was still confused, Lin Chen drove away. When Yi Qinxue came back to her senses, she realized she had not asked for Lin Chen's contact information, so she quickly chased after him, leaving Ji Yiming standing there alone in confusion. Meanwhile, Runha law firm, meeting room. The former boss Li Run sat in the main seat, and below were his capable assistants. Do you know why we called this emergency meeting? A mysterious big figure has acquired Runha law firm, which means. As he spoke, his eyes swept across everyone present. You have a new boss. Hearing this, everyone below was extremely shocked. What? Isn't Run developing quite well? Why was it suddenly sold? Yes, boss, this is too sudden. Boss, Run is your life's work. Listening to the discussion, Li Run leaned back in his chair leisurely, lit a cigarette, and said slowly. There's no choice. The other party directly paid 500 million at once. I really couldn't refuse. 500 million. Everyone was stunned. Their law firm was valued at only about 300 million, but the other party directly gave 500 million. What kind of rich person was this? On this side, as soon as Lin Chen returned to school, he received a call from Runha law firm. Mr. Lin, hello. I am the legal staff of Runha law firm. Are you available? Can we arrange a time to handle the handover procedures? Before Lin Chen could reply, he continued. If you're not available, we can come to you. All right, then come here. Lin Chen directly gave them his home address. Then Lin Chen stayed at home playing games while waiting for them to arrive. 1 hour later, at the entrance of Shuayan Yaju Villa area. Li Run looked a little serious. It seems this Mr. Lin is not simple. He lives in Shuayan Yaju, and even in the top villa Yunshuijian. Among all the villas in Shuayan Yaju, only this one has its own name, Yunshuijian. He Jianghai also said. Yes. I remember this villa in Shuayan Yaju could not necessarily be bought even with money. When I heard it had been sold before, I wondered which rich man bought it. I didn't expect that this rich man would become my boss. After registering at the entrance, the two entered Shuayan Yaju. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was playing a game. The doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Chen quickly put down his phone and went to open the door. 2 middle-aged men in formal suits had come, Li Run and He Jianghai. Lin Chen was only wearing loose home clothes. You are from Runha law firm? Lin Chen asked. The two nodded. Yes. Oh, please come in. After entering the villa, they found that only Lin Chen was inside. Li Run asked. Where are your parents? What? Lin Chen thought he had heard wrong. What did he mean? Li Run quickly said again. I mean, where is your father, Mr. Lin Chen? Oh, I am Lin Chen. You are from the law firm, right? As he spoke, he directly sat down on the sofa and said to the two of them. Sit. What? He is Lin Chen? The one who spent 500 million to buy Runha law firm is actually a young man who looks only about 20 years old? They were stunned. What is happening in this world? It is simply too terrifying. When they were his age, they were still asking their families for money, right? But look at him. He already lives in Donghai City's #1 luxury mansion, Yunshuijian, and even bought their law firm. Comparing people really makes others angry. Both of them felt depressed. Seeing the two of them staring at him in a daze, Lin Chen was also a little confused. Sit down. Why are you looking at me? Oh, okay. Only then did the two of them come back to their senses and sit down opposite Lin Chen. After introducing themselves, Li Run said a little awkwardly. Sorry, we were too surprised just now. We really didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so young. Then he still could not hold back his curiosity and asked. Mr. Lin, how old are you this year? Lin Chen answered. I'm 20. Hearing this, the corners of their eyes twitched a few times. Just now they thought Mr. Lin should be in his 20s, at least already graduated from college. But they did not expect that he was only 20 years old. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be even younger than I imagined. You are still in college, right? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, a freshman. Mr. Lin is really young and promising. He Jianghai also quickly began flattering him. Lin Chen smiled. You flatter me. Then he remembered that they had come from far away. It would not be right to let them not even drink a cup of tea. Lin Chen said apologetically. Sorry, I almost forgot. Please wait a moment, I'll make you a cup of tea. As he spoke, he got up and left. Behind him, He Jianghai looked around. This really deserves to be the #1 luxury mansion in Donghai City. The interior is luxurious, the design is reasonable, and the lighting is just right. He even personally went to make tea for us. It seems that in such a big villa, only he lives here. This Mr. Lin, at such a young age, already lives in Donghai City's most expensive house and bought an entire firm. It really opens people's eyes. Li Run also nodded in agreement. Yes. He doesn't seem to be a local. He is very likely a noble young master from the capital. Otherwise how could he make such a big move? At this point, Li Run quickly added. Remember later, don't randomly ask about his family background. That is very taboo. He Jianghai quickly nodded. Okay. Just after the two finished speaking, Lin Chen came over with 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Li Run and He Jianghai. He had no idea that in the eyes of these two people, he had already become a noble young master from the capital. After chatting for a while about the future development direction of Run firm, they began the follow-up handover procedures. Only then did Li Run take out several documents from the briefcase he brought. These were the equity transfer contracts of the law firm and other materials. After the handover procedures, the two prepared to leave. Before leaving, Li Run said with a serious face. Mr. Lin, from now on Run depends on you to lead it forward. Lin Chen smiled. You are too polite. Everyone still has to work together. Although Li Run was no longer the boss of Run, he was still a major shareholder, so he would not leave Run. Just after leaving Shui and Yaju, He Jianghai received a phone call. It was his sister's son, his nephew, Ji Yiming. Uncle. I was beaten. As soon as he pressed the answer button, this sentence came from the receiver. What? He Jianghai immediately became furious. This nephew was the one his sister cherished dearly, and now he was actually beaten? Li Run beside him also looked at him. What happened? My nephew said he was beaten. He Jianghai frowned. Li Run was slightly surprised. That actually happened? Ask him first. Hearing this, He Jianghai nodded and continued asking. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly first. Although he was angry, He Jianghai was not unreasonable. If it was Ji Yiming's fault, he would naturally not help him. But if it was the other party's fault, even if he did not sue until the other party went bankrupt, he would still make him lose a layer of skin. And his nephew Ji Yiming had just returned from studying abroad and was knowledgeable and polite. If he was beaten this time, it was probably the other party's fault. Hearing this, Ji Yiming quickly said. It's like this. Recently my mom introduced me to a blind date. I thought she looked pretty good, so I went. But then something happened. My blind date recognized the wrong person. That's fine, but that guy even tried to steal her from me. I only argued with him for a few sentences, and he started hitting me. My face still hurts now. While turning black and white upside down, Ji Yiming had no guilt at all. After hearing Ji Yiming's words, He Jianghai immediately became angry. What? This person was so excessive and even hit your face? Yes. Then He Jianghai asked. What is this guy's name? I will definitely not let him go. Ji Yiming thought about the scene at that time. He remembered that later Yi Qinxue chased after him and asked that guy what his name was. It seems his name is Lin Chen. Ji Yiming said. Hearing this, the expression on He Jianghai's face instantly froze. A few seconds later, he finally reacted. Lin Chen, their new boss, isn't his name also Lin Chen? This Lin Chen, is it Lin with 2 woods and Chen meaning precious jade? He Jianghai continued asking. Ji Yiming was stunned for a moment. He had only vaguely heard that person's name. How would he know which characters it was? It should be. Then He Jianghai asked again. Is he about 20 years old, looks like a college student, quite handsome, fair and clean? This time Ji Yiming was stunned again. Uncle, how do you know? Do you know him? He Jianghai closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the anger in his heart. Yes, I know him. Ji Yiming was delighted. That's great, uncle. Uncle, I want him to go in, at least for more than 10 years. After that guy goes in, let's see how he can still fight with him for Yi Qinxue. He Jianghai no longer wanted to talk to him. He was afraid he would die from anger. Where are you? He Jianghai asked. I'm at home. What's wrong? Stay at home. I'm coming now. After saying this, he hung up the phone. The person my nephew offended is Lin Chen. He Jianghai clenched his phone tightly and said through gritted teeth. What? Li Run was shocked. So he offended Lin Chen? He Jianghai nodded. Now he was going to make Ji Yiming personally go and apologize to Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Ji Yiming was leisurely staying in his villa, waiting for his uncle He Jianghai to arrive. His uncle He Jianghai was a famous lawyer in Donghai City. As long as he was willing to help, Lin Chen would very likely go to prison. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Ji Yiming quickly went to open the door leisurely. The moment he saw He Jianghai, Ji Yiming was just about to call him uncle when a heavy slap suddenly struck him. The air suddenly became quiet. Ji Yiming looked at He Jianghai with a shocked face. Uncle, why did you hit me? He Jianghai pushed him inside and closed the door. Uncle. Ji Yiming looked at He Jianghai pitifully, not understanding why he slapped him without saying anything. You should know that He Jianghai was most afraid of his mother, and Ji Yiming was the only son in the family, almost spoiled since childhood. Being beaten by that kid Lin Chen was one thing, but now even his own uncle slapped him. He Jianghai was extremely angry. He raised his hand again, but after thinking for a moment, he lowered it. You offended that Lin Chen? He Jianghai asked while suppressing his anger. Come with me and apologize to him. When they went to handle the handover, he had also met Lin Chen. From his behavior and manners, he could see what kind of person he was. At first he thought Ji Yiming had been bullied, but now it seemed that Ji Yiming was the one who went to offend Lin Chen. Hearing He Jianghai say this, Ji Yiming immediately became unhappy. Uncle, what do you mean I offended him? And why should I apologize to him? Obviously he was extremely rude and attacked me without saying anything. You little bastard. He Jianghai was almost furious and kicked him to the ground. All these years the family really spoiled you, raising such a thing like you. Ji Yiming felt extremely wronged. He secretly swore in his heart that he would go back and tell his mother and let her deal with his uncle. At this time, He Jianghai pointed at him angrily. Do you know who that Lin Chen you offended is? Now Ji Yiming was also angry. What does it have to do with me who he is? He's just a kid wearing cheap street stall clothes. He Jianghai's head hurt from anger. His blood surged and he almost fainted. That Lin Chen, right after you offended him, immediately acquired most of the shares of our run law firm. Now he is the controlling person of our firm and our new boss. So what, he's just... Ji Yiming, who was about to complain, suddenly reacted and immediately froze. Uncle, what did you say? This Lin Chen is now the boss of Run? He Jianghai angrily kicked over the chair beside him. With a loud bang, Ji Yiming trembled in fright. More than that. Do you know how much he spent? 500 million, and it was transferred in one payment. He Jianghai said. And do you know where he lives? Shuan Yaju Villa area. His villa is Donghai City's #1 luxury mansion, Yunshuijian. After hearing He Jianghai's words, Ji Yiming's legs went weak and he collapsed onto the sofa. How could this happen? He Jianghai sighed quietly. My former boss Li Run and I have always felt that this young man Lin Chen is unfathomable. Even people we don't dare to offend, yet you actually dared to offend him. Ji Yiming complained bitterly. Uncle, I didn't know. If I knew he was such a big figure, even if you gave me 10 times the courage I wouldn't dare. He could not understand how such a rich man would eat breakfast at that kind of roadside shop. Even he himself looked down on such places. Could it be that rich people have a habit of pretending to be poor? Hearing this, He Jianghai stood up directly. Come, go with me to apologize to him. This time Ji Yiming did not dare talk back and followed He Jianghai out. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was preparing to drive Yazi out to eat lunch. Cars on the road saw this flashy supercar and all avoided it. Just as they reached a busy pedestrian street area, Lin Chen slowed down. Suddenly an old woman who was talking on the phone appeared in front, trembling and not avoiding the car. Is it the dark purple car that drove over? Are you sure that one is more expensive? Okay, I understand. Lin Chen thought she was a blind person trying to cross the road, so he stopped. Unexpectedly, after hanging up the phone, the old woman took 2 or 3 steps forward, twisted her foot, and fell directly in front of Lin Chen's car. Ouch! My old waist. You damn driver, driving without watching the road. I'm already so old. If something happens to me, what should I do? Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Chen was stunned. Was he being scammed? Just as he got out of the car to check the situation, a middle-aged man and woman rushed over. Mom! What's wrong with you, are you okay? The bald man shouted. The woman also cried loudly, Oh my God, my mother is already so old and she was hit by a car, what should we do? The bald man glared at Lin Chen. Tell me, how will this be handled? The woman shouted, Pay money. You must pay. People around them also began pointing and discussing. This is obviously a scam. Yes, I saw it just now. That young man's car didn't even touch the old woman. This family often does scams here. This young man is really unlucky. If he runs into them, he won't be able to leave without losing a lot of money. Lin Chen shrugged. Listen, the eyes of the masses are sharp. The bald man rolled his eyes and argued unreasonably. I don't care. You scared my mother. Pay money. As he spoke, he stretched out one hand. At this moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. He looked at it. It was He Jianghai. What a coincidence. He had just wanted to contact them. As soon as the call connected, He Jianghai said respectfully, Boss, where are you now? Is it convenient to meet? I have something to talk to you about. Lin Chen told him his location and asked when he would arrive. He Jianghai quickly said, I'm nearby. It should take about 10 minutes. Okay. Lin Chen responded calmly, hung up the phone, and turned on the recorder. At this moment the bald man sneered, even if you call someone it's useless. You can't escape this money. If you don't give this amount, you can't leave. As he spoke, he raised 5 fingers. The middle-aged woman beside him and the old woman lying on the ground also echoed him. 5 million? All right, I'll give it to you. Lin Chen sighed in annoyance and took out his phone. Zfubo or WeChat? I'll transfer it to you. Everyone was stunned. 5 million? What is going on? The bald man's jaw almost dropped. He only wanted 50,000. If not, even 5,000 would be fine. But the other party actually gave 5 million? However, of course the more money the better. The surrounding people were also stunned. Directly giving 5 million? That's too much. Young man, you can't do this. It will encourage bad behavior. Yes, young man, don't be impulsive. Lin Chen very readily took out his phone and transferred 5 million to the bald man. Extorting 5 million, how many years in prison? Waiting online. Looking at the balance in Zfubo, 1 digit, 2 digits, 3 digits. Adding his original small savings, now his account had more than 5 million. The other party really transferred the money to him. The bald man felt dizzy, like he was dreaming. He felt something was wrong but couldn't say what it was. Suddenly someone knowledgeable recognized Lin Chen's car. Damn! That car is a Pagani Huayra, one of the sons of the dragon. Awesome! What is a Pagani Huayra? What are the sons of the dragon? I won't say anything else. This car is the only one in the world. Do you know how expensive it is? At least 50 million. Everyone gasped. My God! What a rare sight. No wonder he gave 5 million without even blinking. Hearing these words, the scam trio began to panic. They never expected the car they scammed was worth 50 million. But the money had already arrived, so the best plan was to leave quickly. Thinking this, the bald man gave the other two a look. The old woman who had been lying on the ground, half dead, immediately stood up, suddenly full of energy. Good guy. The whole world owes you an Oscar. Just when they were about to slip away, He Jianghai arrived with Ji Yiming. Mr. Lin, we finally found you. He had just wanted Ji Yiming to apologize to Lin Chen when he suddenly saw the luxury car parked beside Lin Chen. No, not a luxury car. A super luxury car. This is the Pagani Huayra Yazzie. He Jianghai gasped in shock. Ji Yiming was also stunned. He moved in rich second-generation circles, so how could he not recognize this Yazzie, one of the sons of the dragon? It was said that this car could not be bought without at least 50 million. Besides money, it also required great power. Thinking of this, cold sweat ran down Ji Yiming's face. He felt extremely fortunate that his uncle brought him to apologize. He really was his real uncle. Otherwise he might not even know how he died. Meanwhile, seeing He Jianghai standing there in a daze, Lin Chen waved at him. Only then did He Jianghai react. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Chen spoke first. We'll talk about your matter later. Someone scammed me for 5 million. Deal with it. What? He Jianghai was shocked. The boss of Donghai's #1 law firm was scammed for 5 million? How could this be tolerated? He Jianghai looked at the family of 3 beside him. Is it you? The bald man felt a little nervous. What do you mean extortion? This is compensation he gave us. What's wrong with compensation? He Jianghai did not argue with him. He directly took out his phone and took pictures of their faces. What are you doing? The bald man asked with a confused face. He Jianghai directly showed his lawyer's license and said expressionlessly, I am He Jianghai, a lawyer from Runhe Law Firm. I will represent my client Mr. Lin Chen and sue you for the crime of extortion. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What? The man the rich man brought is actually a lawyer? Only then did everyone understand that the 5 million given by the rich second generation was just bait. The scam trio turned pale with fear. Their lips trembled for a long time, but they could not say a word. They never expected that this time they kicked an iron plate. The onlookers around immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, I said it. How could rich people be fools? Giving 5 million just like that. Turns out there was another move. Well done. These people should be punished. Send them in and let them taste some hardship. Awesome. It feels good just watching. They probably regret it deeply now, right? Someone asked curiously, Lawyer we want to know, extorting 5 million, how many years will it be? He Jianghai directly said, 5 million? This already counts as an especially huge amount of extortion. The sentence is more than 10 years in prison. Everyone burst into noise. Then he Jianghai looked at that family, 5 million. You really opened your mouth like a lion. Only at this moment did they understand the seriousness of the matter. They immediately knelt in front of Lin Chen and he Jianghai, crying and begging. We were wrong. Please forgive us this time. We will never dare again. You can't do this. That 5 million was given by you. It has nothing to do with us. The money, we will return all the money to you. Please don't trouble us. Oh? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. It has nothing to do with you? As he spoke, Lin Chen took out his phone and played the recording. Even if you find someone, it's useless. You cannot escape this money. If you don't give this amount, don't think about leaving. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect this rich man had prepared this move. But no one felt sorry for that family. Everyone said they deserved it. After all, these people were doing harmful things. If they extorted them themselves, that would truly be miserable. Now they got their punishment, and everyone applauded. The three were sweating coldly with fear. They exchanged glances, got up, and prepared to run. But the onlookers reacted quickly and directly stopped them. At this moment, the bald man suddenly took out a fruit knife and waved it in the air. Move away, move away. Otherwise don't blame the knife in my hand for not having eyes. Everyone was scared and stepped back. Lin Chen's face immediately turned cold, and he slowly walked forward. Hey! Don't go over there, he has a knife. Don't go forward. Be careful, he jumps the wall in desperation. Handsome guy, don't go there. The bald man was already desperate and stabbed directly at Lin Chen with the fruit knife. A shocking scene happened. Lin Chen turned sideways and avoided the attack, directly snatched the knife away. At the same time there was a crisp crack. The bald man screamed and held his hand while crying in pain. Several brave young men in the crowd stepped forward and subdued him. Soon the security bureau arrived, and the scam trio was taken away. After the farce ended, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Lin Chen looked at He Jianghai. By the way, what did you want from me just now? He Jianghai smiled awkwardly and waved to Ji Yiming not far away. Only then did Lin Chen notice him. It's him? That strange blind date guy? Ji Yiming swallowed nervously. Facing Lin Chen, he became timid. He had seen everything just now. Lin Chen was really not simple and very calculating. It's you? Lin Chen said. Hearing this, Ji Yiming quickly bent slightly. Brother Lin, it's me. What are you here for? Calling him Brother Lin? He was almost 30. Was it appropriate to call a 20-year-old like that? I came to apologize for my rudeness in the morning. Ji Yiming quickly said. Lin Chen was slightly puzzled. Apologize to me? What apology? Didn't I hit you this morning? Ji Yiming laughed twice. What's the big deal? Brother Lin hit me well. It directly hit my heart. Lin Chen. Is this guy a masochist? Thinking about this, he got goosebumps. Seeing Lin Chen's complicated expression, He Jianghai immediately slapped the back of Ji Yiming's head. Do you know how to speak? Ji Yiming looked at his uncle resentfully. Why did he feel that everything he said was wrong? His life was too difficult. He Jianghai said, Boss, it's like this. After this kid blindly offended you this morning, he has been frightened and wanted to apologize to you. Oh, like that. Lin Chen glanced at Ji Yiming, and he quickly lowered his head. Lin Chen continued, Why apologize to me? You should go apologize to your blind date. Yes, Brother Lin is right. Ji Yiming nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Okay, if there's nothing else I'll leave first? Okay. After that, Lin Chen got into the car and left. The flashy Yazzie rushed through traffic like a nimble cheetah, and the cars around quickly avoided it. A BMW coming from the opposite side suddenly braked hard. The BMW driver's face turned pale, and cold sweat appeared on his back. So close. The middle-aged man in the back seat, Yi Zhonghua, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was thrown forward by the inertia of the sudden brake and hit the back of the front seat. He rubbed his painful nose bridge and said angrily, Old Wu, how are you driving? Just as he finished speaking, a Pagani Huayra roared past outside. Yi Zhonghua quickly turned to look back and was stunned. No wonder. He looked at the driver Old Wu in the front seat. Old Wu, that sudden brake you stepped on was good. But that is a Pagani Yazzie. If it crashes, it will be troublesome. Old Wu was also a little frightened afterward. Yes, I didn't expect that in Donghai City there would actually be someone driving such a luxury car. Yi Zhonghua sighed and said, it's nothing strange. Before there were rumors that the Chiwen was seen in Donghai City, and now another Yazi has appeared. The driver casually said, could the owners of these two luxury cars be the same person? Hearing the driver's words, Yi Zhonghua froze. A few seconds later, he quickly said, quick! Old Wu, turn around and chase that car. Although confused inside, Old Wu still followed Yi Zhonghua's words immediately. After turning around, he asked with confusion, boss, why? Yi Zhonghua said seriously, what you said just now reminded me. The owners of these two cars might be the same person. Even if not, just this Yazi alone costs at least 50 million to get. The owner definitely doesn't lack money. I want to go and try to see if I can persuade him to invest in our company. If possible, our company will be saved. Meanwhile, Lin Chen went directly to the Ritz-Carlton, planning to have afternoon tea. People say afternoon tea at the Ritz-Carlton is about the scenery. He had heard this sentence before, and now Lin Chen deeply felt it. Having afternoon tea at the cafe on the 32nd floor of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel is simply an ultimate enjoyment. The hotel decoration is also very luxurious. The seat where Lin Chen sat allowed him to overlook the entire Donghai Bund. When the sun is about to set, the Bund is truly beautiful. The sky is full of clouds, the glow passes through them and spreads layer by layer. It is extremely beautiful. But sometimes there are things that spoil the scenery. At a nearby table, several so-called socialites were filming videos, and there was even a line beside them. It was somewhat noisy. Several socialites looked at Lin Chen and began whispering. Hey? Look at that handsome guy. He looks pretty good. I wonder if he's a rich second generation. Rich second generation? Come on. Look at what he's wearing. Probably something bought online for dozens with free shipping. I guess he's also here to split the bill. Maybe the people he's splitting with haven't arrived yet? So Lin Chen escaped trouble. The sunset-style afternoon tea he ordered was served. The afternoon tea had 3 layers. Lin Chen directly started eating from the first layer, the finger-sized sandwiches. Not far away, the socialite who said Lin Chen was also splitting the bill was stunned. Such expensive afternoon tea, yet he didn't take photos and just started eating? At this moment, a middle-aged man came up. He wore a suit and leather shoes and looked completely like a successful man. The socialite's eyes immediately lit up. Although he was older, old men are good, old men have security. The middle-aged man looked around, and then his eyes suddenly locked onto Lin Chen. That's right, this middle-aged man was Yi Zhonghua. When he saw Lin Chen, he was slightly surprised. Although he already knew the other party was young and had prepared mentally, seeing him in person still surprised him. He looks like he is still in college. At such a young age he already drives a luxury car like Yazi. His family background must be extraordinary. That super luxury car was parked downstairs at the Ritz-Carlton, and before coming up he had already asked the staff downstairs. Just now only one young man about 20 years old came and went to the cafe on the 32nd floor. So he came here directly. Among the men in their 20s present, there was only him. Just when several socialites were about to go up and talk to Yi Zhonghua, he walked straight to Lin Chen and slightly bent forward. Sir, may I talk with you for a few minutes? Lin Chen, who was eating the second layer of scones, looked up in confusion and glanced at him in surprise. A few seconds later Lin Chen reacted. Seeing that the other party's attitude was polite, he pointed to the seat opposite him. Sit. Thank you. Yi Zhonghua sat down and asked again, the Yazi parked downstairs, is it yours? Lin Chen nodded, yes. What's wrong? The socialites who were listening nearby became confused. What is Yazi? One car? Is it a car? Soon Yi Zhonghua solved their confusion. This Yazi is a one-of-a-kind car in the world. Without more than 50 million you simply cannot get it. Your ability is truly admirable. All the socialites were shocked. 50 million? That young man's car is worth at least 50 million? Their eyes instantly turned into hearts. The old man suddenly was no longer attractive. The young one is better. But Lin Chen frowned slightly. Sir seems to have something behind his words. If you have something to say it directly. Yi Zhonghua was waiting for this sentence. I am the chairman of Leking Beverage. My name is Yi Zhonghua. After that, he told Lin Chen about the investment matter and the company's future development plan, hoping to get Lin Chen's investment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a plot mission. Invest 200 million in the conscientious company Leking. Reward, 1 billion. Just when Lin Chen was hesitating, the system spoke. Invest 200 million and get 1 billion as a reward. Even if the 200 million were lost, he would still earn 800 million. Besides, from what Yi Zhonghua just said, Lekking really has great potential. If he invested those 200 million, he would not lose anyway. Seeing Lin Chen silent for a while, Yi Zhonghua said, Mr. Lin, you don't need to give me an answer so quickly, Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen said directly, I've thought about it. I'll invest. What? Yi Zhonghua was stunned. So fast? Lin Chen continued, what Mr. Yi said just now impressed me, and I also see great potential in your company's development. Since that's the case, why not do a business that is guaranteed to make money? Mr. Lin has great courage. Yi Zhonghua was extremely surprised. He did not expect that although Lin Chen was so young, even looking younger than his own daughter, his vision was so farsighted that even he admired it. Then how much does Mr. Lin plan to invest? Yi Zhonghua asked cautiously. Their company needed 30 million. Even 20 million would give them a chance to turn things around. Lin Chen slowly raised 2 fingers, 200 million. Hiss. Yi Zhonghua took a deep breath. Not far away, a socialite who was secretly listening trembled and her phone fell directly into the cake they ordered together, causing angry looks from others. If the rich young man had not been present, they might have torn her apart. Yi Zhonghua stood up in shock, so excited that he stuttered, Mr. Lin, why you mean it? Lin Chen nodded, more real than real gold. Before Yi Zhonghua could speak, Lin Chen continued, are you free now? If so, you can contact your secretary to prepare the contract. After signing it, I will transfer the money immediately. Yi Zhonghua was stunned. So fast? After reacting, he quickly said, yes, I'm free. I'll contact my secretary immediately. As he spoke, he quickly took out his phone and made a call. After hanging up, he looked at Lin Chen, I may need to trouble Mr. Lin to come to our company. Lin Chen waved his hand, no problem. I just finished eating. Let's go. The two of them left the cafe directly. Only after their figures disappeared did the socialites react. Wearing their high heels, they rushed out competing with each other. They saw the two already inside the elevator, and the door was about to close. Handsome guy, wait. Seeing the socialites rushing over, Lin Chen was startled and quickly closed the elevator door, shutting them outside. Yi Zhonghua looked at Lin Chen with confusion. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, there are too many of them. The elevator can't hold them. Let them wait for the next one. I see. The socialites knocked on the elevator door and saw the elevator already going down. They quickly pressed another elevator button, attracting many people's attention. If it were not the 32nd floor, they would have wanted to run down the stairs directly. After arriving downstairs, Lin Chen drove away in his car. Yi Zhonghua sat in the passenger seat and guided him, and at the same time made a phone call, asking the driver Old Wu to drive his BMW back. He sat upright and could not help sighing, I didn't expect that one day I would also be able to sit in such a car. If it weren't for Mr. Lin, I'm afraid it would even be difficult for me to see this car. Lin Chen was driving seriously and smiled lightly, Mr. Yi is joking. If it were before, hearing such words might make him embarrassed, but now he was already used to it. Then Yi Zhonghua said again, Pagani designed 3 dragon sons for China in total. Now that Yazi is here, I wonder who took the other 2, Baxia and Chiwen. Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. He wondered what expression Yi Zhonghua would have if he knew that he already had 2 dragon sons. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly wondered if he could gather all 3 dragon sons. This thought only flashed briefly. Lin Chen was not someone who was never satisfied. Getting 2 was already good. As for the rest, let it depend on fate. Soon the two arrived downstairs at Lekking Company. Since the secretary had already prepared everything, Lin Chen went upstairs, signed the contract, and transferred the 200 million. Almost at the same time, the system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving 1 billion in cash. Note, the 1 billion cash will be transferred to the host's account in the form of stock profits. The host does not need to worry about the source of the funds being unclear. Lin Chen took out his phone and checked the balance in his bank account. 1, 10, 100, 1000. There were so many zeros that Lin Chen felt dizzy looking at them, so he simply stopped looking. Yi Zhonghua held the stamped contract in his hands and seemed to wake from a dream, unable to believe it was real. He held Lin Chen's right hand with both hands, tears in his eyes. Mr. Lin, you saved our entire company. Our company was suppressed and isolated. If you hadn't stepped in, we might have collapsed. Lin Chen roughly understood the situation. In Donghai City's beverage industry, several companies led by Huanin dominated the market, and the emergence of Lekking undoubtedly took a piece of their cake. Lekking mainly promoted healthy, conscientious, and cost-effective drinks. Together with their unique taste, they gained public favor. Therefore, several companies led by Huanin naturally could not tolerate Leking shaking their position, so they jointly suppressed it, which caused Lecheng's financial crisis. Lin Chen smiled and looked at Yi Zhonghua, patting the back of his hand. Leking has great development potential. I'm optimistic about you. At this moment, Yi Zhonghua also realized he had been somewhat impolite and quickly let go of Lin Chen's hand, taking out a tissue to wipe his tears. Sorry for making Mr. Lin laugh. It's okay. Then Yi Zhonghua said again, I wonder if Mr. Lin has time later. I would like to treat you to a meal. Lin Chen looked at the time and thought for a moment before refusing. Another day. Since Lin Chen said so, Yi Zhonghua had no choice but to give up. After leaving Leking, Lin Chen went directly back to the villa. When he took out his phone, he found dozens of friend requests. They were all former high school and middle school classmates, probably having heard that he became successful and wanting to test the waters. Lin Chen ignored them all. What slightly surprised Lin Chen was that Shen Mingqi also sent a message. I haven't seen you recently. I miss you so much. How have you been lately? By the way, Vice Principal Su wants to invite you to dinner. When you see this message, reply to me so I can answer Vice Principal Su. Vice Principal Su? Lin Chen had no impression of this person at all. Why would he want to invite him to dinner? Thinking about it, he sent Shen Mingqi a message. Why would Vice Principal Su look for an ordinary student like me? Can you reveal something? When Shen Mingqi saw Lin Chen's message, the corner of her eyes twitched slightly and she quickly typed several lines. Ordinary student? You arrived on the first day of school in a helicopter. In less than a month you changed 3 supercars, 2 of them are unique. You also bought Hongda Mall, and you still say you are an ordinary student. Are you letting real ordinary students like us live or not? As for why he's looking for you, I don't know. But I guess it's because of Hongda Mall. Hongda Mall? Lin Chen was even more confused. Senior, finish what you're saying. You're leaving me hanging. Shen Mingqi saw Lin Chen's message and suddenly wanted to tease him. Feeling uncomfortable? Do you want Senior to help relieve it? Seeing that Shen Mingqi was making a suggestive joke, Lin Chen pretended not to understand and sent a confused emoji. It's fine. When someone makes a suggestive joke, if I pretend not to understand, the awkward one will be the other person. Seeing this, Shen Mingqi also knew she should stop and began talking about the main matter. Vice Principal Su is an instructor in the School of Management. I heard that the school plans to arrange internship positions for students who are about to graduate and wants to cooperate with your Hongda Mall. After saying that, she added another sentence, for reference only. Okay, I understand. Then Lin Chen asked again, I have a question. How did Vice Principal Su from the School of Management talk to you? Shen Mingqi was silent for a while, then sent a message, because he is my cousin uncle, so he asked me to help ask your opinion. No need for dinner. Tomorrow I'll go directly to his office to talk about this matter. Lin Chen suddenly felt it was a pity that Shen Mingqi did not become a secretary. She was very good at understanding the thoughts of people in higher positions. However, with her appearance and figure, if she became a secretary, she would probably not avoid being taken advantage of. After that, Lin Chen put down his phone and prepared to wash up and rest. At the same time, at the Yi family. Yi Qinxue sat on the sofa, and her mother sat opposite her. You silly girl. It was not easy to find you such a good young man in every aspect, and you ruined it. What do you want? Yiming is such a good child. Why don't you like him? Besides, didn't you say before that you were very satisfied with this blind date? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Yi Qinxue was extremely annoyed. Mom. I've told you many times. That Ji Yiming is simply a bastard. I said I was satisfied because I mistook another sunny young guy for him. The one I liked was that sunny young guy, not Ji Yiming. Thinking of that sunny young guy made her feel annoyed. Why didn't she ask for his contact information? Yi Qinxue regretted it deeply. People say when a man chases a woman it's like climbing a mountain, but when a woman chases a man it's like a thin veil. Why wasn't she more proactive in the morning? If she had been more proactive, would the two of them already have started a story? Then Ye's mother sighed heavily and said, Your father's company has problems, you know that. Originally we planned that if you and Ji Yiming married smoothly, they would probably help. While speaking, Ye's mother began wiping her tears. Hearing this, Yi Qinxue became impatient. Mom, you're too naive. They never intended to help us at all. Besides, are you really willing to push your precious daughter into the fire pit of Ji Yiming? Ye's mother knew she was wrong and cried even harder. Yi Qinxue sighed and was about to comfort her when the doorbell rang. I'll open the door. When she looked through the peephole and saw who it was, Yi Qinxue was shocked. Ji Yiming? Why are you here?
Guys, did you like the story? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Thanks for watching, and see you later.